Okay, that's good. Should be okay. All right. Good. Ed. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast. This is a City Council business meeting. Today is Tuesday, June the 16th, 2024, and it is 9 a.m. and we are in the community wing of City Hall. The 18th, I apologize, I stand corrected. I should have put my glasses on. June the 18th. So I would ask you to please all rise and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. Following the pledge, you're welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Please be seated. And if I could ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Alvin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda this morning is proclamations and presentations. There are no proclamations this morning, but we do have two presentations. The first presentation is the Florida Public Association of Public Procurement Officials Award. So, Helena, are you going to lead us through this well-deserved award?
So good morning, Mayor and City Council.
Good morning.
The City of Palm Coast was awarded the Excellence in Public Procurement Award by the Florida Association of Public Procurement Officials. The award was established to recognize organizational excellence. It recognizes agencies that meet or exceed benchmarks and best practices in the profession. The program is designed to measure innovation, professionalism, productivity, and leadership attributes. The city's procurement is decentralized and relies heavily on the individual city department's participation, knowledge, and commitment. Receiving this recognition represents a collective effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have a mic. That is our procurement team, and Shannon is holding the award that we received from the agency.
Very good. And Helena, if I may, just very briefly, especially for the folks that are perhaps online, this is an annual, the opportunity to win this award is on a yearly basis, I assume. And just very briefly, what are some of the requirements to rank as highly as you did to win this award?
So it's a very comprehensive application, and our team takes turns submitting that application to the awarding agency, and we have to submit policies, procedures, you know, our background, resumes, certifications that we have, how we train our staff, how do we train our department, so it's kind of comprehensive.
Very good, thank you. And would you do us the honor of just introducing your staff so that folks can know who has helped win this award?
Yes, thank you. So Gwen Ragsdale, she's our budget and procurement manager, and Taya Hoff is our procurement coordinator. Natalie Garcia is our contracts coordinator, and then Shannon Nolan, procurement coordinator.
Very good. Ladies, thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you.
ladies.
guys.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Good job, everybody. Gwen, thank you. How far out? Less than 5? The next presentation this morning will be given by the sheriff. I'm sure that you'll all understand he's on his way here. We'll be here in under 5 minutes, so we'll just hold this agenda until he arrives so that he can start his presentation. So I hope you'll understand, and we'll just wait a few minutes for him to arrive.
But I have, well, yes, but I also now have 2 stepkids and 5 grandkids.
Finished all my online training this weekend. All those annoying emails I've been getting warning me that it's like, these things specifically for online training. Oh yeah, so good.
You know what I'm saying?
Renee's about Cancun, or on her way to Cancun.
So good.
Yes, I'm training today.
I've been getting emails from the IT team telling me you have to do these acquisitions. Know that these links aren't phishing.
6 and one is 5 and 1 is 7, something like that. No, tell me about it.
Let me ask City Council members, if it's your preference, we can begin public comment and then shift to the sheriff when he arrives and go back to public comment. It's, I need a consensus on what you'd like to do. What do you prefer?
I'm either way. I mean, how far out is the sheriff?
They're on the way, so I came up really quick, but he's on.
Okay, so you want to hold?
I don't mind, I just, I know the sheriff is very busy, obviously, so I don't want him to get caught up kind of waiting through public
Right,
comment.
so we'll hold. Is that okay with everybody? And again, thank you, the audience, thank you for your patience. He'll be here in just a minute.
Get stuck in traffic. He's down the speeding ticket. You get stuck in traffic. Okay.
It was lovely, because we talked a lot on the phone, which gave us a different communication than we normally would have. So it likes her, she likes it, but it takes time to get all comfortable with that. So thank you for asking that.
Give me a shout whenever you've got.
Yeah, I'll give you a call.
Oh, yes. Okay, how is he?
He's doing great.
Tell him I said hello.
I sure was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kathy, where in New York are you from?
Excuse me?
Where in New York are you from?
Long Island.
Oh, really? So, no, I'm not from there, but I used to go up to Long Island to train. My karate instructor, one of them. But,
Okay.
yeah, I loved it. Oh, I don't remember. I was yeah. But I liked it up there. It was really pretty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was really nice a long time ago. It's gotten crazy.
Really?
My son is still there. I'm going there on the 24th of July, and then I go back on August 24th for my granddaughter's baby shower. And I'm going up to visit my son's grave site on the 24th of July. I only stay for like 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
I can't take this.
I've heard, I mean, I feel like that's everywhere now. It's just like, there's just too many people, period.
Too much.
Yeah.
Getting like here's getting like that.
Yeah.
That's a little stretch of Long Island to you. Yeah,
No, just more and more people.
yeah. My sister lives in Coram.
Oh, you're talking about.
Thank you. Don't want to break these. That's right, because you're from Long Island.
Yeah, my sister lives in Long Island, yeah.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, getting on and off the island is a pain. Yeah. I mean, if you mistime your drive, it's an additional hour. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't get off the island early enough, it costs you another hour, hour and a half.
I'll start
I'll check in with Matt. I know we talked about it at our last check-in.
Yeah.
Let me get with him.
But getting on and off the island is just such a pain.
Decided to go ahead, right?
It was more like the quiet.
Yeah, it seems a little more quiet. Yeah. I'm not too familiar with it up there. I've only visited maybe 10 times or so, but it's nice. Yeah. I believe that. Yeah,
It's insane.
I believe that.
I hate it.
Yeah, the Long Island Expressway is a wild thing. Yeah.
Expressway is crazy.
And the roads, they deteriorate so much faster up there because all the snow plows. So, I mean, there's a pothole that'll eat a car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Sometimes I dread going. I know I have to go, but then I dread it.
Yeah. Depending on the time of year.
I said 3 days is the limit.
Yeah, hey,
That's
fair.
it. I'm outta
I
here.
get it. I get it.
I have my country barbecue coming up on Saturday.
When? This Saturday?
I've got 2 kids.
Okay. Yeah, what
I
time?
should come.
What time?
12 o'clock. I'll
Saturday?
text me your phone number. I'll text you the flyer.
Sure. Yeah, deal.
I don't have your number in my phone.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be really nice. Have you ever been out there?
While ago.
It's really nice. The way they have built it.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, please do. That'd be awesome.
How's the little one? I know. I know. I know you're enjoying it.
He's just getting like cuter and cuter.
There it is.
Please give them just a minute to get organized.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I guess this is what happens when you get elected unopposed, right? No, it wasn't traffic. You guys went through the agenda faster. We were told to be here about 9:30, so
Good morning, Sheriff, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast business meeting this morning. Thank you very much for attending, and the floor is yours for your presentation, so please have at it.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley. So most of you know this anyways, but I'm just going to recap it since you have people in the audience and maybe online watching. The Sheriff's Office is the largest and only full-service law enforcement agency in Flagler County. We provide all the police services for the City of Palm Coast. We support the Flagler Beach and Bunnell Police Departments when needed, and obviously we cover the unincorporated areas also. We provide all court and detention services in Flagler County, and our jail is the Sheriff Perry Hall Inmate Detention Facility, although its nickname is the Green Roof Inn. Has a capacity of 404 inmates, and just over the weekend we were pretty busy. We added 38 inmates to that. We also operate the 911 Center in Flagler County, which answers and dispatches all 911 calls and non-emergency calls for police, fire, and medical services throughout the county. We have more than 400 full-time and volunteer members of the Sheriff's Office serving you. We are a 4-diamond accredited agency, and hopefully in about 2 more weeks we'll be a 5-diamond accredited agency, but we hold accreditations and law enforcement accreditation, of which I served 6 years on the commission, including a year as chair. We also, our jail is accredited through the Florida Corrections Accreditation Commission, and Chief Dan Egert actually sits on that commission. Your 911 Center is accredited. There's not too many in the state of Florida that are accredited. And we hold a National Institute of Ethics accreditation. And here in a couple of weeks, if all goes well, we will be accredited. Our jail medical will be accredited, and there's very few jail medical medical wards, if you will, across the nation. There's over 3,000 county jails, so that's quite a accomplishment. If we look back in 2023, you can see that our calls for service are going up. Our crime continues to go down, which is a good thing, but that doesn't mean calls for service goes down, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. So we have a historically low crime rate. It's actually down more than 50%, and I thought I would just kind of share with you where we are as of last Wednesday. Burglaries are down 18, commercial burglaries down 18%, residential burglaries down 25%. Unfortunately, car breaks are up by 18. We can help prevent that if our citizens will lock their car doors and if they do lock the car doors, but they leave things visible, like at parks and gyms and things like that, if they will just hide them, that would make it easier and they wouldn't be replacing a window. Larceny is down 22%. Shoplifters are up 77%. Most of that is at the big box stores, Target, Home Depot, Walmart, and that's either a sign of the economy or it's the more activity by the loss prevention officers, and they're catching more. And stolen vehicles is up by 1.4%. So if we won't leave our keys in the car, you might keep your car. And if you have a Kia, if you've not gotten the software update, there are internet videos that tell you how to steal a Kia, which is very easily, but it can be prevented if you get the update that's free. So take your car into a dealer or use one of those locking mechanisms for the steering wheel. And but we are recovering a lot of stolen vehicles, mostly from other jurisdictions, although we did recover one this morning as I was on my way in on US 1. When we look at violent and domestic crimes, as of yesterday for this year, Assault and batteries down 13%, disturbances, domestic related, down 3%, physical disturbances are down 37%, disturbance with weapons are down 36%, sex offenses down 6%. However, stalking is up 50%. Stalking means, they're stalking a current or former loved one, so significant other. In violation of injunctions are up 21%, and our robberies are down 75%. So if people that have an injunction would follow the injunction, they wouldn't get rearrested and have to go before a judge, which frankly doesn't make the judge very happy. Traffic crashes, as you know, traffic, and I know you've been discussing it, is a concern, and I'll talk more about that in just a minute. So we actually dropped crashes a little bit, but not where we need to be. So there's the population growth and the crime index. 911 calls and text to 911, you can see as the community grows, we increase the call volume in the communication center significantly. You did a survey. I think you're in the process of doing a new survey. I'm waiting for those results to come in. Hopefully it only goes up. But in the city of Palm Coast, 84% of the responders said our services are good or excellent. 82% related crime prevention in the city is either good or excellent. 81% felt very or somewhat safe about property crime, and 84% felt safe from violent crime. I will tell you that, I've been in Orange County, big community, and then our beautiful community. I would never go back to Orange County, quite frankly. But one of the guides that I use, and it's not a statistical survey or anything that's sound, is are people using the parks and are people walking the trails and the sidewalks for exercise and bicycling and those kind of things. You see that a lot in a safe community, and we see that a lot in Palm Coast and in Flagler County. USA Today named Palm Coast second best Florida city to move to out of 30 in Florida. Number one was Gainesville. I'm not really sure why they got number one, because they don't have a beach, but they got number one, and I really don't understand number 7, Daytona Beach, but I don't want to get chewed out by the police chief there that he just did at one of the cities in Volusia County. But it's a good city, but we're number 2. Flagler County received a grade of A overall by this other organization. We're second for the 15th safest cities in Flagler, only behind the Villages in there. And so you can see that, and these aren't our studies. These are studies that have been done and published. And we didn't even know they were coming out until they came out. So state roadways continue to be the deadliest in Flagler County, and that is the same for the state roads that run in the city of Palm Coast. You can see there that our reported crashes year to date are up 4%. Traffic is an issue, and so I want to tell you what we have done about traffic. So in 2023, we conducted 23,432 traffic stops. Okay, so you look at the population, that's about 20% of the population met a deputy sheriff during a traffic stop. Year to date so far in 2024, it's 9,586 traffic stops. And there's a correlation between the number of traffic stops we can do because of the number of calls that we have to handle, or crashes we have to investigate, calls for service. Of those crashes, or of those traffic stops, 1,944 were for speeding in 2023. In 2023, of the 23,000 traffic stops, 1,944 people received traffic tickets, and 4,010 people received written warnings for this speed. So far, year to date, 981 speeding citations have been issued and 1,360 written warnings for speed. And I will tell you, it doesn't matter to me, and I've told this to my deputies, it does not matter to me if you write a traffic citation. If you can do the education and you can get the compliance with a warning, I'm good with that. There's two things that it does. It doesn't take money out of maybe a fixed income. It doesn't take money out of a single mom or dad that's trying to care for their family in this economic climate. But it also gets our deputies to the car to see what else is going on in that car. You know, is it a criminal, a fugitive, driving suspended license, et cetera, et cetera. So I dramatically encourage traffic enforcement. We also track the traffic complaints that are called into our communications center, and they're categorized under reckless driving. 2023, it was 2,098 calls. Year-to-date, 24, 1,071 calls. And we also track the number of citizen traffic complaints that come in through our website. And year-to-date is 223. Last year was 403. And since we implemented this in 2018, it's 1,964. So we do try to focus our traffic enforcement in high crash areas, and we track that. I can tell you right now that Interstate 95 is the deadliest road that we have in Flagler County. It's the #1 traffic crash location. The second location is Old Kings and Palm Coast Parkway in there. The other thing that we've done, I think about 2, maybe 3 years ago, I can't expect deputy sheriffs to do their job to work on quality of life issues if they don't have the tools to do it. So prior to about 3 years ago, not every patrol car had radar. Now, every patrol car has radar. Every deputy had to go through a 40-hour required state course, so that's a huge investment of time to be able to run that radar and testify in court. There's radar and even a mechanical clock has to be certified every 6 months, so there's lots of money going into traffic enforcement. So that's kind of where we are, and you can see, you know, we're not where we need to be on 2023, there were 25 traffic fatalities, down from 28, but we're not doing too well. This year, we're actually up 1 so far in the same time frame. The population at jail was declining, but the most recent chart I saw showing that purple trend there on the top, it's starting to go back towards the green. But we also want to make changes in inmate lives if they are able to turn their life around. I'm a law and order sheriff, but people make mistakes. A lot of that is drug or alcohol related and mental health. So we want to give them the opportunity to turn their life around and come out of our jail back into the community, because most people in a county jail will come back into the community. Small percentage will go to a state prison facility, but we know that most of them will come back into our community. So we've implemented a STRIDE program, an inmate work crew. We have a fatherhood program, because we know that for generations that if a father is absent, especially for his son's life, that child, that son, is more likely to follow the father's footsteps of crime and jail and prison. So we have an Inside Out Dad program, teaching them how to be a good father, even while they're incarcerated, but certainly when they get out. We have a Homeward Bound program. This is our umbrella for giving inmate work skills. Some of that might be as simple as getting a duplicate birth certificate or a Social Security card because they lost it. They can't legally get employed in this country if they can't produce both of those. And we have partners with some churches that actually pay for that, and then we hold it at the jail for when they're released. We have an HVAC and electrical apprenticeship program. We have programs to assist inmates with job placement before they're released. And all of this is a partnership with Flagler Technical College, Florida Workforce, churches, and other organizations. And it's really had great success. In fact, we have been recognized. You'll see the photo on the top left. That's when the jail received the American Jail Association Innovative Jail of the Year against all the jails of our size. This is just a little bit more of the Homeward Bound program. So every time you see a patrol car drive by, all of those graphics were applied by, cut and applied by inmates. The equipment was purchased at no cost to the taxpayer. It comes from our inmate welfare fund. Those funds are profits, if you will, from the commissary, and we're required by law to put it back into, into inmate programs. We also look for grants. So we're very proud of this. For 2024, almost $3.8 million in grants have been received. And it's the grants that allow us to do all this extra stuff, whether it's mental health, education, and assistance in the jail, and the list just goes on and on. I won't go through all of them. You can see them there. But here's the way I look at that. This is tax dollar money that our residents and other residents in Florida, or maybe the country, have paid to a governmental agency. Let's bring it back to Flagler County in Palm Coast. So we go after state and federal grants because that money is going to go somewhere. It might as well come to us so that we're not a donor city and donor county. So the average cost of a new deputy sheriff is $149,000. And I just want to point out that you have a really good deal. St. Johns County just presented his budget to the county commission up there, $206,000 for a new budget, for a new deputy. I don't totally understand exactly why he's at 206, but maybe my health insurance costs are different and lower, and because we pay virtually the same today for starting pay, but that's what they presented. This is our budget breakdown that you can see. The law enforcement funded by the county is the green, and then you'll see the city of Palm Coast, and then what it costs for the jail operation, which statutorily the county is responsible for. The same thing with the court system. I'm just the implementer for that. And that's part of what your countywide ad valorem goes to. So let's talk about the increase that I've asked for. It's a 3.9% cost of living adjustment that is being provided to all county employees, and that was what was requested by the county administrator to the constitutionals. We have a contractual step increase that's part of this increase. The FRS retirement rates went up. Actually, it went up July 1st. You're not paying that. I have to absorb that, but you'll see it in October 1. And 5% increase to our health insurance premiums. The addition of 9 new deputies is $1,043,000. During discussions with your staff, it was preferred that 5 were funded for the full year, meaning October 1, and 4 funded for a half year starting April 1st, which is a good way to do that. It's hard to bring on board 9 or 10 people all at once. And so this is a good way to assist your budget and accommodate the growth. And these numbers were from the study that was done that you've had the joint city-county commission meetings on. Is where these numbers came from. I thought it would be important to, one of the things this joint city-county discussion is to stabilize the need for deputy sheriffs. So everybody's on the same page. We know what growth is impacting and what is needed. And we're playing catch-up, quite frankly, and we have been for years, because you can see the charts there. The yellow or gold is when Palm Coast has funded new deputies, and the number in the green when the county has. So frankly, the county's been more consistent in providing overall than the city, and that's what we need to get away from. Let's face it, all the growth is in Palm Coast, and we need to be a good partner, and so that there aren't any surprises coming to either board. Just so that you know, the increase from the county BOCC that I requested is $3.85 million. Contracted services, so that's the school district, your number is in here, is $1.733 million, and other revenue, $198,000, and that's a variety of other monies that we collect. I mentioned the 3.084, what's in there. I've also asked the county to provide funding for 4 new dispatchers and 3 additional deputy sheriffs for their basic level of service. I want to explain the 4 new dispatchers. For years, I've had requests from the fire chiefs to have a dedicated channel when they have a tactical event, an emergency event. What happens currently, and we're really lucky we haven't had a catastrophe, is that a current dispatcher has to run the fire channel and monitor the tactical channel when they need to go to a tactical channel. The same thing happens in law enforcement. They have to run a law enforcement channel and then monitor a tactical channel, which means there's no dedicated staff for that tactical channel. That's a recipe for disaster because they're having to still dispatch other calls, rescues, fires, law enforcement side, disturbance calls, whatever it is, and listen to another channel. At the same time, they have to type into a computer-aided dispatch system. So it's a fast pace, and you have to really be able to handle multiple things. And with the amount of calls that are coming in, this is the better way to go. And so hopefully that will be funded by the county. Just like you, we had some increases to our operating expenses, which is in the county's budget. $86,000 for user fees for the radio system. $48,000 increase in our inmate medical care, which we're statutorily required to. They're in our custody, we have to give them medical care. Quite frankly, I don't like doing it because there's a lot of residents that don't have health insurance, but the law says I have to do it. $31,000 increase in auto liability insurance, $47,000 increase in our Munis upgrade so that we can migrate to a cloud-based system. Munis is our HR finance package. $46,000 grant match for body-worn cameras in the jail. We now have a federal grant that allows us to have every detention deputy in the jail have a body camera, and I thought that was important. We didn't have that before. $130,000 in operating supplies, it's ammunition, uniforms. The biggest ticket item there is fuel and computer replacements, and then various other cost increases due to inflation, which we're all feeling, and we do it too. And we also added a 24/7 IET service. We're a 24/7 operation, and we needed 24/7 operations. That's actually contracted with our contracted service provider. They run a 24/7 help desk out of Tallahassee. Now we have access to that where we didn't before. Just some of the things that we've done to help reduce the cost. We have a group of amazing volunteers in the sheriff's office. You see most of them in our COP cars, but they work in the courthouse, they work at our operations center, they work at the district office, and they do a lot of services for the community that you really don't want a deputy sheriff to do because you want them fighting crime and handling calls. I'll give you an example. VIN verification check on a car because somebody bought a car out of state. They need to get it titled in Florida. The COPs can do that instead of you paying a deputy sheriff to go there and look at a number and fill out a form. So that's a value of almost 27,000 hours, about 855,000. The inmate work crews, and I know that we don't do yours. You work for or use state DOC, but they maintain the Sheriff's Operations Center in some county parks. I don't have enough sentenced inmates because we've talked about this a couple times before. Can they come here? My problem is I need my judges to give me more sentenced inmates, quite frankly. That's a double-edged sword because then I got to feed them and provide their medical care too. But I'd love to do it if I get enough in there without causing or triggering us having to build onto the jail. One of the things that we did that I think you'll find interesting is because we have to do medical care, inmates sometimes have to go to Advent Health or outside providers. So we have a medical provider in the jail that's contracted, but they can't do surgeries, they can't do serious emergencies, heart issues, strokes, those kind of things. And quite frankly, the people that come to jail usually are not in the best health, okay? So it's really a high-risk population. So what was happening previously is that a bill would come in from, say, Advent Health. It would be sent to the county, because the county, this is in the county budget, and the county would just pay it. So we contracted through the Florida Sheriff's Association with an organization called Prime Correctional that scrubs those bills, uses their negotiated rates, and then the county gets that bill to pay. And so just to give you an example, we were billed $1.55 million, but they were able to reduce it to $762,000. So almost 50% of that bill went away, saving the taxpayers $750,000. So we're constantly searching grant opportunities and programs like this to try to keep our costs down. I've got as you can tell, with $3.4 million in grants, I've got a really great grant person, and she actually does that as a collateral duty with her other job in our finance section. So why do we need these additional deputies? Well, I think we've all seen the growth that's occurring, and it's not going away. 16,000 new residents the last 3 years. University of Florida says by 2035, it's only 11 years from now, another 40,000 residents will be in Flagler County, the majority of that in the city of Palm Coast. So they're coming. Unfortunately, with growth, Jacksonville criminals have found us, and we catch a lot of them, but we probably don't catch all of them. Violent Daytona criminal element has found us. There's a connection to Bunnell and Palm Coast with these dirt bags out of out of Daytona Beach. Technology has helped us catch these people with our LPRs, and all of that we pay for. It's not part of your contract. But when we get an LPR hit, you got to have a deputy available, and usually multiple deputies available to respond. Because if you don't, then all the investment in technology, frankly, is useless. And so we must maintain and increase staffing as the community grows. If we risk losing ground, you'll never get it back. Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters got, I think it was 70 deputy sheriffs last year. He's asked for 40 more this year. And I will tell you, they've lost control of that city. And when you lose it, you won't get it back. And that's what we need to avoid here. If you look at, and this is not my study, this is FloridaTaxWatch.org, Flagler County ranks 46 out of 67 counties in combined city and county public safety expenditures. So we're in the bottom third. And that includes law enforcement, fire, rescue, and emergency management. So let me put that in a dollar perspective. Statewide average spending per capita, that means per person, is $977.81. Flagler County per spending capital is $640.81. Now, that includes what you spend and what the BOCC and Bunnell and Flagler Beach does. So you're getting a really good bang for your buck, is, I guess, the point of this. Because in other cities are paying, and other counties are paying a lot more, and they have, in some cases, a significantly high crime rate. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
So, Sheriff, thank you for the presentation. And let me just say, I agree with your point about we're getting a good bang for our buck, but I would take it a step further. You noted several awards and certain initiatives that you have employed, not just this past year, but over many years. And I would say that the Flagler County Sheriff's Office represents nothing less than a model from which other municipalities, other counties throughout the state of Florida, mitigating, of course, for size, but you are a model for what a sheriff's operation can do. And I would look forward to you being able to fulfill that model standing in the future, which is a very high bar to maintain, and also agree that that would be the only way to stay ahead of the bad guys. There are a number of cities in the state of Florida that have lost it, and they still have never gotten it back, and they probably won't. So I applaud you for looking forward into the future. And with that, I would ask my city council members for questions or comments.
Sure. Thank you for showing up this morning. I would first, before I ask a few questions, I would encourage anyone on this council who's not been out to the Green Roof Inn to go take a tour. I did, and you know, as I told you, Rick, if you ever arrest me, I actually like Liverwish, so I'll be happy to spend a little time there. I would also encourage you, if you haven't, to go out on patrol with our sheriff, who goes out every Friday night and does an overnight shift. And we saw a few traffic violations when we were out there, and obviously the way people drive nowadays has just gotten really bad, and the amount of crashes that we're seeing. And I know your force is doing the best you can to deal with some of this, but it's, you know, it's anywhere you go, you see it now. And I-95, like you said, that's the worst for Flagler County. A few questions here. You mentioned radar on your vehicles. I assume all the motorcycles are equipped with radar too now?
They are. They always had them. What the units that didn't have them, there was a few of the marked patrol cars that had radar. Most did not. They all have radar now, and they've all been trained certified.
I'm just wondering, and I realize when you do a traffic stop, it's not just for the traffic stop violation, but for, are they carrying drugs? Is there something else going on? But do you think we need to increase the citations to discourage this poor driving? Do you think it'll have an effect if we did?
Well, I don't, personally, I don't think charging people $150+ will have any more compliance than a written warning. Now, if they're a repeat offender, and we know that when we do the traffic stop, that's a different story. You got to get their attention.
So when you give someone a warning citation, that's recorded. You know they've been, you know, warned 2 times or 3 times or whatever.
Correct. And I would just say, Councilman, is that, you know, even the sheriff carries a ticket book in his car. And
he does.
And I've gone through an entire ticket book in 7 years, which is, my colleague sheriffs go, "What are you doing traffic stops?" I said, "Well, I'm the sheriff." You know.
Well, and again, I encourage you all, if you haven't been out on patrol with them, it's a worthwhile evening.
Sure. And Vice Mayor, just to reinforce what you were saying, at the same time, you might want to also recommend scheduling yourself for the Sheriff's Citizens Academy.
Oh,
is another great
absolutely.
if you want to mention that after they get finished with the questions, just to promote that a little bit, if you
Yep.
can.
On hiring deputies, I know it's expensive to hire them and train them. Do we get a time commitment back from them that they agree to stay a certain period of time?
We do. So here's what we do. We've had to change our entire hiring process, as you've probably been reading or hearing. It's very competitive to hire law enforcement specifically, and it's even more so for detention deputies. So where the way we used to do it up until about 3 years ago, we would only hire people that are already certified in Florida because they're a quicker plug and play. Then they have already had the state-required academy, they pass the exam, they have to do our internal academy, go through our field training program, and then they're on their own, so in about 5 months roughly. You can't do that today. So what we have to do now is hire them, put them in the academy, pay them while they're in the academy. This academy's 6 months. They get out of the academy, hopefully they pass the state exam. They only get 3 chances. If they fail it 3 times, they have to take the entire academy over. I probably wouldn't want that applicant anyways. And then they got to go through our internal training. So it's a year, basically, from the applicant processing to the state academy to our academy before they can be solo on the street. If we hire you and pay you in the academy, you sign a 4-year agreement to stay with us. If you leave any time before the 4 years, you have to pay the entire cost of your salary and the academy costs while you are in the academy. I can't do that when they're working for me, in our
Sure.
training program. And so that's about $5,500. Well, actually, it's more than that. Chief, do you remember exactly how much that is?
It's almost 10,000.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's $10,000.
Wow.
So they signed that agreement because I don't want to train them here, pay for them, have you pay for them, and then they go someplace like Orlando, quite frankly, where they can start at $85,000 if you want to work in that environment.
Yeah. I know you've been to the southern border, I think, a couple of times,
Correct.
at least, and I'm just wondering, across the country, we see an increase in crime from illegals who have entered our country. Are we seeing any uptick in that here in Flagler County?
So to answer the first part of your question, yes, there is an uptick across the country, especially in violent crimes. Some of those have been very high profiled in the last month, even the last week. And those are tragic cases because I was in law enforcement when the Mariel boat lift occurred, when Fidel Castro dumped his mental institutions and his prisons onto South Florida. And all you have to do is look at the crime that occurred then. Well, these people that are coming across this open southern border are a portion of them, not all of them. I don't want to do a blanket swipe. Some are just good people committing a crime to make a better life for their family. Because it's a crime when you come across a non-port of entry. But there is a portion of those people that are the gangs. They've been dumped out of prison because why is crime down so much in El Salvador right now? The new president wants to say it's because of me. No, you dumped all these dirt bags into America. That's exactly what happened.
Yep.
Okay. That's why his crime's down so much. It has nothing to do with his new programs or his new jail, in my opinion.
Yep.
And that's just El Salvador. And they're from more than 165 countries. So you can't say it's the little southern triangle or the Caribbean. They're from all over the world. I'll tell you what fears me more than the individual cases of violent crime is this country has set itself up, and you've heard the FBI director say this, for a terrorist attack from sleeper cells inside this country because there is no vetting going on. These people coming in, they're just letting them go. And don't get me too wild. That'd be another whole conversation.
Oh,
there,
I
Councilman.
fully agree. I think we've all seen it.
It's-
A lot of single males crossing the border. They all look at military age and shape, and God knows what they're letting into this country.
They're just waiting from the order from the mother country to do something in this country. I promise you that. And that's what concerns me, even in our county, is because that can occur anywhere. Now, to answer your second part of that question, what we're seeing here, we are not seeing violent crime. What we are seeing is traffic offenders and what I would call quality of life crime, disturbances and DUIs, driving with no license because they can't legally get one here because they're not here illegally. So that is what we are seeing. And we arrest them. Border Patrol does not come and get them. They used to. My jail is actually an ICE detainer jail. That agreement is still current with Border Patrol. And the way that worked is when the local charges were completed, Border Patrol had 72 hours to come here and get them if they were in this country illegally. At one time, they did that. The only time we have been in the last 3.5 years to get a detainer was a guy that had committed a very violent armed robbery in Texas. Texas didn't even know, Houston, Texas. We happened to catch him. Texas didn't even know who did it. He was here illegally. We caught him. And the only thing we had him for was driving with no license, a $500 bond. If he would have bonded out, you would have never seen him again. And Houston Police Department needed time to get their warrant through and all that, because until we found the guy, they had a suspicious vehicle is all they had, and that's what we pulled over. And we were able to arm twist the Border Patrol to give us an ICE detainer on him. And that's the only reason he had to stay in jail until Houston got their felony warrant. So it's a problem. Every month, the governor orders, our governor, orders all sheriffs to receive what's known as an illegal immigrant Department of Corrections releasee. And so we get these lists. And years ago, it would say detainer, you know, on all these names. Yes, yes, yes. I just got one last week. Detainer, out of probably 20 names, only on one. And they know that they've committed a crime. They went to a state prison facility, which is hard to do, so you know it was a serious crime. They're just released into the community.
Wow.
And this list says what county they're going to. We have not had any in Flagler County, thankfully. They're staying in South Florida, Central Florida. A couple of them have come to Volusia in Duval. But most of them are staying in South Florida. God bless them.
Well, listen, I appreciate it, and I appreciate all your department does and all you do. And I know in the next 4 years, as you promised me last night, that we are finally going to beat the villages.
We're going to do our best.
Thank you.
But we want to beat them in the right category.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Vice
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Councilwoman Pontieri, questions?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Sheriff. Good morning, Chief. Thank you both for the work, and I know Chief of Staff has worked with our acting city manager on a lot of data, and I appreciate that because I want this to be a data-driven decision by our council and also by the county, so thank you so much for that. I also want to commend you on leveraging technology. I've said that from this dais many times. I think that's why we're able to keep crime down, even though our population has gone up as quickly as it has. The Real-Time Crime Center and what you guys planned for and anticipated is very impressive, so thank you for that. And I encourage our friends at the county to keep funding that in any way that you need, because that's an invaluable tool. My question is, for the average cost per deputy of $149,000 and some change, what portion of that can be paid with impact fees? Because I know that we collect a law enforcement impact fee, but it's a pass-through that goes straight to the county. So we don't keep those monies, they go to the county. My position is that that cost of the deputy should come from the county, and we should only be paying because we collect it, right, for the growth in our city. Per your comments, most of the growth is happening here, so our impact fees, in my opinion, should go to that. So what percentage, and if you know the dollar amount, that would be helpful. I do words as an attorney, not math, so the information you have is helpful.
So it's a great question. In fact, we just had that question from the county commission too. And so here is the answer. In the budget request to you, well, first, let me back up. Impact fees can only be used for capital, okay? So that's the car, what goes in that car. Cannot use it for uniforms because of the way the county wrote their impact fee, which we just learned about a couple weeks ago. So if you heard me say I could buy guns, uniforms, stuff like that, I can't because it's only capital and that's not considered a capital item. And so it's really the car and the equipment that is attached to that car. And so we lease finance our purchase for 4 years. So sadly, the only reduction in your budget request would be $17,500. For easy math, I'm going to say times 10 instead of times 9. So that's about $175,000, okay? But now the other option that could be done is if the county will do this, we think they have about $450,000 in the impact fees, okay? A fully equipped car is about, well, the cars are more expensive now, so.
It's about 62,000, sir,
Just for the car.
just for the car fully equipped.
Okay. 62,000, but expect that to be more the next time I order cars, because we're looking at cars right now. Is 450,000 would buy maybe 6 cars outright, okay? And so that savings would then be factored in for 4 years for those 6 cars, because we could take that out at 17.5, because that's in the proposal that would continue for 4 years to pay off that car. And so in theory, it would save you that amount of money in there. And we've told the same thing to the county. So it's not like, first of all, there's not enough money in there to buy a dozen patrol cars, okay? But the majority of the impact fee money that we saw in the account that we were given access to just a couple days ago comes from the city of Palm Coast. And so, you know, in my opinion, the lion's share then should be spent on the growth deputies for you. Now, that's me talking. I don't control that fund and the agreement that you have between the city and the county. But it would save you roughly, well, you might be able to get 7 cars out of that. So you might be near 400,000. But remember, it'll cost 400,000, but your savings is only 17,500 times 7 cars.
Right, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. So as we move forward and decide what we're going to do, I would encourage another joint meeting with the county for issues just like this, to discuss things like this. But, you know, this is one of the, I shouldn't say repercussions, one of the consequences of growth. We cannot pay for growth through impact fees for this type of thing. So we need to be mindful of this as we move forward and we see more growth in the city. But I would really encourage us to go back to the county, because although $175,000 doesn't seem like a lot in the scheme of things, it could be 2 full-time employees for us in Public Works. So, you know, we can use those monies somewhere else in the city. We know we have needs, and we're trying to keep taxes low. So I have no issue funding the deputies as presented. I think that this is a quality of life issue. We definitely need more in traffic enforcement. I would ask for more traffic enforcement, and maybe rather than more, stricter, to really deter speeders in our neighborhoods. I have a very large concern for people walking, for children, dogs, our 4-legged friends, you know, it's a concern of mine. So I do, and a lot of our neighborhoods don't have sidewalks, so it's an issue. I don't have a problem funding this. I think this is a reasonable request. I applaud the work that you all do. But I would ask that we go to the county for those impact fees.
Councilwoman, if I may just jump in here, would you, and I'll ask for consensus here, and ask the sheriff if he agrees, to let, staff has been working very closely together with chief and with the sheriff's office. If they went forward to, with a list of these detailed items and then brought that back to us before we have a collaborative county-city meeting, just as I'm adding an extra step, but I think it could be very productive if we let staff continue, because my understanding, and Sheriff, you'll have to reinforce this, I believe that Chief and certainly City Manager and County Administrator have done a good job working together on a 5-year plan to smooth out the bumps and the humps for the future, which is incredibly important as we get to these bigger numbers. So would that be agreeable to you? Still have the city-county collaborative, but let them get together with input from each city council member, flush through those details, and then we'll convene the, assuming the county is willing, a collaborative county-city meeting like we did before. Would that be okay?
I don't have an issue with that. My concern is timing, because we are kind of all in the budget cycle, and we want to make sure that we have the right amount. I mean, I think we have a good enough roundabout estimate of what we'll be spending on public safety. I think, you know, even if we don't come up with a joint funding source between the county and the city, a level of service and the split. So to your point, Sheriff, when you showed the chart of who's funded what over the years, I think if we can come up with some type of an agreement with our level of service and what we're going to fund moving forward percentage-wise, that would be really helpful to plan budget-wise for the future. So I'm fine with having them work and then us reconvening. I just want to make sure that we're not kicking this can down the road too far.
And again, let me underline, thank you for that. For the purpose of expediting the result, I do believe that staff can get us to closer to the finish line quicker than if we all meet together and go through all of that. I'm being optimistic, but do you want to weigh in on that? Does that make sense to you?
It does, Mayor. Let me just, for clarification, you're referring to the use of the impact fees to lower the budget request, right?
Or any other item that City Council would share with City Manager in advance of that meeting, which hopefully could happen in the next week or two, maybe, or something along those lines?
Sure, Mayor. I'll reach out to the county administrator's office and we'll convene our working group and then work towards your calendars for that next joint meeting.
Okay, great. And it's a similar template that we're using with the ILA committee. So again, for the purpose of expediting, not slowing it down till we get, I don't want to get lost in the weeds. And have them sort through the details so they can present to us so that we can make decisions at the level that you're talking about, okay?
Yeah, I'll defer. I mean, if you all think that will expedite and kind of streamline things, then I'll defer to that judgment, and that's fine.
And keep yours intact about the full meeting, okay, good. Good. Councilwoman
I do have
Hyder.
a few comments.
Yes, ma'am.
First, Sheriff Staley, I'd like to thank you, all of your staff, your volunteers, and all of your deputies for everything that you do here in the community. I think you've done a great job and will continue to do so, and we'll beat the villages eventually. So one of my questions was, and I think Councilwoman Pontieri kind of hit on it, was the $149,000 that's used to bring in. Do you have a breakdown on where those funds go? Like as far as their salary and
Yes.
what's covered in that?
Yes, ma'am. If you'll go, well, I'll bring us back to it. That's the, I can't read that print, but I know you have it right there from where I'm at. But that is the breakdown on what is in that $149,000.
Right,
Okay.
Sheriff, I couldn't read the date this morning either because I didn't put my glasses on.
It's hard to see. But
From-
what
from
amount
here, I would
goes
need
to
my
their
binoculars.
salary?
I'm sorry?
What amount goes to their salary? Like, what is
So-
their annual
so-
income when they
So
first come on?
October 1, we will just be a hair over
It's 37.
$60,000 starting pay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Also, I want to commend you on your inmate program, and also kind of find out how is that working as far as statistically, once the inmates come back and are engaging in recidivism.
I don't have the exact numbers for you. I have it actually on a different presentation. But I will tell you that across the country, recidivism rate is over 70%.
That's great.
No, that's a bad number.
That's bad?
Across the country, recidivism rate. And our programs, for the inmates that have taken our programs, our recidivism rate, I believe, is 32 or 33%, which is where you want to, the lower the number is better.
That's low.
In there.
Okay.
So our programs are working. Here is really the key to our programs. We can give them all the tools, especially when it's a mental health addiction or a mental health or an addiction issue. They can't go back to their old friends
Right.
because they're not really their friends. They're their addict friend is what they are. And
Yeah.
it brings them right back into it. So the few failures that we've had in our program is because they didn't heed that. Because they have to make a plan before, when they leave our MAT program or our STRIDE program, they have to, it's a 12-week program. At the end for graduation, kind of set up like an AA or NA class. They have to give us their plan. Problem is, we can't make them.
So it
follow
all
that
depends
plan.
on the efforts they put into it.
Correct.
Okay. And one of my last question was regarding the litter here in Palm Coast. Is there any way that we can kind of monitor that more through the sheriff's department? Or is there a program in place or being put in place for that?
So we have two things that we do there. First, it's been reinforced to our deputies. And unfortunately, the element as written by the law, the deputy has to see the individual, okay, throw it out. So if they find trash and it's got a name on it, that's great. Okay, we know at least where to start. If it's a cup on the side of the road because they threw it out, unless the deputy sees it, we cannot make an arrest or issue a notice to appear in court. So I think with this is education. I know you're working on that now, and enforcement. I will tell you that we have a program for our youthful offenders, or pre-offender actually, because if they are incorrigible children, the parent can sign a waiver and put them in there. It's an 8-hour program. It's called SWEAT, Sheriff's Work Ethic and Training. And they have to do a 4-hour community service as part of that during that day, and that is picking up trash.
Okay.
And you'll see them wearing a smock that says sweat on it. So most people won't know what that means because they're probably sweating anyways. Okay, but that's, so we take those youth out there. And sometimes they're sentenced to us by the courts, the juvenile courts.
Yes.
Or pretrial diversion. Sometimes they are kids that aren't listening to mom and dad or the grandparents, and we want to show them it's a modern version of Scared Straight without it being quite as in your face, because that's a little too much in today's environment. But they get to eat a bologna sandwich at the jail. Not really bologna, by the way, it's fake bologna, but we call it a bologna sandwich. They get to listen to a former inmate that has come back and said that if these are decisions that I made as a youthful offender that landed me here, and you don't want to do that. And then there's some other education that occurs, and then they have to do the community service, which is picking up trash.
Okay, and the other thing is, I am looking forward to attending some of the programs, the Sheriff's Citizens Academy, visit to the Green Roof Inn, and also maybe a night tour and volunteering. And I want to thank all of my other council members and the mayor for all their comments. They made great comments, and looking forward to being able to fund our Sheriff's Department along with the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hyder. Councilman Clufus, comments, questions?
Absolutely. First, thank you, gentlemen, for being here this morning. Do you mind going back to the first slide where it shows crimes reported versus the total calls for service? I just got to make sure that I'm fleshing out looking at these charts correctly. It just caught me a little off guard. So here we have crimes for service versus the crimes reported. Could you explain the differential between the crimes reported versus the steady crimes, calls for service?
Sure. So crimes are what's known as, well, it used to be known as Uniform Crime Reporting, which was a federal guideline. Now it's called National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS. And that's, quite frankly, all messed up across the country. But only certain things get reported statistically to the FBI and their CGIS system, crime data, okay? So it has to meet that criteria before it gets reported, and we do report. And then calls for service includes those, but everything else. So it might be a mental health episode, it might be a vehicle crash, it could be a disturbance call that no crime was committed. It could be littering, quite frankly, because that's not reportable to the FBI. It's really probably 90% of our job is in the calls for service and not in the UCR reporting.
That makes sense. And all the reports that we get and that were provided, which I'm sure we all go through, it was my understanding that calls for service are a function of our population growth. Could you just briefly touch on the point why the calls for service haven't increased as rapidly as we would expect between 2020 and 2023? And then if you have projections for 2024?
So let me go to another slide to help explain this. So I think the way I would answer that, Councilman, is that we did have COVID, which did see a drop in calls for service. Certain categories went up, like domestic violence and stuff, but overall calls went down. So I think, that causes a hiccup in a trend line, if you will. And now I think what you're seeing is just a growth in the traffic congestion. All of those are triggering more calls, there's more impatient and so forth. And the best way to explain it, well, it won't show up there. If you look at 2019, then we go to 2021, look at the growth trend of the calls coming into our 911 center. That could be 911 and non-emergency. But we still have to answer those calls. And that's your growth.
Yep.
That's what's occurring, and that's the impact it's having. Not every one of those calls will translate into a dispatched patrol car to a deputy, but by far the majority will. But for example, if we have a bad crash on Interstate 95, 911 center lights up with everybody telling us about the crash. That's only going to translate into one call for service. We might have taken 10 calls for that one.
Gotcha. That's an interesting insight. Next, we were talking about the fatality rates for different, which roads were the most dangerous, which ones had the most fatalities. Do we attribute any of the reduction in traffic fatalities to the addition of the roundabouts?
Well, I don't have statistics to that, other than I can tell you at those locations where we used to have, over the years, a few, this one isn't in your city, I don't think, that I'm going to use as an example. Old Dixie Highway and US 1, okay? That was a very, very dangerous intersection. And DOT came in there, and frankly, I argued with DOT over this. And they said, we know we're not going to reduce crashes. We're going to reduce the severity of crashes. And quite frankly, that's what we have seen at that intersection. Now, I will tell you that, to give you the analysis of the number of crashes, when that was first built just a few years ago, there were 4 palm trees in the center, and it's a raised center. There's 1 palm tree remaining. All the others got knocked down by crashes. So, and DOT did not replace them. So I think their analysis is correct, because their feeling is instead of a T-bone crash, which is more likely to have a fatality, it's now an angled crash, so less serious. But we have had one or two fatalities at roundabouts, but the last one we had at that particular roundabout was an impaired driver, single on a motorcycle, flying northbound at who knows what speed, probably 100. Roundabout got there and he lost control. And so we analyze our traffic incidents and our fatalities. And the hard part in this county is there is no consistent location, reason, time of day, or day of the week. They're all over the place. Now, I can tell you, 95 is number one. I can tell you US 1 is 92, or is number 2. I can tell you State Road 100 is right in there, and the same thing with Palm Coast Parkway and State Road 11. And when I say 100, all the way out to the west side. State roads tend to be our most dangerous and deadly roads, but that doesn't mean it can't happen somewhere else. But a lot of time it's impaired driving. I think 60% of our traffic crashes is distracted driving. If people will just put down the cell phone, it can wait, because they're looking down. And when they're looking down, they're traveling a football field, depending on their speed, in that short period of time.
Understood. Also, are there any programs that the city could potentially collaborate with the county on as far as electrification of any of your fleet vehicles, potentially the non-patrol vehicles? I think that's something that our council might be palatable to if we both have skin in the game where we're trying to explore avenues for cost reduction. I know that's something that we've talked about in the past, but it seems to be applicable in today's world.
So, Councilman, we've actually looked at that.
Yeah.
And here is a problem for law enforcement with the EV vehicles. Unlike a citizen buying it, there's no tax credit that you get, okay? They tend to cost more than my other cars. And when you attach all the electronics into the car, it won't last as long. And some manufacturers, it voids the warranty on those batteries. What we have done to be more environmental friendly is our COP cars now. They used to get old hand-me-down patrol cars, which are gas guzzlers, which are high maintenance. They are all now hybrid vehicles. And so we've tried to find a blended balance that works.
Gotcha. And for posterity, it has nothing to do with going green for me. It has to do with reduction of maintenance costs, elimination of maintenance costs.
I would just like to add that Ford at one time experimented with an EV patrol car. I think they sold one and then they shut it down.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can provide some studies that have been.
But my son-in-law has a Tesla.
Yeah.
That thing flies from the start.
Yeah, and thankfully there's very little maintenance. And next, my final question, is there a possibility, and I think this from the experience sitting up here for the past 8 years, is there ability for our county and our city to work with the sheriff's office to somehow forecast the various crime levels that we anticipate if we were to fund the sheriffs at different funding levels? I know that may sound difficult, but it's something that might provide a good benchmark for councils going forward because we have such a diversity of options as far as funding the sheriff's office in conjunction with our county. Is there anything that you're able to say, hey, if we have a level of service like we were discussing, 70%, this is the reduction in crime that we expect to see, whereas if we were only willing to fund a level of service that was lower than that, this is where we'd expect crime rates to possibly rise to?
So let me answer that and maybe give you an alternative. So my philosophy in the sheriff's office to our employees is no crime is acceptable.
Amen.
And our job is to reduce crime, which we've done a really good job of. So to tie it to that, I wouldn't say is probably good. What I would suggest is that in the joint meetings that we had and your county or city administrator or manager, put a phenomenal study together, is we came up with a call for service level that's more encompassing. And so I would encourage to look at that formula rather than tie it to what's acceptable crime, because I don't think any crime is acceptable. Now, we're never going to get to zero. I'd love it if we could.
Yep.
I could probably go anywhere in the country then, which I don't want to do, by the way. Be a consultant when I ever decide to retire. But I think it's the total calls for service. And you can calculate and look at response times so that as population grows, calls for service come in, whatever kind of call it is. What you don't want to do is have response time dramatically increase, especially on emergency calls.
Understood. Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for coming here this morning. Thank you for keeping the county safe.
Thank you, Councilman. And Sheriff, just as a final comment, you touched on it very, very briefly early in your presentation. Could you just reinforce the necessity, the integral foundation of public safety with regard to the sheriff working with our fire guys, with how important it is that you are collaborative, and that I think that neither agency works well unless both are able to work at the same level. And I'll refer back to the concept, because I heard it from others up here, that we are trying to project and promote ourselves. You are certainly as a model, and I'd like to know that the fire department is up to speed, and you're all able to work very collaboratively, as important as their share is of all that you do.
Sure. So first, let me say, the guys in green really like waking them up at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, but seriously, we have a great relationship with the Palm Coast Fire Department. The beauty in this community is everybody gets along. There aren't these silos of power and between any law enforcement agency here, Bunnell, Flagler Beach, and the 3 fire departments, and we all work together to get it done. And I think that's what makes our community unique, and I think it also makes why we have the quality of life that we have, because we're not worrying about who's king. We're here to get the job done and work together. It's a great partnership.
Very good. Sheriff, with that, we thank you very, very much. I am going to open up public participation.
Can I say one other thing,
please, go
Mayor?
ahead.
So I just want to mention one other thing, since traffic has been a big discussion. After you guys discussed and I read the study and those kind of things, I looked at, well, should I increase our traffic unit? Well, since I've been sheriff, we've increased it 130%. We went from 5 now to a total of 13 dedicated for traffic enforcement. Your better bang for the buck, though, is the 9 deputies plus the 3 from the county. They all have radar, because they'll be equipped with radar, and that way they're handling calls for service, but they can also do traffic enforcement, whereas the dedicated guys for traffic unit are doing strictly traffic enforcement and traffic crashes. So I just want to mention that. And the last thing I want to mention is the next Sheriff Citizens Academy. I would encourage and welcome all of you to attend. Starts on September 10th. It's 6 weeks long, 2 evenings a night. I think you're in it, Mayor. And you will totally understand the sheriff's office and what you're paying for, quite frankly, by attending that, because it is a behind-the-scenes look. And then if you want to ride with a deputy, that's an optional to do that, so you'll see it exactly what we do. And we're much more than just pulling over cars.
Very good. Sheriff, thank you very much. I am going to open up for public participation in general, but you're welcome to stay, but I don't know what your schedule is. So if folks want to comment regarding your presentation, they can. If you're unable to stay, we'll make sure that you get the information as well, so that's up to you.
We'll stay.
But thank you so much. And Chief Strobridge, thank you for attending today. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So with that, I would open up public participation. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the Communications and Marketing Director, who is seated in the back of the room. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point. Avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. So with that, I would open up the podium for public comment.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just for clarification,
yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Are we allowing public comment just on the sheriff's presentation
No,
or
it's
everybody?
general public comment, and I'm including the sheriff because he's here as well.
I would just suggest, so we're not holding them up, can we
Well-
just do it based on their presentation first? And if there's no public comment on their presentation, we can kind of release them?
Okay, I gave
I
him
just
the
don't wanna
option,
hold the
but okay.
sheriff's office.
All right, let's do it this way. So, public participation A, does anyone have public comment regarding the sheriff's presentation? Yes, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
How's everyone doing? Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. First off, I know the comments are supposed to be directed toward you, but Sheriff Staley's here. Congrats on another term, sir. The community looks forward to it. In regards to the traffic studies and the speeding, since the sheriff is here, I have spoken to a lot of residents. They would like to see an uptick in actual enforcement and citations being given, to echo Ms. Pontieri's point. I don't think anyone is necessarily opposed to that. I understand that it poses logistical issues, but funding our sheriffs, even though we're constantly talking about tax increases and how we can lower our taxes, the vast majority of the community agrees we need to fund the sheriff's deputies and make sure that we have the enforcement that we need in the county and in the city. The only caveat that I would add to that is with the funding, I would implore Sheriff Staley and look into it at the council level. With that funding, will we be retaining those deputies specifically in Palm Coast? So if we have to pay $9 million for the additional deputies, will those deputies be servicing Flagler Beach? Will those deputies be servicing Benel? Will those deputies also be servicing the other areas that Flagler County has to also cover? I would just implore that we make a push that, hey, look, if we are paying X amount of dollars, no one seems to have a major issue with that. Let's retain them specifically in the city, barring some major emergency outside of the city limits, obviously, where additional resources are needed.
Leave your information. They'll be able to answer your questions succinctly with details for your specific question.
Awesome.
Would be great.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Very good. Any other members of the public like to address me regarding the sheriff's presentation at this time? Yes, sir.
Ed Fuller, Palm Coast, Honorable City Councilman, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Sheriff, congratulations on your election. Typical University of Louisville graduate. He gets elected, then he comes late. Just kidding. Just kidding. That said, thank you for all your efforts that you make our community much safer. There's no question about it. And and I say this as a University of Kentucky fan and graduate, almost, is that you are a wonderful sheriff. Although I tease you a lot, it's okay. You do have a sense of humor, and that's appreciative in law enforcement. There are a couple things, though. Can you charge a bed tax on the Red Roof Inn? You are the proprietor over there. That's a source of funding we may want to look at. It's possible. I don't know. But the other thing is, and this is on a national level, there was a lot of pandemonium in the schools at the end of the year about these bomb threats. And this is at a very high level. It's a federal level, and not only just a state level. Can you comment, not necessarily what the steps are being taken, but can you comment on a task force or some type of initiative that the government, in collaboration with the sheriffs and law enforcement, is trying to undergo to try to ascertain and stop these absolutely disruptive phone calls that's killing our educational system? And thank you again, Sheriff. I really appreciate it. And like everybody in the law enforcement, please be safe, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, ma'am. Sheriff, I'll come back to you when we finish public comment.
Good morning, council members, Sheriff Staley and Chief Strobridge. Nice to see you. Congratulations on your re-elections. We all feel safer with you in command. I said a year ago that we were understaffed with the sheriff's office, 2.5 for 1,000 residents coming into Palm Coast. I don't believe that 10 additional sheriff deputies is too much to ask for when he could be asking for a lot more. Thank you.
I thank you for your comment. Anyone else like to address yes, sir.
Jeffrey Seib. You know, this year it's very dry right now, and in several weeks we'll be going into our fireworks season, and I don't know if there'll be a ban or anything of that nature, but I know that In previous years, it's been very difficult for the sheriff's office to enforce the fact that fireworks are illegal in Palm Coast or Flagler County. And I would hope that if there is a ban or it's very dry this year, that we can go ahead and enforce this rule however it can be done, because it's very dangerous. It's very, very dry out there, and there is a danger of wildfire. So that's my question and comment, but I think you're doing a great job, Sheriff.
Thank you for your comment. Anyway, yes, ma'am.
Kathy Ostrino.
Pull it towards you.
I'm gonna look over here. I'm fine. I just have a quick question. I'm sure you're familiar with what happened with a firefighter in St. John's. And so I'm just curious, and forgive me if I should know this already. Do we have specific programs for our team, our deputies, our firefighters that can help specifically with the traumas and help them?
Kathy, the sheriff will come up and answer the questions as soon as we finish public comment. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Candace Stevens, Palm Coast. I just want to say Sheriff Staley is the ultimate example of a sheriff's office. I come from Knoxville Police Department. I'm a retired law enforcement, and I was actually looking to come to his department when I first moved here. Broke my hip going to the academy and got nixed out, so. Anyway, he does an excellent example here. He does try to save us money, which I think is awesome. But I too, like Mr. Johnson, have talked to hundreds of residents here. And as you know, traffic is an issue, speeding especially. And coming from the law enforcement background, I can tell you that writing the citation is gonna get you more. You need to find people and get them in their wallet, because it's unsafe here to walk and bike because we don't have sidewalks. So a lot of us bike and walk our dogs and stuff like that. I particularly live on Point Pleasant, where there is a huge development being on one side put in, and on the other side, another one being put in. And when I bought my home, I had half as much traffic as I have on my street now. And I can tell you, I know how to visually estimate speed, and people are going 50 miles an hour down Point Pleasant, about 50% of the time. I've thought about buying my own radar gun to put out front, just to show you guys. So either speed measures, writing tickets, the deputy can sit in my driveway and run radar, I don't care, because the whole neighborhood is upset with all this traffic. Me, myself, also am upset with the traffic. So for one, I just really want to thank you. I think that you're awesome, and I support everything they do, and if I have to pay more taxes for more, I don't mind to pay for that.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Come on up, George.
Yes, good morning, George Mayo, Palm Coast. I'm sure the sheriff is aware of, I just recently was informed by friends and neighbors about trouble that they've had with a roving gang of young teenagers on bicycles terrorizing people at Lowe's and Home Depot and Walmart. And I know they're tough to catch and everything else, and I wonder if the sheriff, if you're using traffic cameras to see where they're coming and going and be able to get somebody. But, you know, to try and chase a teenager on a bicycle can be awful tough, but the situations that have happened, I'm kind of worrisome, you know. That's a quality of life issue, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public like to address the sheriff's presentation at this time? Seeing no one come forward. Sheriff, I'll ask you if you could kind of comment back on what you heard. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Bless you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make this quick. I did take notes here, so hopefully I got it all. As far as the traffic tickets, I just want to make sure everybody understands how the fine structure works. Sheriff's Office does not get any money except for $3 for educational training for deputies for any ticket that's written. The other money is split between the state, the county, and the city, just so everybody knows. It's not like the old days where constables would write tickets because their salary was based on the number of tickets. As far as traffic, to continue with that, in my opinion, three things have to occur simultaneously for us to really impact speed and traffic: enforcement, education, and engineering. You can do one leg of a three-legged stool, won't hold up. That might have been a bad example. I think you used that one time, right? Hope Pierre doesn't beat me up now. But you need at least pieces of all three. When we get a traffic complaint, and if you have one, I would encourage you to go to flaglersheriff.com. On the left side of our website, on the home page, you'll see a traffic complaint. Fill out that form, it goes to our traffic unit, and we do handle and track those and see what kind of activity we get when we're there. But when we get these complaints, and we get consistent complaints, what we do is we have a camera that we put up. It's not a ticket camera, but it's a camera that allows us to track date, time, and speed so that we know when to deploy a deputy sheriff that will be most effective to do the traffic enforcement. So we try to work smarter through data than just say, hey, go sit on this road for the next 3 hours and catch maybe one or two. Okay. As far as the question about your contract and where those deputies are, those deputies are contracted strictly for the city of Palm Coast. They don't go anywhere else. The only exception would be, and it's in the agreement, is if there is a serious emergency somewhere else that's near the city of Palm Coast. They could go there as a backup, and then when it's solved, they go back. But let me just say, when I say dedicated, it's not just the deputies that you see in the green and whites. That's detectives. It's our undercover unit. It's our CSI, and the list goes on and on. Okay, but they are strictly assigned to the city of Palm Coast. There's a question about billing the inmates. Well, we do that. State law regulates on how much we can bill. So we follow that, and we bill the maximum allowed. Collection sometimes is a problem, but what we do, there's a check-in fee, there's a processing fee, if you will, and there is subsistence fee, food and stuff, and we have a third party that gets all that information. They send the bill, they're responsible for collecting, and if they collect, then they get a percentage of that. So it's no cost to the taxpayer to do that, and we try to get money back for that. By statute, we have to give that back to the county commission because they're already funding the jail. Let's see. I wrote down a thing.
I think the only other question I remember, there was a question about an out of area deputy, perhaps. I don't remember the.
No, I've got a couple more here. I was just trying to figure. I wrote down phone calls, and I don't remember what that meant. So let me talk about fireworks since that is coming up, and I totally agree with the gentleman. We are in a county burn ban, and our deputies have been told. In fact, when the county first wrote that emergency order, there was no enforcement provision. And when they sent it to me as a draft, I said, well, this doesn't mean anything. You got to give me some enforcement. So it is a second-degree misdemeanor if we catch you. Here is the problem with fireworks. You have an ordinance that says no fireworks, and that's great. Unincorporated county does not. I think Flagler Beach does, if I remember right. Bunnell does not. For a deputy sheriff to investigate it, we have to catch the person lighting the fireworks. It's not illegal on July 4th, thanks to a law that was changed a couple years ago, to possess fireworks. The violation comes on certain days, like you can't possess them every day of the week, but certain holidays, the legislature loosened the fireworks law, unless there's a city with an ordinance. If I recall correctly, your ordinance doesn't say anything about possessing them. It talks about igniting them. And so we have to see that violation. I still encourage people to call. Just know that's a high volume call because of fireworks. And we have a lot of people moving around, so sometimes responses are delayed because that's a lower priority call in scope of traffic crashes, things like that. on fireworks, but we will handle those calls. The only other exception to that is that the person that witnesses the ignition and the lighting of that firework is willing to give a sworn statement, is willing to testify in court. We cannot make a physical arrest because it's not an exception, but we can file charges with the state attorney's office. Okay, but that takes the complainant, if you will, to be a partner with us on that. There's a question about resiliency training, mental health. We do extensive resiliency training with our employees. In fact, we just did it again just a couple months ago, towards the end of March. And we brought in a speaker, and we have all kinds of programs available. We have the traditional employee assistance programs, but we also have availability of, well, frankly, we have an app that every employee has that they can pull up anytime. We don't know that they're going to it. We don't know who they are. We've tried to make it as private as it can be. We just want them to get the help if they're doing it. And it covers more than just mental health. It covers relationship, finances, 'cause all these things put pressures into mental health and resiliency. So if you were to go into our restroom stalls in the Sheriff's Operations Center and in our district office, there's actually a placard. When you close that stall door, or you're standing there, or you're at the sink, showing you where all the help is. You don't have to ask HR anything. So we've done a lot of that, because that is an issue, and that was certainly a tragedy in St. Johns County. But I don't think any agency is immune from something like that happening, because you don't really know all the pressures sometimes that goes on. But we've done everything we can to make it as easy for employees to get help, and they don't have to tell us. The one lady mentioned from Knoxville, she was going to the academy and broke her hip. It looks like you're healed to me. I'm hiring. And as far as the bikes, I am aware, George, of that group of kids that went around, and we arrested the person that vandalized Holland Park. Bunnell Police just arrested kids that climbed out a grandparent's home the other night and decided to go vandalize some cars and houses in their community, and were arrested. And they got a little, I liked the way Bunnell handled that along with the residents. They didn't want to prosecute. They wanted them to clean up the community. And so the parents agreed to that, and so there was a little old school justice, which is the way I grew up, and I personally like that. And hopefully they'll turn their life away. And the only one I don't remember is what the phone calls were, so I don't remember what that was.
So, Sheriff, again, we congratulate you on your reelection, and I would say, and I would hope City Council agrees with me, that's the most thorough and robust presentation that we have enjoyed, and I appreciate you're willing to take questions from the public. Obviously, they can contact you through our communications department, but I think having that interaction is another example of the model that you are showing to the city, the county, the region, and the entire state of Florida, and beyond that, probably the country as well. So thank you so much for your time this morning. And Chief Strobridge, thank you for your support. So with that, I would continue along with public participation this morning on any item that is not covered in the following agenda. So, yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. I'm Mike Martin. I'm the chair of the East Flagler Mosquito Control District. This is National Mosquito Awareness Week. And if you will excuse me, I'd like to speak to the citizens because I think all of you pretty much know what I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to turn around and...
Congratulations on your reelection, by the way.
Oh, thank you. This is National Mosquito Awareness Week. And the reason we have a National Mosquito Awareness Week is because mosquitoes are the most deadliest animals in the world by most experts' considerations. There is a problem right now in South America with a disease called dengue fever. In March, Brazil had 1 million new cases of dengue just in March. In April, Puerto Rico issued a public health emergency because of all the cases of dengue. There are locally sourced cases of dengue in Miami-Dade County. We want to make everybody aware that you can protect yourselves by doing a few things. Dengue fever is carried by what we call container mosquitoes. They need small protected bodies of water that are stale, that need about 72 hours of movement. So you can all help yourselves by looking around your houses, by removing any standing water around your houses. Doesn't matter where they come from. It could be dog water bowls that are outside. It could be puddles in your yard. It could be bird baths that you don't change the water in. It could be a small inflatable kiddie pool that the kids don't use and you've left it up so it's collect rainwater. If you have any tarps around your house, covering a wood pile, covering a boat, make sure those tarps are taut. Because if there's depressions in there, as little as 1 inch of water can cause mosquitoes to lay their eggs and those eggs will hatch. We try to do what we can to protect you by going out and larviciding and adulticiding, but this is something that you all can do around your own houses. So if you have any questions or any doubts, please go on our website, flaglermosquito.gov. That's one word, Flagler Mosquito, because we have tips on there on how to protect yourselves. And just be proactive. Look around your house. Look around your neighbor's house. Dengue is a terrible disease, but we don't need it to get it here. So just be proactive. Be aware of what mosquitoes like, how they can, what they like to, where they like to lay their eggs, and just be proactive. Make sure you eliminate any sources of standing water that are about 3 days or more old. So thank you very much. We're here to protect you. If you have any problem with mosquitoes, again, contact us. We'll send a technician out. But do what you can to protect yourselves to make our jobs a little bit easier. So thank you.
Mike, we appreciate your presentation, and I will ask City Manager to take excerpts from your presentation this morning and replay those throughout the season on the city website, so that information gets disseminated out to all of the public. So congrats again.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Jeffrey Seib. The only certain things in life are death and taxes. My comments today have to do with the property tax presentation from last week. Reviewing several items really stand out. First, on the chart of millage rate and property tax history, we see that property values in Palm Coast have increased approximately 13% per year from 2020 to 2025. In that time, there has been a 10.6% increase in ad valorem tax receipts. The 2025 rollback millage rate will give us a 13% increase in ad valorem receipts over 2024, and more than the average over the 20 to 2025 period. If these numbers are accurate, then we must go with the rolled back rate. Seniors on fixed income like me and young families with tight budgets may be priced out of Palm Coast because of never-ending property tax increases. Secondly, Palm Coast does not need any proposed new taxes in the form of utility franchise or FPL taxes. We need to live within our means as a family and as a city. Another item is comparing millage rates of Palm Coast with rates in other Florida cities. We don't know their needs, their budgets, their circumstances. For example, the city of Doral is on the list. The median price of a home in Doral is almost $700,000. In Palm Coast, it's $352,000. But the most concerning item in the entire presentation was the population estimate from the Census Bureau that stated Palm Coast will grow by 6,000 residents in 2025. 6,000 new residents in 1 year is 500 a month, almost 20 a day. I spoke to the council recently regarding population growth with a very conservative growth estimate based on the last 10 years. The Census Bureau's statistical models show a vastly different and, to me, very alarming rate of growth. If this population growth estimate is accurate, it means in 5 years we will have 30,000 new residents. Where are they going to go? What are they going to do? What's our model? Jacksonville? Altamont Springs? Lake Mary? The founding members of the city of Palm Coast didn't want this. They pledged to not have this. I know, I was there. Slowing the rate of growth will also slow the tax and fee rate of growth. We need to slow it down. This number is over the top. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Candace Stevens, P-section. If we stop building in Palm Coast will die. I've read that many places, and I've heard that said before. That is because you guys actually depend on our money to run the city. 90-something% of it we pay. The citizens pay more taxes here than the businesses. And you've got to change the charter, the laws, or whatever it is, wherever that's written at. That has to be changed here because eventually you're going to run out of places to build homes. And then what? We can't build anymore, so then we're going to die. It may not be when y'all are here, but I might still be here, and I know my grandkids will be here. So I want to give you a lesson today on the word no. No is not a dirty word. No is something we tell our children when they're about to burn their hand on the stove. No is something we tell our kids, you're not old enough to drink yet. No is not a dirty word. So you need to start saying no right now to some of these things that you're trying to pass because everybody's reading them and everybody kind of knows what's going on now. Too much growth, too fast is causing all of this stuff. And the priorities here are totally backwards. Prioritizing things means you put the most important things first, descending in less importance of order. When we sent all this budget request up to Tallahassee, all the things for out west were up front. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and then some of the flooding issues were addressed near the bottom of the list. All those things got nixed off the list. The governor vetoed almost all those asks that we had, but still is allowing the westward expansion to progress. We all want to know why. Why is that? Why was the infrastructure not put towards the top of the list? You yourself said that our infrastructure is 30 years, 50 years old. It's well past due. Why were the priorities backwards when we went to get the money? There's no secondary plan now that we didn't get the money. What are we going to do now? Now you guys are going to try to put an FPL franchise fee, tax us here a little, tax us there a little, add it all up, and it's a lot. I used to be a police officer, and I am on a disability pension. And I also work part-time, and I can't work anymore because of my body. So people like me need you to learn how to say no. It's not a bad word. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. So just to backtrack a little bit to Sheriff Staley's presentation and to add on to the problems with the growth. We were told that with all this growth, the impact fees were going to cover things, that it was going to pay for itself, that it wasn't going to be placed back on the residents. Well, I just listened to a presentation where said that we're only basically paying $17,000 on a $60,000 car. So the new growth did not pay for itself because the impact fees were not properly assessed the first go around, and now it is coming back on the residents. Mind you, that's just not what the Sheriff's Department. That's our fire department. That's our public works. That's our water team. That's our swale team. All of this growth is taxing the hell out of the people that have been here. And furthermore, the new people that are buying in that don't realize what they're paying into a broken system. Coupled to that, we have an additional $25,000 homestead exemption that's being proposed, which is going to pose major sources of funding challenges for our local government. Mayor, you have put us so far behind that it isn't even funny. And the residents, quite frankly, don't know what to do because for the past year and a half, we've been coming up here saying the same things over and over, and you're finally hearing the results of that. So keep on doing the good work.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Donna Kaler, E-section. I hope y'all are getting tired of seeing me come up here beating the same drum, and I'm gonna do it again. Y'all need to learn how to take care of what we already have. We don't need to go west. You need to take care of the roads we have, the utilities we have, what we already have. Maintaining it, I heard somebody say in a previous meeting that we had a road emergency. How ridiculous is that? That we have a road emergency when it should have been budgeted in all along the way, and it wasn't. Inadequately, you weren't planning for the growth that you're creating. This isn't growth, this isn't progress. This is nothing but urban sprawl with no end game plan in place. It's ridiculous. And you keep coming back to the citizens for more money. You're doing it again. I'm on a fixed income. Lots of folks here are on fixed incomes because these meetings take place during working hours, so working folks can't be here. Since I've been here 4 years, my utilities have increased 35 to 40%. That's an extra $70 a month out of my pocket just to keep the lights on and the water flowing. Now, that's not in usage because I'm not using that much more water or electricity. It's in fees. Enough with the fees. You cannot keep feeing and taxing the people because people are already leaving Palm Coast because they can't afford it. Yet the urban sprawl continues. The impact fees are coming in, and pretty soon that well is going to dry up too, and you're going to end up with a ghost town, a giant ghost town. It's not sustainable. You guys have to change your track. You can't continue building what you can't take care of. Again, it's the same drum I've been beating. Take care of what we already have. Sheriff Staley, congratulations.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please, George.
Yes, good morning again, George Mayo. The problem with fireworks is maybe the city ought to just pass a resolution not allowing the sale of fireworks in the city of Palm Coast. These pop-up tents that come up twice a year, we get a couple $100 maybe for a permit fee, and what does it do for everybody else? Creates noise and possible fires. The governor just recently, all the projects and veto pen that he used, Palm Coast lost $4 million for drainage improvements at Colbert and Blair, $5 million for the rapid infiltration basin expansion, and $1 million for the expansion of waste treatment facility number 1. Are these projects going to be put on the back burner, or are we just going to have to foot the bill ourselves when they go forward? The other thing concerning a burn ban currently in place, I speak on that only in the extent that I would like to see there be a workshop and a resolution passed. When developers come in, I've seen it on Roberts Road, which of course is Flagler Beach, but I've seen it over on Royal Palms Parkway and the developments going up on the west side of US 1. They come in clear 100 acres, 200 acres. They come in, cut and harvest the trees, take them out. And then what they do, instead of for individual lots, they would stump out and take that to a facility that chips them up. Well, what they do is they stump these trees. They're full of moisture from being in the ground, and they just burn them. And these things burn for days, weeks, even possibly. And neighbors in that general area, it decreases their air index. It gives them pollution. You can't go out in your lanai or in your yard or your pool because you're smelling these stumps burning. Ban these developers from burning these stumps. Make them take them away like they would on one family lot. The cost of hauling these away, yeah, they're saving a couple dollars, but it really comes down to greed. They're trying to save a couple $1,000s. So all these huge projects where they just burn them, you could drive up and down, you'd see them, they smolder, they smolder, they smolder, just keep increasing pollution. So I would like to see a permanent ban on these developers from stumping, having these big piles of stumps. 50 years ago when I was in construction, we used to pile up the stumps, pour diesel fuel on there because it's more oily than gasoline, which would just let them burn and burn and burn. And for the neighbors in the area where they're doing this, it can't be pleasant. You have to smell this all the time. Just make these developers, LLCs, builders, landowners, whatever you want to call it, fill in the blank, to stop burning these stump piles and have them taken away. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
John Furlong, the L section. Good morning, Mayor, Council. So many things are running through my mind. I'm so sorry it's been a while since I've been here and addressed the City Council. It was almost a year ago. We were talking about having a city audit. I actually came up here and I have the email from the auditor from the state explaining how we go through a process of getting a city audit. When I left here, it was agreed that there'd be an audit done for Palm Coast. It's 8 months later, and I don't see any result of that. And I'd like to get an answer of why that hasn't happened yet. We do have an ability as citizens of Palm Coast to basically demand one through the state. If I don't see another result or any feedback from you, sir, I'm going to proceed with that through the citizens. Okay, actions speak louder than words. As we're all hearing right now, we hear the same rhetoric over and over and over again, and nothing happens. So I understand later in the agenda, the FPL thing has raised its ugly head again. And people do 90% of the things properly every day, and everyone gets no credit for doing the right thing all the time. It's only when you have a disagreement that people get very combative. It's not where I want to go because it's wrong. People have different ideas, different opinions on how to proceed and to get things done for the people. Understand that. But I'm at the point now where, actions speak louder than words. I've researched and I've looked up the lawful notification of corrective action and preventative maladministration. It's basically a notice to the city council or any public official who's been elected, who has taken an oath, or a job. Depends on an oath type belief that you're there to work for the people. It basically states, I'll just go to the last paragraph. When government servants betray the trust bestowed upon them, their removal becomes not only necessary, but a safeguard for the integrity of the governance. I think it's at the point now that the people have to stand up against this. You get told, don't build, put a moratorium, traffic problems, budget problems. Like I say, 90% of the things you guys do are great, and you, with the heart. We appreciate that. But it's at 10% that you're not listening, and it's really going to come to a head. Please, for the love of God and our families, listen to what one lady said. It's okay to say no and slow things down. So thank you for your time. Everyone, next time you're up in New York and in the Kingston area, let me know. We'll go up.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Ms. Michael, W section. I was asked a question the other day, and this pertains you, Mr. Mayor.
Could you just bring the mic just a little bit closer, please? Thank you.
It says I was looking at some questions the other day, and this was about you. And being a resident of Palm Coast, I wanted to ask you, you're giving us all these different things that you're putting on our taxes. You want to do our FP&L bill now. I'm on a limited budget. All right, I had to talk to family members because last month I was ready to sell. But then I said, why should I give the city the benefit if I sell my home? Because honestly, my taxes are only $1,100 because I have a small home. But if I sell my home, I can sell my home for a lot of money, which then would give you more taxes. That's keeping me from selling my house. I won't give you that satisfaction of charging somebody $3,000 to $4,000 a month taxes. I'm sorry. But they said, well, what does your mayor pay for property taxes? I go, I don't know. So somebody had said, well, he don't pay city taxes. He's zoned agricultural because he has horses. So our mayor is putting all these taxes on us that he might not be paying because he's zoned agricultural. Well, does he have a, what do you call it, a farm where he's growing food and selling it or whatever? Or does he have cattle or things that he's selling for agricultural? No, he raises horses for show. So does that really qualify him for agricultural taxes? And these are things that I think the city of Palm Coast, the residents, should be asking. Or is he grandfathered in? How did he get grandfathered in? But if I'm going to be paying these taxes, and do you have well water or do you have city water? Because if you're agricultural, well, you have well water. Are you paying city water? Are you going to get these extra taxes that we are getting? Are you getting these extra property taxes stuff that we are getting because you're agricultural? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Leslie Johnson, Palm Coast. Thank you for letting me come up here and speak with you. One thing that's been on my mind a little bit is sustainability. We heard Ms. Stevens just a few moments ago quote a friend of yours who said that the business of Palm Coast is building. Without building, Palm Coast will die. Okay, that's fine, but there are people who will still be here. And we need, and I understand you're going to have a presentation on bringing more commerce, more business, so that people can come here and survive. However, they need more than a gasoline station. They need more than working at Publix. We have a lot of single parents, single people. They need a double, triple income of what they can make at minimum wage. So we need to begin to think about that as you begin to progress. Building, as has been said many times, is unavoidable. A city that's growing. We're young. You are going to build. We understand that. But what we understand is that it takes more than a house being built to survive for a lot of people to live. And so we have to begin to think about that as well as taking care of our infrastructure and other needs and things like that. I look forward to that presentation later if I'm able to stay. But finally, the biggest important thing, I think, is there's a man in this room who has spoken on many different types of solutions, including bringing more business. We have to be more active. There have not been very good, how shall I say it, decisions made on who is running this city and who is making the decisions, who is answering the phones, who is doing what. The decisions made by these people who are unqualified, inexperienced, need to change so that we can bring sustainability to this great place that we call home, the great place that drew a lot of us here. So please consider that, continue that thought in mind as you help progress and make this city what people have dreamed it could be. Thank you for allowing me
Thank
to
you for your
speak.
comment, yes. Are there any additional speakers that would like to address me at this time on items that do not appear later in the agenda?
Good morning. Marilyn Mack, the F section. My question to the City Council and Mayor this morning is who is saving tax dollars here for us? I've lived here for 12 years. I've never seen any savings out of this city. That particularly applies to your procurement processes, regulations, and laws that you all have. For 12 years, I've watched. I never came up here and spoke because I had a lot of health issues and I didn't want to do it at that time. But as of today, specifically, there's no one here saving any money. It's just spend, 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 spend the tax dollars and then refer that money to get it back because there's fiscal malfeasance. It's not used where it's supposed to be, like taking care of our infrastructure and the things that need to be maintained for wellness of life. I just don't understand it. I don't understand why we have an entirely full purchasing department, and by your display today, by them getting that award, and who you brought up here for their staff, there's no contract manager. Why? Because that means nobody knows contract. They're just all paper pushers and admin. You actually showed that today in your presentation. They're all admin. Highly paid, but they're all admin. So nobody's doing any actual contract work, even though they're highly paid procurement people. Or no, admin people, excuse me. I'd really like to have that answered, because I don't see any savings. That's part of the problem. Us in our lives, we have to live by our own finances. You all need to live by the finances that are provided to you all via our tax dollars. And you're actually mandated by that by law. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else like to address me at this time? Yes, sir.
Good morning, City Council. I'm Paul Clare from Palm Coast, B section. I'm a little bit disturbed at what's going on here with this franchise tax and the concept that you've now got that you're going to have a non-binding. Why would it be non-binding? If we don't want it, and we fought this for a year now or more, and why would you not want to make it why would you want to make it non-binding, that you're going to go along and throw out this little tidbit to us that we're going to have a vote on it, and we won't accept the franchise tax. But just because you voted for it now doesn't mean we're not going to sneak it in the back door, the way other things have been stuck in the back door here already. We need to stop this, and you've heard already from a lot of people that are upset about what's going on with the taxing and everything else here. And I just want to add my voice to this, that we need to stop trying to finagle how we're going to get things through, because that's not honest politics. That's very dishonest politics. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional speakers? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Angela Dawson, The Frontier. Can you hear me? Okay. I didn't think we were allowed to talk about the franchise tax at this point, so I don't know.
I let it go, correct, but it's a future agenda item, so I'm trying to help everybody here get their statements out.
Okay, I'll make it quick.
Thank you.
I concur with the gentleman who preceded me about the non-binding portion of this. I think if you're going to go to the taxpayers and ask us to vote on a resolution, have faith in us that we will come up with a good solution. We voted for you, so we must have common sense. Take out the part about the non-binding, because why would anybody show up to vote for this if it's like you can just decide to just throw it out the window? So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I thank you for your comment. Anyone else in the public like to address me at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment, and I will ask city council members, does anyone want to comment at this time? We have an agenda item coming up, so I would ask you to kind of defer to that.
I want to just comment on
Go
a
ahead.
public comment. Someone asked about the audit. I just want an update from our city manager, please.
Sure. Mayor and City Council, you completed your evaluation of the two firms. We are in the details of scheduling that presentation on the education of the forensic audit for August. We discussed it yesterday at our agenda meeting. It should be on your agenda worksheet at your next meeting.
Could you also, just real quick, since it was 7 months ago since the participant had been here, can you just, for posterity, remind everyone that James Webb has completed our state-mandated audits, and they presented everything to us and the public?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Clufus. The city does do an annual audit each year. Those results came in front of you, I believe, sometime in February or March.
Councilwoman Pontieri?
Yes, thank you. I want to specifically address the appropriations comments. I agree with our residents, and I agree with the sentiment that we really need to prioritize current infrastructure in our city. We have, as we've all heard so many times, a new city with old bones, and quite frankly, we need to start tending to that. I'm excited about the sports complex that we are trying to build out west. I think it's needed for the community. It can be a great commercial launch pad. We know that we need the fields. We are trying to attract young families, and this can be a really good economic catalyst for us to even out the tax base, which we all need, because right now 90 to 92% of our property taxes are coming on the backs of our homeowners. So we need the commercial. We absolutely do. But we also need water. We need roads. We need capacity specifically. I have been in touch with several residents over the past, I would say, 2 months who have green water. And I commend our water department, our utility department. They do a fantastic job. But we have to give them the tools to do that job. And tools take money. And unfortunately, we don't have the ability to continue to tax. We don't want to continue to tax our residents. That's why we go to the state legislator for large, expensive infrastructure projects for things that we need in our community. I have in my hands P section, green water, Woodlands, green water, Indian Trails, green water. This is not indicative of our water being unsafe, and I want to be very clear about that for our friends in the media and for our residents. As a matter of fact, there was a news release that we, the City of Palm Coast, put out regarding this exact issue that stated, hey, residents, don't worry, this is not an issue. It says, the City of Palm Coast is actively responding to the challenges posed by the current dry conditions, which have led to significantly increased water usage and heightened demands on our water supply. As a result, residents may notice change in the color of their water, particularly throughout the summer months. It goes on to say that it's important to emphasize that this does not compromise the safety of the water supply. But this does not meet our level of service. I don't want green water. You all don't want green water. I know our staff doesn't want to give you green water. This is one of the reasons we asked for capacity improvement appropriations at the state level. But for some reason, our lobbyists, the Southern Group, either didn't prioritize properly, they didn't advocate properly for us, or for some reason, the governor found water infrastructure to be an inappropriate ask for us. Now that I don't believe, because during the presentation, when we first determined what our priorities were going to be, there were a couple things that were stated, and this was during the August 8th workshop. At 2 hours and 29 minutes, we were told that our appropriations asks were put in no particular order. I asked specifically a minute later, I want to make sure that the appropriations asks are in order of no priority, and then that was confirmed. The exact statement was, no ma'am, we will work equally through them and be as successful as we can. Actually, Mayor Alphen then asked, hey, why are we putting forward the water capacity appropriations at this time? Do we have a confidence that these will be granted? And the specific response was that the governor is very supportive of water and water capacity projects. So I'm not naive. I don't think anybody out there is naive. You may not understand completely how the sausage is made in Tallahassee, but you can't just present a bevy of things that you're asking for without prioritizing something. So at some point, our lobbyists had to have said, hey, we want to prioritize X, Y, Z out of all of the projects that were put forth. And it is my assumption that the Road West was prioritized. And if that was done, it was done not at the request of this council. And that's a problem. So because of that, I am moving to not renew the Southern Group's contract. They had a 3-year contract with us from 2021 to 2024. And then there were 2 one-year options to extend their contract. I'm making a motion to not extend their contract and to go out to RFP for a new group because A, they either didn't do their job sufficiently or they took it upon themselves to prioritize things that they shouldn't have. So that's my motion.
So I appreciate the motion, and I was thinking about this a lot as well when I specifically saw the different vetoes that came from the governor. I think this is an opportunity that we hold Southern Strategy accountable and we bring them back into us and say, hey, what actually happened here, so that we can know, how the sausage is made in Tallahassee. Because if you go down the different things that got vetoed off, I mean, if you look at Bunnell's vetoes, I mean, that was all water related too, and utility expansion, and he vetoed all of them. And I'm sure that those were prioritized as the top priority. So I think this is a chance where we get Southern Strategy, we sit them right back in that chair when we told them, here are our priorities in no particular order. This is what we're trying to accomplish. Let's have them come here and say, hey, here's why they got vetoed.
Can I make a suggestion, since
Please, Vice
you
Mayor.
brought up a very good point here, without a doubt. Before we make a motion to terminate them and find a new group, should we schedule them for a workshop to do what Mr. Lufus suggested?
So we have a motion, hold on, yeah, we have a motion. I do need to add one other thing, just.
Sure.
We did this year collaborate with the county in terms of our appropriations. Now, I'm not up to speed to be able to decide how that plays into the conversation. I think it lends us, I think there has to be a discussion, obviously, to understand. You've made a motion, so what I would ask, if it's appropriate.
Well, I'll second her motion for
So,
discussion.
all right, so I have a motion and we have a second.
Right.
So now for discussion. And the only other thing I would ask with regard to the motion, is there a timing on your motion? I think that would be important.
Well, I mean, I think
If
that.
we're going to discussion, if there's going to be more discussion to solicit, what's the story here, guys?
Yeah, I would defer to acting city manager on timing. I mean, I think we were able to get a firm for the city manager position pretty quickly, so I don't think that we would have a problem getting a lobbyist, or at least going out to RFP for a new lobbying group. But as far as time goes, I mean, the reason I can appreciate wanting to bring them back, but they're just going to, and no pun intended, they're just going to lobby for themselves. I mean, we know what they're going to say. It's not our fault. He nixed a bunch of things. And you're correct. I'm looking at Flagler County's project where they nixed the water treatment expansion. What really burns me about this, though, Councilman Clufus, is that we were actually appropriated. We asked for $35 million for water treatment, number one, capacity expansion. We got $1 million. And then that was nixed. That was vetoed. So out of $35 million that we asked for, we were only appropriated $1 million, and then that was vetoed. So I think we know what they're going to say, and so I don't know, and we're going to waste time by bringing them back as well, when, to your point, Mayor, we are on a time crunch, because before you know it, we're going to need to work on our appropriations for next year. So I understand wanting to bring them back, hear from them, but what are they going to say? Yeah, we could have done better, we didn't do such a great job, so please don't, or please renew our contract. I just think it's timely right now. We have the option to renew for a reason. I don't think that they performed sufficiently. So I just think that the time is right to go ahead and look for another group.
I do have a question for our city manager, perhaps, or maybe you. How long have we used this group for?
Well, the contract was from '21, so at least since then, I believe we used them for a session prior to that, but I'm not sure. We'd have to pull those records.
Do we know what their track record of success is? I mean, this is obviously not a success.
We are looking at the last 5 years and getting that information as they've helped us through the appropriation. So as soon as that information is compiled, we
So
can get it to
to
you.
support Councilman Pontieri's motion, and just in terms of discussion, if we were to vote as a majority in favor of the motion, that wouldn't, should we have a change of heart and they did come forward with the historical information or whatever, that wouldn't preclude them from reapplying for the job, right? I'm just asking the question.
I wouldn't think so. There's nothing in the contract
Yeah,
that says that.
so I'm thinking that I don't have a problem with the motion, but that's me. I think Councilman Clufus.
So here's my thing, is Councilwoman Pontieri, you said that you are assuming what happened up there. Why don't we actually have them here to clear up the assumptions? I think that there's a responsibility for us to figure out what happens so that we can prevent this in the future. I would concur that we definitely didn't get everything that we wanted, and classifying it as not a success. I would like to hear from their mouth to us that it was not a success. I know they represent a bunch of different entities in Tallahassee. I think it's important for us to look in totality for anything that might seem out of place for other municipalities or counties, because I want to make sure that they didn't have a tit-for-tat type scenario where an agent represents a bunch of different people, and if you veto this, then you can give other client Y. I think it's irresponsible of us not to have them come before us after we've paid them all this money to determine whether or not they were successful or not. We don't know the exact process. I know this because we said that this is led by assumptions, but I don't think a time-based, a temporal ceiling being put on this, I don't think is appropriate. I mean, we take a lot of time to go over a lot of things. I think that this is one of the more important things. If we want to understand how appropriations actually work to be successful into the future, to be able to get these utility projects funded, I think that's critical information.
Okay, and then okay, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hyde, your comment?
I think that I agree both with Councilwoman Pontieri, and Nick makes some very valid points that maybe we should have them come back here. However, with the track record being said, I think I'm more apt to agree with Councilwoman Pontieri and remove them.
And the other, if I may, the other question I would have is, I'd like to know, and I don't have this understanding just yet, that we could for sure do better. In other words, if we're going to move forward in this direction, I would think it would behoove us to be, obviously we'd all want to raise the bar and make sure that I know there are no guarantees, but that we could assume that our success rate in the lobby area would be better in the future. That would be the engine, the reason for doing this. So I don't know, other than moving forward, how we could delve into that and assure ourselves that we can get folks that will comply with our demands more closely.
I don't think we could do any worse. So I agree with that. But again, the assumption part, and yeah, I know we all make assumptions, and your assumption could be very, very correct, by the way. But the assumption part is a little concerning. I did have a question also for our city manager. Do we know who else these folks lobby for?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't have that list, but we can gather that information for you.
And that, to me, would be important, because if they're lobbying for other outside entities and doing well, or getting what those folks want, but not getting what we want, that concerns me too. I would like to see, can we get these people back here at our next meeting, by any chance? Even though it's a budget meeting, if we could just make an exception and slip them in?
I do know that our lobbyist, Laura Bomer, is out of town this week.
So let me ask this. There certainly would be no reason why we couldn't individually, as city council members, have one-on-ones, be it via Zoom or whatever. Should we have questions that get us closer to the finish line? Should anybody choose to want to do that? I would think that's not outside of a reasonable ask, especially if we have a motion like this, which has been seconded, we're going to vote on in just a moment. It would seem to me that that's not an extraordinary request.
Yeah, and again, if everything you're assuming is correct, and I understand, look, we just have the fact that they failed us too. I'm fully in support of finding another group to represent us. But I would like to at least give them one opportunity. And yes, they'll be lobbying for themselves, but we'll be asking the questions, and they can lobby all they want. I mean, we're going to be like, tell us honestly, what did you push for? What didn't you push for? And why should we keep you? And we probably won't keep them, I think. But I'd also like to know who else is available out there that we can replace them with.
Well,
that's a concern, I think.
Yeah, and if I may, because I do want to respond, and I get it. I am making an assumption that certain things happened in Tallahassee, but here's what I will tell you. I spoke to people who are in Tallahassee, and they have stated you have to go there and present 2 or 3 things that you absolutely want. You have to prioritize. My biggest issue, we were never approached and said, hey, in Tallahassee, they really want us to prioritize a couple things. If you guys had to list those things, what would they be? We were never asked that question by the Southern Group. I have a very large problem with that, and I have when I specifically ask, be honest with me, tell me, how does it work up there? Do we need to list these things? And I am told no numerous times. That's where I think I really have a problem. So yes, to an extent, there's an assumption, but that's what happens up there. I think that they should be given an opportunity to come here and speak to us, but I don't think that should affect the way that we vote today, because they are going to vie for themselves. Now, here's what I will also say. Competition breeds better product. So they're welcome to submit another RFP to try to be our lobbyists again. But I do think that we will find a company not only that will give us better results, but that knows we will hold their feet to the fire. And I think that's very important as well. So I appreciate the comments. I'm glad we're having this discussion, but my stance remains.
Just repeat your motion for us, just so we're clear.
Real quick though, as well, so the people who you have discussed this with, are you saying that the governor had the budget with the order of our priorities specifically listed, and then he chose to only take the higher priority items?
I'm not saying that I know exactly what, that the governor was given a list of the Palm Coast, hey, these are the top 3.
So how did the
But
priority-
when negotiating is going on in Tallahassee, and we have
Governor
certain
level?
representatives that are advocating for our city, and listen, I want to be very, very clear too. Our state representatives, Representative or House Speaker Renner, Senator Hudson, they have done wonderful things for our county. And again, this will be a great economic catalyst for us in the future. I have a problem fundamentally with what happened without us being kept in the loop and without us being considered and spoken to. Without them coming back and saying, hey, the governor is really looking at nixing $1 billion from the budget because he wants to really forward fiscal conservatism. So, hey, if you guys had to rank things, what would you do? That was never communicated to us. And I'll tell you this, someone in the news got word that was going on because I read about it. And it scared me. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, not to mention our YMCA went too, and Tom Leak fought for that YMCA for us, and it went out the window as well. So I have an issue, not so much with the end game, but with what happened on the way there when we were not communicated to, and I feel like left out of the loop, and I feel like decisions were made for us that maybe shouldn't have been.
Okay.
So that's more the issue.
So just if
I feel like the process needs to be clarified by Southern Group when they come here to explain how exactly this works. Because when we switched lobbyist groups, we had Mr. Bell, I believe was his name. Now, the problem back in 2017 or 2018, whenever we switched lobbyist groups, he was a Democrat. He couldn't get a meeting at the state. We had a Democratic lobbying group, couldn't get a single meeting. Now, there could be an advantage to having Southern Strategy as our lobbyists because they represent so many strong governmental bodies and politicians. There is a strong correlation between who represents you and what you get done. And I have a problem with the way that you're analyzing the governor's interaction with our lobbying group, that maybe they did have the opportunity to come back to us and say, hey, the budget is on the governor's desk and that this is how he's leaning, so be aware that these things could potentially happen. Bless you. But I think that it is so important right now. We are basing all of this on what ifs and maybes, that they had an opportunity to come back and redefine our expectations for expectation management, but we are saying ready, fire, aim before we understand what exactly happened. I haven't seen the urgency to move on an item without having the counterparty's input like this in any amount of time. I think this is a much larger and potentially has repercussions. What if Southern Strategy Group, you're saying fire Southern Strategy Group, what if they are representing some of the largest players in the state and you are unintentionally, I don't want to say hamstringing, but potentially hamstringing the city's future asks because we're treating a lobbyist group this way?
So if the question, I don't think that that's an unfair question. I think that it's an unfair proposition that we could be placing ourselves in because of the politics of things, and I get it. It's the reality of things. But on the same token, I also think that if they think they're untouchable or they're unfireable or that their contract is automatically going to be renewed, then what is their incentive to do what we've asked and to work hard for us? If they think they're invincible, then they're going to say, meh, okay, well, we lost XYZ, but they'll probably renew our contract anyways, so, it doesn't hurt us. Now, I don't think that they want to fail. That's not what I think. It's just my opinion that the way that this happened, and I'll be honest, I wasn't exactly thrilled with our appropriations last year, but I wanted to see the legislative process all the way through prior to bringing these things up. So this isn't something that's brand new, it's just that now I've seen the entire process from start to finish, and I'm not satisfied with it.
Vice Mayor?
Can we do this motion, which, again, I'm not happy with these folks and their poor results either, with a timestamp on it?
You mean
Meaning-
table it?
No, don't want to table it. Don't want to table it, saying that, unless you present something otherwise at a certain date, we have voted not
Well,
to
we've
review.
already,
I don't know
I
if we
think
can-
we've already agreed that this would trigger an RFP process, and
Right.
we've agreed that they could participate in that, so you'll get they'd have every opportunity that anybody else does.
In that case-
But we could then discuss process and procedure much more specifically, and
another-
perhaps...
look at the other firms that
no,
are
and
out there.
perhaps write that into the contract. In my understanding, that process and procedure at that level doesn't exist. It's kind of something that's missing, perhaps, in terms of communication. Historically, communication has been kind of through staff and not on a level with city council. At least that's my recollection. Nick, you've got the history here. So certainly, my opinion in terms of a future RFP would be that be corrected for the future.
I agree, because I've had to affirmatively reach out to staff in the Southern Group and ask for updates and ask what's going on, ask for legislative guidance, whereas, I think that we should be updated probably more periodically as to how things are going.
Especially if it looks like some of the stuff we want isn't
So-
going to make it.
Yeah,
I agree
so
with that.
I feel like there's a consensus here, so if you all don't mind, I'll go ahead and
And just
call
one
the
other
vote.
question, when
Yeah.
is their contract over?
At the end of this year, at the end of this fiscal year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm good with this.
So does anybody need a repeat on the motion, Nick?
We're
And then hold on,
losing
Counselor, I'll
value.
get you.
We're losing value by not allowing them to come in here and explain the process to us.
Do you, okay, make your
I don't
make
think
your
I have any.
point.
I think it's a 4-1 here. You guys are wanted to fire somebody without an exit interview to say, hey, what actually went wrong? I just think that's a premature step. I'm not happy with the process either. We had a lot of things that were promised to us through the appropriation step.
Are you not satisfied with them being able to be competitive like anybody else to come back to us? Does that not cure your issue?
No, absolutely. For them to be able to reapply, I think that's
Yeah.
completely fine. But we should bring them in here and ask these kinds of questions with them here to be able to respond and then fire them.
What has their track record been in the past?
Pretty, I mean, it is, the lobbying landscape it's intricate in Tallahassee, and there's a lot that goes into who represents who, and it's a bigger macro picture than just Palm Coast.
If they came back, we say we approve this motion, and 2 weeks later, they come back here and they razzle and dazzle us, we could undo this motion, correct?
Those that vote in favor of it can, yes.
Okay,
But-
so, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's not, I don't think that's
I
that's
don't-
not a correct way forward. It's like
Probably
either
not.
you're backing the motion. So I'm going to say, and Nick, I understand, Councilman Clufus, I understand your point. If I thought that we could get them here in a reasonable period of time, because I think Councilwoman Pontieri is completely correct. I mean, we shoot ourselves in the foot if we get behind the 8 ball with the new set of appropriations to be considered relatively soon as we work through the budget process. I think I would defer, but the fact that they have every right to up their game and participate competitively in a new process, I think that's enough for me.
Let me ask one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't want to go down this road, but who would you say on staff, acting city manager, is most coupled to the lobbying process? Probably Jason, who is not here today. Why are we making motions on things that we can't have input, at least from our staff, on?
Okay, I hear that. He's on vacation. It's not like this was planned.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying this was
I'm
planned.
reacting to this happening. I would like to keep Mr. De Lorenzo out of it, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so anyway, so back to the business at hand. We have a motion.
So I'll add one
with
more.
a second.
I'll add one more thing. Sometimes when you terminate somebody, which I've had to do, because they have failed to complete whatever the task or the mission was. Sometimes you don't have to sit down and give them all of the reasons, other than you have failed. And so that's kind of where I'm at with this. Now, if they can come back and convince us to rehire them when we put the RFP out, great. But until then, I support this.
Well, let me ask this, because this might cure a lot of concerns. The contract is up for renewal on October 1st. Is that correct, Acting City Manager? You said the fiscal year?
I believe it, September 30th, yes.
Okay. So technically, we're not terminating them. We're voting to not renew the contract.
Right.
A motion, they could come back and, like we all said, razzle and dazzle. A motion could still be made to renew the contract as of October 1st, because we're not terminating them. I'm simply saying, I don't want there to be a blemish on the Southern Group's record that we terminated them. I'm simply saying, I think we have an option for a reason, just let's not renew. But
Motion?
no, it's not a different motion.
It's the motion, I believe, not to renew, right?
Not to renew, on October 1st. So
I think the motion, I just want to be clear on the motion. I think we changed the word just a little bit. So if you would repeat the motion, and then I need a second.
Sure, my motion
you.
is to not renew the contract for the Southern Group on October 1st.
And I second it.
Okay. And that is a different motion than what was
And
presented
I
before.
apologize, that was the intent.
Sure. Still, I'm not certain how to dive into that. We don't want to have Jason involved in this process when he's the guy who's involved in this process. If you want to shed more light on that, heavy foreshadow, unsure. But
I don't want Jason DeLorenzo to be blamed, okay? So I'll be very transparent. I do not want him to be blamed because he is our main contact with the Southern Group. The Southern Group had a job. The Southern Group is our lobbyist. And all I don't want is for Mr. DeLorenzo to be thrown under the bus because he is our main contact with the Southern Group. So that's the reason.
And the motion is specific to the Southern Group.
Correct.
So that's what's confined to. Counselor, you wanted to weigh in?
No, I was going to bring up that there was talk of changing the motion. You've already clarified that, so I'm good.
Okay.
Sure. Can we still get them in here? I mean,
I don't think we know the answer to that. I mean, your point is well taken. Personally, I think the way the motion is stated,
Councilwoman Pontier, do you suspect that the Southern Group would blame Jason?
No, I don't think that they will, but we know what happens with the media and the public if there's a connotation that Mr. DeLorenzo may have had any part in what was prioritized or what was advocated for, and I don't want that.
Okay. Can we have the acting city manager maybe shed some light on this process, if there's any? If not, we can continue forward, but maybe just a little insight or light from that side of the process?
Sure. So Jason, as Chief of Staff, part of his duties and responsibilities is to handle the legislative priorities with you as City Council, and then he acts as the go-between between City Council and the lobbyists. There were weekly meetings with the lobbyists that Jason would be on from time to time. He and this previous city manager did go to Tallahassee and talk about various projects. I did while we were in this discussion, pulled up the Southern Group's current contract. Just for some clarity and background, they were the only company that submitted a bid back in 2020 whenever the contract went forward. And so whenever we do go back out to RFP, just wanted to have that in the back of your minds for consideration. So just some sort of next steps for staff is what I'm hearing is if this motion passes, then we as staff would put together a draft scope so that we make sure we're meeting the mark of expectations and then bring that back to City Council for approval before it goes out on the street.
And obviously, before that preempts a renewal of any kind.
Yes.
Okay.
And just,
and I'm sorry, Nick, just one thing, and then you go. And the only other piece of information, which I think is incredibly important that we've not able to discuss today, is, performance over the last several years. I can't quantify the number of dollars that have been lobbied for. I just don't know, and I'm really uncomfortable pointing the finger so strictly. Process, I got it, but I like to balance process with what was delivered. I just don't know the answer to that. But I am willing to move forward under the motion that you have offered up, because I think that levels the playing field, gives everybody a fair chance to move forward and raise the bar on our lobbying efforts for the future.
And can I also just, one last thing, Mayor? I think Flagler County has been successful in Tallahassee largely because we have had Speaker Renner at the helm, advocating for us so strongly. So it really concerns me when we no longer have him as Speaker of the House, what results or lack thereof we could have.
I would only counter that prior to Speaker Renner, we've had some pretty good success over many years, all the way back to Senator Thrasher.
Well, yes, that's true.
So it does ebb and flow. Your point is well taken. And I do actually think that this is the correct moment in time to address our lobbying efforts. If we don't address it, we can't be sure that they are as strong and well put together as they need to be for us going forward, and for the residents.
Real quick, so
Yeah.
how influential do you think the Southern Group is in Tallahassee? What do you think that they represent the most number of clients in Tallahassee as far as municipalities?
I have no idea.
They do. They are the second. They've earned the second most amount of legislations and executive sessions that have been divvied out. It is really, really important here that we do not bite a hand that can potentially prevent us from being fed in the future.
So I have a really big issue with that, because that is, and I get it, I'm not naive, but that is playing politics, and that is saying, regardless of what you're able to bring us, because we're afraid of what you could do to us in Tallahassee, we're just going to keep you on the payroll.
Unfortunately, that is how politics occasionally works. We were in an issue previously where our lobbyist could not get a single meeting in Tallahassee because he was a Democrat. And it's not saying that our
Well, I
projects...
guess we don't hire a Democrat. I don't know.
Whoa.
I don't know. I mean,
That's very political,
that-
right? So what you're saying now is that you're being very political on who we're going to hire based on what they can do in the capacity of the political landscape?
No, I'm trying
It's
not to
very-
play politics.
You just said not to hire a Democrat.
It was a
though.
joke, Nick, based on your
No,
comment.
but I'm saying is if we do, we won't have anyone who's capable of getting a meeting. It is very important at this very point in time that we do play politics.
Nick, to your point, they may historically have had the lion's share of appropriation lobbying in Tallahassee. It doesn't mean that there isn't yet another lobby firm that could perhaps be smaller that might be a better fit and be able to get us what our needs are. I'm just saying, usually you tend towards the biggest. There are many lobbyists, as we know, and my understanding is that there are others that we could speak to. We'll never get the chance to interview or to know what these other firms could deliver if we don't invite them to sell us, if you will. So I appreciate your point, but I think I need to go a step further than that, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best partner moving forward. Things are changing here. And it's a good time, I think, to look at everything, that being one of them. I don't think I've changed your mind, but any additional discussion at this time?
No, I think if nothing else, we send a message to them or any future lobbyist group that we expect more in customer service from them,
Well,
and keeping us up.
For me, I'm most interested in the process and procedure. I think that
Do we know how much,
can
do
I
we
be
know how
fine, Jim?
much we pay these folks yearly?
60,000. Well, no, it went down, didn't it?
Yeah.
For years 2 and 3, or it changed?
Yes, I believe it just said it's 6,000 a month.
Yeah.
So one other thing is,
Yes, sir.
This is something that I think we can agree on. We need to have these items workshopped. These type of decisions, similar to vacating our city manager, at that point, we didn't want decisions based off of, hey, someone's coming in here today making a motion and we're reacting. We haven't even had the opportunity to workshop this, and that creates a bigger issue. That we are passing stuff that isn't even on the agenda. No one has come here ahead of time to educate us or be prepared for this. This is something that we brought up when we fired the city manager, that we don't want things surprised on us like this. So just for context, food for thought, we live on both sides of the coin here, I guess.
It's a fair point.
It is a fair point, and
Now, within
I
the
appreciate it.
timeline, it's, again, unknowns. Can we squeeze a workshop in? Could we have better discussion? Could we know more?
So-
It's up to you at this point, I think, in terms of, you're passionate about the motion. I understand that.
Let me ask City Manager, are we able, because we do have a workshop next week, and I don't want to put something on staff's plate that cannot be met, are we able to get historical data on what the Southern Group has done for us and give them the opportunity, whether they can make it or not? There's, they're a big company. I'm sure they can find one representative to come here. Give them an opportunity to come here. I'm not withdrawing my motion, but I will table it. And allow them to come here next week if we can get historical data on what they've done for us and what we've asked for, so that we can see kind of, what their success rate, so to speak, has been. And then to your point, because I agree with you, I did advocate that the abrupt firing of Denise was wrong and that we should have workshopped it, and I don't want to be a hypocrite. So can we get a workshop done next week? I'll table the motion, and we hear from staff on what they've done, and if they want to come here, they can appear.
Yes, we as staff can do that part and then offer them the opportunity to come. If their schedules allow it, then we can proceed, but we as staff can at least compile that information for you.
Then I'm amenable to that. I will table my motion until we have that opportunity.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, so with that, I won't call for a vote on the motion at this time, but it will appear on the agenda item for next week.
Yes, we'll just have a special workshop.
Right.
They're typically special budget workshops, but we'll just make it a special workshop in this case.
Very good. All right, I thank you all for the good conversation, and I agree that I'm glad you brought that up to our attention today. All right, thank you all. All right, with that, we are at the section F on our agenda, which is minutes. I'd ask for a motion
I'll make that
to
motion.
approve the minutes from the Cincy City Council meeting that was held on June the 4th, 2024.
Oops.
That's okay, it was a business meeting. May I have a motion?
I made
Vice
that
Mayor,
motion.
and a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Clerk has
Passes
to count.
unanimously.
Similarly, a workshop meeting held on June the 11th, 2024. I would ask for a motion to
I'll make
approve the
that
minutes. I
motion
have a
again.
motion from the Vice Mayor.
I'll second.
And a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We now move to item G on today's agenda, which is an appeal. And will you introduce the item for us? Barbara, is that you or Ray? Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, according to our procedure, I need you to read the title.
Okay, before they introduce it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have a script which I have to follow here. And the hearing steps are as follows. A, preliminary matters. The mayor shall read the case title. 2, disclosure by city council members of ex parte communications, if any. Swearing in of appellant, city staff, and all witnesses collectively. The swearing in of witnesses may be left to the discretion of the mayor. We're going to go ahead and swear people in.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you want to go ahead, just start reading the title, and then you can ask the council members after. if
Yes,
they-
I would like that. You know what I'm going to need? I'm going to need the title, please.
Okay. So if you just read from G in your agenda.
I'm sorry, from G?
Yeah, in your agenda today, appeal request, that is the title.
Oh, that's the title, okay.
Yes, sir.
So this is an appeal, agenda item G, item number 4. Appeal request by Elena Voronova of Planning and Land Development Regulation Board decision for variance at 10 Collingdale Court for an accessory structure, application number 5692. Does that satisfy your requirement?
Yes.
Okay, good. Then can you guide us through the rest of the formal requirements?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, council members, as Mr. Mayor read in today, we are here for a appeal from the Planning and Zoning Committee. There was a hearing that happened. The respondent who is here today appealed that decision. That decision is coming to you guys today of a variance. And what you are deciding today, there will be a presentation from both sides, and you'll be reviewing the application and making a decision based on the application that is submitted to you, and only the application that is submitted to you today. Before I do move on, the mayor will ask you any ex parte, since this is a quasi-judicial bar. Are there any questions before we move on to that?
So let me ask about ex parte. Has anyone had any ex
Not me.
parte communications with with either of the parties?
I have had ex parte communications with the resident via email, yes.
Okay, will it affect your, help me
It
with
will
that?
not affect my decision-making, no.
I have not.
I have not.
None.
Okay, Counselor, does that fulfill that?
That fills that.
Now, we have a swearing-in process. Do you want to take care of that now?
If you will be testifying in this item, please rise and raise your right hand to swear or affirm the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So first, this is just like any other court proceeding. The city will start with their presentation. And then if the opposing side does have questions that you would like to cross the city on, you are more than welcome to.
And Counselor, if I could, just so we do it in advance and then we can do it during if necessary. City Council's responsibility is to decide is due process the correct term? If the proper policy and procedure regarding the hearing was delivered to the folks that are challenging.
Yes, you're following, make sure due process is following.
We're not trying the sentiment of the case, just was the process and procedure followed correctly?
Yes.
Okay, any questions about that from City Council? I know you don't. And you're good? Do you understand?
Good.
Okay. All right, very good. Then I would ask you to, staff, go ahead and proceed before the appellant comes up.
Good morning, I think, still. Mayor and City Council, my name is Tracy Doak. I'm the zoning supervisor.
Tracy, I'm going to ask you if you would slide it closer to you. There we go. Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Tracy Doak, zoning supervisor, joined by Estelle Lenz, planner, Barbara Grossman, code enforcement manager, and also Patrick Buckley, the chief building official, is present as well. We are here to present to you an appeal request of a decision by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board for a variance at 10 Collingdale Court. Land Development Code Section 21602B states that within 30 calendar days of the rendering of a decision by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board, an appeal may be filed with the city clerk by the owner, an abutting property owner, or the land use administrator. An application, together with a fee as established by resolution, shall be required. This is the subject property, which is located at 10 Collingdale Court. The request is for a variance to the minimum required setbacks for an accessory structure, which are 7.5 feet on the sides and 6.5 feet in the rear. Here you will see a distant aerial photo of the property and its location within the city. The future land use map for the subject property is residential, as is the property to the north, south, and west, and to the east is canals and residential. The subject property is zoned SFR2, Single Family Residential 2. The adjacent properties to the north, south, and west are also SFR2, and immediately to the east, the property is zoned PSP, Public Semi-Public, which is a canal. In August of 2000, the applicant purchased the property, which had been improved with a deck in the rear that extends to the rear and side property lines. The structure was approved by Flagler County in 1989 as a wooden deck. At the beginning of September 2023, a complaint to code enforcement was received stating the dock, which is actually the deck, was in disrepair, and a notice of violation was mailed to the property owner to replace, remove, or repair the damaged deck. The code officer made several visits over the next few consecutive months, all to find that the deck was still in violation. And a code board notice of hearing was posted at the property in December of 2023. Also in December of 2023, there was correspondence between the owner and the code enforcement manager, and a meeting with the owner, the code officer, and the chief building official was scheduled. These are some photos which were taken by the code officer in September, October, November, and December of 2023, and one from January 2nd of 2024. On January 2nd, a meeting at the property with the code officer, chief building official, and the owner was held. At this meeting, the chief building official determined that the structure could be reconstructed using existing and new materials and that a permit would be required with plans prepared by a Florida licensed professional engineer. The following day, the case was heard by the code board and the owner was found in violation and was ordered to correct the violation. At the end of January 2024, an online permit for the repair was received. The plan submitted did not meet the Land Development Code setback requirements for an accessory structure. The plan review was put on hold by review staff, and the zoning supervisor called the owner to explain why the plans did not meet the current Land Development Code requirements. These are the documents that were submitted online for the permit. The left photo shows the plans drawn by the engineer, and on the right is a site plan of the property. This site plan is part of the historical documents that were received from Flagler County. On February 14th of this year, a meeting with the Deputy Chief Development Officer, a planner, and the zoning supervisor, along with the owner and her attorney, was held so that city staff could explain her options. She would either have to meet the required setbacks or apply for a variance. The owner opted to request a variance. At the end of February, the owner hand-delivered a variance application package to the zoning supervisor. The variance request was to allow her structure to remain the same size and be in the same location as it is currently. This is the land development criteria that was explained to the owner regarding why the permit was put on hold by the zoning reviewer. The subject property is zoned Single-Family Residential 2, SFR2. Required setbacks are provided in the LDC Table 3-3 Residential Zoning Districts Dimensional Standards. Minimum interior side setback, 7.5 feet. Minimum rear setback, 6.5 feet. LDC Section 40101A location. Accessory structures shall not be located within the required building setbacks. The city's, Land Development Code Section 40105, residential docking facilities along saltwater and freshwater canals and intracoastal waterways applicable. A, prohibitions. Accessory structures are prohibited in the rear easements and setbacks of property along water bodies. LDC Section 11009, nonconformities, casual, temporary, or illegal uses. The use of accessory structures shall not be sufficient to establish the existence of nonconforming use or create rights in the continuance of such use. The city's prior land use attorney further explained that Section 11009 establishes that an owner can't claim nonconforming status in an accessory structure. So in other words, none of the protection in Section 110 would apply to the deck. For example, just because a shed was permitted and built on a lot before the current setbacks were established does not mean you can repair it and keep it where it is in perpetuity. When you are ready to repair it, you must move it to meet the current setback requirements. The same with the deck. You are not grandfathered for every accessory structure on your lot, even when they were all permitted when built. Section 110 is designed to protect the main structure, the home, not all the other structures on the lot. This is a site plan that staff marked up in red and provided to the owner to help explain the Land Development Code requirements for her structure to meet the current regulations. At the rear and sides of the lot, you'll see arrows pointing to the property lines and the deck that is currently constructed to these property lines, an explanation as to how this deck could be constructed to be in compliance with the setback requirements. It's also important to note that this survey points out that a 5-foot utility and drainage easement is reserved along the front, side, and rear lot lines. So in order for a development order to be issued, the following criteria from Section 20502 of the Land Development Code must be met. A, it must not be in conflict with public interest. The staff finds that the wood deck as constructed does not meet the required side or rear minimum setbacks and is contrary to what other homeowners are allowed to construct on their property. Any deviation of the land development code without adequate justification can be considered contrary to the public interest. B, the proposed development must be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the provisions of this LDC. Staff finds that although the comprehensive plan does not specifically address variances, the plan does provide for objectives and policies that promote the general character and quality of life. For example, Policy 1151 stipulates that the LDC shall include regulations and standards for all applicable zoning districts, including setback standards for primary and accessory structures. C, the proposed development must not impose a significant financial liability or hardship for the city. Staff finds that should the owners be granted a variance, no significant financial liability or hardship will be created for the city. D, the proposed development must not create an unreasonable hazard or nuisance or constitute a threat to the general health, welfare, or safety of the city's inhabitants. Staff finds that because the homeowner has not obtained a permit to repair the deck, the associated inspections by the building division have not been completed, which are necessary in order to determine if the structure meets the Florida Building Code requirements. Therefore, we cannot determine if there would be a hazard or a safety concern for the city's inhabitants. Also, currently the deck may be considered a hazard and a nuisance as it has been in significant disrepair for quite some time, which resulted in the code enforcement violation. E, the proposed development must comply with all other applicable local, state, and federal laws, statutes, ordinances, regulations, or codes. Staff finds that if the variance is granted, the permit will have to be corrected to be a deck permit and will be reviewed and inspected to ensure compliance with all other applicable regulations and codes. So, analysis for the variance based on LDC Code Section 2-1203. A, no application for a variance shall be approved unless the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board finds that the following standards are met, recognizing that the applicant bears the burden of proof. Number one, special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, use, or building involved and which are not applicable to other lands, uses, or buildings in the same zoning district. This standard for approval of a variance is not met. There are no special conditions or circumstances which are peculiar to the land or structure. As provided in LDC Section 11009 nonconformities, the deck does not qualify for nonconforming status and therefore must comply with the current codes. Additionally, there are many wooden decks in the city of Palm Coast which meet the required setbacks. 2, the special conditions and circumstances are not self-imposed and do not result from the actions of the applicant. Staff finds that this standard is met as the conditions are not self-imposed. The owner purchased the home with the wood decking already constructed on her property. However, the structure fell into disrepair and a code complaint was received. Number 3, literal interpretation of the provisions of this LDC would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district under the terms of this LDC and would work unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. Planning staff finds this standard is not met. The owner has the right to repair and enjoy the deck in compliance with the LDC, as do owners of similar properties in the same zoning district. Number 4, the variance is the minimum relief necessary that will make possible the reasonable use of the land or building. Staff finds that this standard is not met. Granting the variance would allow a deck to be repaired or reconstructed all the way to the side and rear property lines, which not only encroaches in the side and rear setbacks, but also encroaches in the 5-foot platted easements, which are located within the perimeter boundaries of all ITT lots. Accessory structures, excluding fences, are not allowed to be constructed within an easement. Meeting the LDC setbacks allows the reasonable use of the land and structure. Number 5, the granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of this LDC, and that such a variance will not be injurious to the area involved or otherwise detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, or injurious to other property in the area. Planning staff finds that this standard is not met. Allowing the deck to be repaired in its current configuration would not be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the LDC and may be considered injurious to the area, as other property owners with wooden decks are required to meet the minimum setbacks of their applicable zoning district. Additionally, the requested variance encroaches in the easement area of the property. Summary of findings. Staff finds the following Land Development Code regulations applicable to this request. LDC Section 11009, nonconformities, casual, temporary, or illegal uses. The use of accessory structures shall not be significant to establish the existence of nonconforming use or create rights in the continuance of such use. LDC Section 40101A, location. Accessory structures shall not be located within the required building setbacks. LDC Section 40105, accessory structures are prohibited in the rear easements and setbacks of properties along water bodies. LDC Table 3-3, the subject property is zoned SFR2, and the required minimum rear setback is 6.5 feet, and the interior side setbacks are 7.5 feet. Planning staff has evaluated variance request application 5692 and has determined that this request does not meet the following criteria required for approval in LDC Chapter 2, Section 21203. 21203A1, special conditions and circumstances do not exist which are peculiar to the land, use, or building involved and which are not applicable to other lands, uses, or buildings in the same zoning district. 21203A3, literal interpretation of the provisions of this LDC would not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district under the terms of this LDC and would work unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. 21203A4, the variance is not the minimum relief necessary that will make possible the reasonable use of the land or building. 21203A5, the granting of the variance will not be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of this LDC. There was public participation. All abutting property owners were notified via certified mail on March 5th, which met the minimum requirement of 14 days prior to the PLDRB hearing. Staff received one email and associated photos from a neighbor who was not in favor of the granting of this variance. And all abutting property owners were notified again via certified mail on June 4th, which met the minimum requirement of 14 days prior to the city council meeting. We received one email and associated photos from a neighbor in opposition to changing the ruling by the PLDRB, which was also included in your agenda package. The PLDRB found that the request did not meet all of the standards for variance approval based on LDC Code Section 21203 and voted 7-0 to deny the application for the variance. Pursuant to Section 21602C1I of the Land Development Code, staff recommends that the City Council make the following motion upholding the PLDRB's variance denial for application number 5692. I move that the City Council find that the facts presented and reviewed in this presentation are competent, substantial evidence to uphold the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board's action for denial of the variance application number 5692. And the applicant is present.
So, thank you. So, City Council, I have to ask you at this point in time, do you need, up next would be the appellant's opening statement. We could break now if you needed a short break, or if we could move forward with this item. It's, you have to tell me what you all feel like.
I'm good with the break. It's up to you guys, though.
Yeah, I'll go with the consensus. I could use a break, but I'll go with the consensus.
I'll be in agreement with that. However, I do have to leave early.
Okay.
I'm down to clown. Let's knock this one out.
Okay, Counselor, if I break now, am I violating any of our process or procedure?
You don't want to continue this one? You don't want to just finish this up?
How long do we guesstimate it would take to go through this?
Yeah.
Well, so there's going to be an opening statement, then there's going to be public input, then there's going to be the opportunity for closing arguments, so I can't forecast how long it will take, but...
So, Mr. Mayor, just real quick, so,
Yes.
yeah, there is an opportunity, like, your code is pretty liberal when it comes to saying, like, you asking questions to the applicant and the city, so now is the time, if you wanted, you could ask the city additional questions based on what they've presented to you, or you can wait till when you guys have discussion. So it really just depends on how much discussion you guys do, how much long the applicant has her rightfully presentation.
I'm willing to go through this. It doesn't seem like it's going to take,
When does Councilwoman Hyder, when does she have?
I have to leave at 1:15.
I would say we just break then.
That's fair. Is that good with everybody? All right, we're going to move forward, at least until, we'll decide if that's a good point, but I know that you have to leave. So with that, do you have questions at this juncture for staff? Anyone?
My only question was, well, maybe it's for the applicant, but they haven't yet obtained a permit to do the repairs, correct?
That is correct.
But they've given you the commitment that they will do the repairs and get the permit? I mean...
She's applied for a permit, but the permit's just
Applied
on
for it.
hold because it
So
didn't meet
it's
the
on
setbacks.
hold because of the variance issue?
Because it doesn't meet the setbacks, so then she requested a variance to the
Okay.
setbacks, but she has applied for a permit, it just is on hold.
Okay, so she's not being, there's no code violation penalties during this process, is that correct? Or not?
Barbara Grossman, Code Enforcement Manager. The case actually went in January to Code Board, giving her 30 days to obtain a permit. She did come in to attempt to obtain a permit, but has not gotten one as of yet. But as of yesterday, I should backtrack that. As of Sunday, she sent the officer where she finished the deck altogether. So she went ahead and did all the work without a permit.
Did the work without the permit?
That is correct.
So now we're talking about having to undo some of that work to fit our code, is that correct?
In order to meet the code and the setbacks, yes, because she went ahead and went against what was supposed to happen.
Got it. Thank you.
Questions at this time?
I'll hold my questions.
Yeah, questions at,
Any questions?
Councilman?
No, just again, that we are basically overviewing whether the process was handled correctly, right? I just want to reiterate that. It's basically not an opinion on whether or not we think that this should be allowable, just aesthetically or anything like that, but the process was handled correctly, right? Okay.
Councilor agrees. I think we all understand that. We said that in the beginning, so thank you for reinforcing that. So if there are no other questions, I would invite the appellant to make an opening statement at this time. Please.
Good afternoon.
Just do me a favor, I know you're sworn in, but just introduce yourself so that we're current.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Voronova. I reside at the 10 Collingdale Court. And I would like to appreciate the opportunity to address to you my appeal in connection with the planning board denial of the, to get the permit for repair. I wrote the letter to council. It's 20 pages. I don't know if you guys are willing to listen everything or you already get an opportunity to read everything. Did you? Or?
Yeah, well, the answer, Council, yes. City Council has been made aware of all the documentation.
Okay, because it will take a long time. With my broken English, I wasn't born in the United States, so to read everything, all my arguments and proofs. To make the long story shorter, I just explained the situation briefly. After the Hurricane Ian, we have a minor damages, not significant as it says in the agenda, in the report, and I can support it with pictures where you can see pictures was made by the insurance company, taken right after the Hurricane Ian, and you can see it's a minor damages. Okay. Oh, can you show me what I have to press, please? Oh, okay. Yes. You can see here initial picture of the of the minor damages. Those metal things, they are from this pool structure or enclosure. So we missed like probably several boards. On this side, nothing was damaged. And you can see we missed several boards and rails. This picture was took by the insurance company. I was not able to perform the repair immediately because my mother lives in New York, and unfortunately we find out that she's sick with a cancer 4th stage. I'm supposed to relocate to New York and help her with all her medical issues and everything. When I come back, I find that I got a code enforcement violation. I'm sorry. When I talk about my mother, it's so difficult. I find that code enforcement sent me the letter about the violation, and we immediately start to do something on the property. So actually the pictures which was represented by the planning and zoning department, it's a picture in the progress. So on the beginning you can see it's only one board felt on the left side, and then actually the code enforcement give the violation based on our neighbor complaint, which located across the street. They complain not only about me, they complain about our other neighbors, so multiple complaints about the multiple issues, elderly people sitting, watching us all day long, you know, and call everywhere and complaining about the different things. At the court, at the planning and zoning department board, I was told if your neighbors wouldn't complain about you, you wouldn't hear, you just can simply repair it and forget it. So all the situation was created by the complaint because they was not happy, located 100 foot maybe more away from my house. They was afraid that something can be detached from my deck and just hit their property and damage their property. That's what they concerned. When we start making repair, they make another complaint that not happy that we make a repair, that building materials accumulated on our property, and I received another violation, code enforcement violation, for keeping building materials on my property, and they make me to move them on the side of the building, and my house is not straight. It's a little bit on the hill, and we're supposed to put them on the angle, I can tell. In January, I went to the code enforcement board meeting, and they allow me to repair. But before that, building department, director of the buildings department, and the code enforcement representative manager came to my property, and they allow me to repair. They said, okay, you can repair. It's repairable. Go ahead and repair it. Just apply for the license. I did apply for the, permit. I did apply for the permit, and I was told, no, it's not so easy. Now you have to hire engineer to make a plan. It's a simple repair. I mean, what kind of engineer? So I spent another couple $1,000 to hire. It's not easy to find an engineer in our county, in other county, plus they so extremely busy. So I went through the nightmare to find an engineer. I paid this $1,500 or $700, I don't remember, to the engineer. And I was told, okay, it will take couple hours to get a permit, next department. So when all the papers went to the planning and zoning department, I was told, no, you have to cut your deck 7.5 foot on each side. Absolutely disregard that we have entrances on the side, exactly 7.5 foot. So if I'm gonna cut them, I have to cut all the entrances to the deck, and plus my pool located less than 7.5 foot away from the property line. So I have to remove my pool deck, everything in order to complete requirements. I mean, I really respect all the laws which was listed here, but they probably more apply for the new construction, for the big reconstruction, remodeling, and et cetera, not for the small repairs is mine. Like thousands of people probably do the same in a Palm Coast, don't even ask any permit, don't pay to engineer. Huge money. I spent so much money already going through all the situation, and I was not able to get insurance from insurance company because dog was sitting in disrepair, because I cannot do any repair because all this board meetings and et cetera, all this situation. During the variance, I was not even allowed to do any presentation and to show my materials, because I was told in the beginning that don't even waste your time to go for the variance. And I absolutely agree. I was guided incorrectly to go for the variance. I don't need the variance. I just need a simple to repair my property because it's under the $1,000 project. Based on the Florida law, if I'm not wrong, that I can repair it. Plus, after the hurricane, that was another exception created, that all structures which was damaged by the hurricane can be repaired without the permit and without paying for the permit. Unfortunately, I can't remember what it's in the list, but I'm sure planning and zoning departments, they have this. I tried different ways to resolve this problem because I'm really limited in time and I'm really limited in resources right now because my situation. I'm still flying back and forth. I'm supposed to fly here for this meeting from New York, just leave my mom. But and my husband just say enough is enough, and he just repaired it. He said just whatever it will be, because we cannot leave this in a disrepair condition for so long time and just going back and forth, because I received another violation from the code enforcement for not repairing. So one side asked me to repair, another side don't let me repair. I am in the middle. I don't know what to do. I do everything, to follow the rules, to respect the laws and everything, and repair my structure, which is located not before the property line. It's not a dock, because there are some rules which was read it here. They applied for the docking, not for decking. It's two big differences. Docks, it's whatever is behind the property line. Decking, it's work as a seawall for my property. Actually, it's on my property. It's not on the water canal. And so briefly, I explained the situation. I'm sorry for my emotions, but it takes so long time. It's just really hard to handle everything.
Take a minute. Does City Council member have any questions while we have the appellant up?
Yeah, I'd just like to.
Mr. Mayor, just one clarification. So I did go back and check your code. So this is a de novo review. So you are reviewing the entire evidence as long as procedure to make sure that A, planning and zoning made the correct decision first time, but you're also deciding, Do you agree that the variance should be approved or the variance should be denied?
Thank you for
Okay.
Yeah.
So if possible, if staff could show me their photographs of this deck after it was damaged. Can I see those photographs again?
Oh, she sent those to us yesterday afternoon, very late in the day, but they are attached.
I think he wants to see ours when it was damaged.
Yeah, I want to see that, and then I want to see the repaired deck.
Oh, apologies.
I just want to see.
Here's the repaired deck.
Okay, that's
it's
fully
done.
repaired. Now I want to see staff's pictures of what it looked like beforehand.
Okay, Ms. Varnova,
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
we'll have to escape your presentation and bring staffs back up to
Yes,
address
you
it.
need
That's
to
it, no,
divide
no,
that.
you're good. Keeps coming up backwards.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thought this would be easier. Sorry. That's why we have.
Ma'am,
support.
are you comfortable standing? You can sit for a minute if you want. I'm just
I'm
going to
okay.
need you to
I'm okay
speak
to
into the
stay.
microphone when you come back. Okay.
I'm okay.
This will only take a moment, and I just have some questions. Okay, so do we, on a repair on your property, do we require that you get a permit to repair something? I want to be clear on this.
The building official did determine that a permit would be required.
So when something is damaged but can be repaired, you still have to get a permit.
Do we want Mr. Buckley to come up and speak?
Well, I just want to get, yeah, I want to know. Yes. Okay. Ma'am, you had said that someone at first had told you not to bother applying for a variance because it wouldn't be approved. Is that what you stated previously?
No, I said I was probably guided incorrectly to apply for the variance. I just probably don't need a variance. I just need a simple permission to complete repair under the
But you were
Florida
told-
law under
but-
$1,000.
Right.
Some contractor told me this, I'm not a lawyer. Unfortunately, I was not able to be represented today by the attorney because
So this repair was done for under $1,000, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. I mean, again, for a repair under $1,000, we would still require a permit. Is that correct?
Yeah. You can come right here, Patrick.
Yes, Vice Mayor, structural repairs for any damage reason, regardless of the dollar cost of those
Okay.
repairs, requires a permit.
So would this be, like, say I had a deck in my backyard, not on water, okay, and a tree fell on it, I would have to get a permit to replace boards on it?
Yes, structural repairs, meaning to the joists, the beams, the posts and columns. If you were just repairing the surface boards, the deck boards that you walk on, no, that's not considered
Okay, so
structural.
there's more to this than just the deck boards, is what I'm...
Yes, these are joists, beams, stringers.
Okay, so then, I
Columns.
guess my other question, ma'am, is, once you were made aware that you needed a permit to proceed, why did you not get the permit?
I'm not able to get the permit. They asked me to rebuild the dock and I should completely demolish everything, not only dock, all surrounding structures. It's impossible. First of all, it's impossible to find any contractor who willing to have a deal with existing materials. They only willing to build the new deck, which is cost between $45,000 and $65,000. No one, trust me, I called to multiple companies all over, not only our county, even Orlando, even Jacksonville. None of them ready to get a deal with existing structure, and everybody just say, it's grandfathered, it's grandfathered structure, why you got a problem with this? I said, because in our county, it's different rules.
So my other question is, were we requiring her to completely rebuild that deck?
No, I informed her and the board that heard the hearing that she could reconstruct and repair what's there using a combination of existing materials and new materials. It was not required to tear the whole and remove the whole deck apart.
So that they're saying you weren't required to
It's impossible to cut 7.5 foot on each side because, again, as a special circumstances, I list the special circumstances. It's impossible we'll be use this deck because we're going to cut the sides, because you see, we can come on the deck from the both sides. If you're going to cut it, there is no way we can get there anymore.
Okay, so who did you hire a company to make these repairs?
No, my husband did
Your
it on
husband
his
made these
own,
repairs?
yes.
Okay. Have we looked at this deck since it's been repaired? Is it
No,
structurally
without a
safe?
building, I'm sorry. No, without a building permit, there's been no inspections.
So so we haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay. I have no questions.
Yeah, and so Vice Mayor, just to help us, for all of us, to get us on the right path here, Counselor, help me with this if I need help. We're not making a decision on the construction or the build or any of that. What we're trying to make sure is that the process and procedure of
Right, I
permitting.
understand.
That's not correct, Mayor.
Okay, then help me with that.
I'll clear it up.
That's what Marcus was trying to explain.
So what we're deciding today is there's a variance application. That's what we're deciding on. And as city staff presented, there are 4 or 5 things that you have to meet the requirements of a variance application. I was incorrect when I said at the start that we're doing the procedures. Procedures, yes, you are making sure procedures are followed and due process, all that. But you're also, because your code says this is a de novo review, you're also making sure that the evidence is supporting what you decide today. So if you decide today to agree with the Planning and Zoning Committee that they pretty much already made their decision, if you agree with them, you say the evidence is shown that you agree, and that would be a motion. If you disagree, then you would make a motion that we disagree, and these are the factors why. But you are listening to the evidence and deciding if a variance should be approved or a variance should be rejected. And you are not deciding about if the deck was already built or anything like that, because that is outside of what we're deciding today.
So if we granted a variance, just hypothetically here, they would still have to get a permit for the work that was done. It would still have to be inspected.
That's correct.
All right. Is there any neighbors that are opposed to the variance?
Yeah, the one across the street.
There is one. Okay, so I want to hear from that neighbor too. All right, thank you. That's the questions I had.
Thank you.
And another question, I spoke to code enforcement and I asked, what is going to be if I'm just going to build without the permit? And the guy, I forgot his name, he told me that you will have a fine. I'm ready to pay the fine for repairing without the permit. It's $400. I rather pay this money because I can't handle it anymore. This situation is just under the second of all, I mean, if we're gonna review the variance, I'm ready to oppose each of the point, whatever city says it's a proof. There is no any proof of each point, whatever they use there. There is no any proof. It's just they took from the contest and it's their dots. It's not even applied to my situation, whatever they use. The codes from the LDC codes. So I'm ready to oppose to each of their argument.
So thank you for being here today. Thank you to staff for the presentation. I have an issue because I feel like the LDC is being applied in a manner that just doesn't comport. So I have a couple questions to kind of connect some dots here. Correct me if I'm wrong, a variance has been applied for because when this deck was originally built, it complied with the LDC. Is that correct? It did not. So is there any grandfather, because I listened to the PLDRB hearing, I listened to her attorney, and I read the case that they cited, which is Lewis versus the City of Atlantic Beach, and I find it very persuasive and controlling. So when this deck, what is the grandfathering issue that they spoke about at the PLDRB hearing?
Accessory structures do not qualify to be grandfathered status.
So hold on one second, because it is somewhat my question, but not really. I'm going to get to whether or not this is an accessory structure or accessory use, and the legal opinion was that this doesn't apply. I get that. But why has this deck been able to stay on this property without any issues until this issue came up?
The deck was constructed before the Palm Coast was a city, in the county. We don't know if it met the county's requirements or not. We don't know.
Okay. So at that
But
time.
it's constructed in an easement, so I can't imagine, anyway.
Okay, so when it was constructed, though, there was not a Palm Coast LDC that it had to comply with,
Correct.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong then, their argument has been that this is a non-conforming use or non-conforming structure that should be grandfathered in. Is that the argument that's being made, essentially, for the
By the
variance?
applicant?
Yes. Let me ask you it this way, because you can't speak for the applicant.
Yeah.
Was that the argument that was made at PLDRB? You guys were there?
The applicant is just requesting a variance, and the planning board denied the request, so I guess I don't understand your question.
Right. So, okay. LDC number 1.10.09 is what legal counsel is relying on, right? To say that this variance should not be granted because this is a accessory structure and therefore cannot be grandfathered, so to speak, in accordance with 1.10.09. Was that our legal attorney's, or our attorney's legal opinion?
That is the code section that she pointed out. There are the multiple code sections that say that it has to meet the setbacks.
Okay. Why then do we have section 1.10.03 and 1.10.04, which mandates accessory structures and accessory uses being grandfathered in for various reasons?
Does it say accessory structures? Because the argument there was that pertained to the primary structure, like the residence would be grandfathered in.
No, there's one section for structures or there's one section for uses. And so I'm confused, in accordance with 1.10.09, what would and what would not, I really think that the attorney should be here, to be honest with you, the attorney that was at the PLDRB hearing, and I don't think we should make a decision without that legal opinion being put forward.
Councilmember Pontier, are you asking for city's attorney or are you asking for her attorney?
No, we had was it the code board attorney? Who was it that?
It was a prior attorney, and I believe our attorney.
The prior firm.
That was a prior firm, okay. So
I can advise a little bit on that. So
Okay.
our advice for this so far, because I've been tracking along and saw with the prior, is that nonconformities do not apply to ancillary structures, okay? Starting off, the case law that they cited, there's two differentiators I would like to cite for that case law. That case is particular to a permanent structure, a building. Does
Okay.
not mention anything about ancillary structure at all. So that was also when a city passed a code that did not grandfather in that building.
Right.
We don't have that here. What we have here is a county or technically an ITT deed or improvement prior that allowed it, and the city came into being chartered and made an ordinance that we are here to now. So that's why I would say that case law could be distinguished that they cited because it deals with an actual building structure. It doesn't talk anything about a fence, doesn't talk anything about a dock or a deck, where here we're talking about a deck.
So then I guess my question is, in the code, we have provisions for things that are grandfathered in. Why does this not apply?
So I would need staff, you maybe could help me on this, but there also, for it to apply, it has to be the expansion, there's the abandonment, and additional structures prohibited. And I believe this additional structure is prohibited under the code.
It's not an additional structure, though. It's an existing structure that's being repaired. Because I agree, there's 4 reasons: attrition, demolishment, I think a sunset provision, which we don't have. I have them right here. Destruction of the property, But code enforcement has already stated that this doesn't need to be replaced, it only needs to be repaired. So I'm just really, really struggling with how this isn't a non-conforming structure or use. I'm struggling with that, I have to tell you. I don't want to go against previous legal opinion or staff, but I'm struggling to understand how this isn't a non-conforming structure.
Can you boil that down for me in terms of the easement piece? In other words, there's an easement piece that is not being conformed to, which originally we assume it's there. Today, it doesn't conform, the easement piece. So
It's always been there, though. This, from my understanding, she didn't make the deck any bigger.
No,
Yeah.
but from what I understand is when there are repairs made now, then the accessory structure must then conform to today's easements. Am I wrong with that?
Where in the code does it say that, though?
No.
What are we relying on?
Okay. Yes, Ray Tyner, I'm going to have Estelle read again on what our attorney said and our attorney's opinion on the specific code that stipulates accessory structures. Primary structures, yes, they're granted a grandfather clause, okay? But in our code, the way it was written, when we did the Land Development Code in 2008, it talks about this section here specifically with accessory structures. If you're going to come in for a permit, the code requires them to get in compliance with the setback standards.
This
And
is
that's
our previous attorney's.
Yeah, our previous attorney, but our attorney has also reviewed it. And then I do want to say too that, you know, our Planning and Land Development Regulation Board is also the land planning agency, and their task, and City Council tasked them also with interpretation of the code. So through the planning board meeting, looking at the code, they also, at a 7-0, did not do the variance as well.
But I guess what I'm struggling with, though, is I could see this with a permanent replacement conforming to existing code. It's just replacing boards, a repair is where I'm kind of struggling. But I also want to hear from the person who is also concerned about this, a neighbor, I would assume, if we could.
I don't think the neighbor is here today.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the neighbor, so I want to hear that side too.
Hold on, let's.
So yeah, procedurally,
Yeah,
if you want to have the questions answered by Councilmember Pontieri, she did have some questions.
Go ahead, yeah.
And then next we can get to that.
Yeah, so just for clarification of the record, so I am relying on 1.10.04 non-conforming structures, which says, and I understand the difference between structures and accessory structure, but the reason I'm doing this is because I don't think the PLDRB was super clear. They focused on a lot of other things, I think, during that hearing, but I'm trying to get to the heart of why this shouldn't be allowed, and I'm not sure we're there yet. So it says where a lawful structure exists at the effective date of adoption or amendment of this LDC that could not be built under the terms of this LDC for various reasons, such structure may be continued as a lawful non-conforming structure if it remains otherwise lawful, subject to the following provisions. And then it provides some provisions that, quite frankly, don't apply to this. But then 1.10.09 says the casual, temporary, or illegal use of land or structures, or land and structures in combination, or the use of an accessory structure shall not be sufficient to establish the existence of a non-conforming use. So is it the opinion that because we have 1.10.09, which specifically mentions accessory structures, that trumps 1.10.04?
That's correct. That's what the prior attorney explained in that email, because I was also questioning that, and Tracy read her response. This was the prior attorney's response, and I'll just reread it. It says 1.10.09 establishes that an owner can't claim non-conforming status in an accessory structure. So, in other words, none of the protections in 1.10 would apply to the deck. For example, just because a shed was permitted and built on a lot before the current setbacks doesn't mean you can repair it and keep it where it is in perpetuity.
When you're ready to repair it, you must move it to meet setback. Same with the deck. You are not grandfathered for every accessory on your lot, even where they were all permitted when built. 1.10 is designed to protect the main structure, the home, not all the other structures on the lot. That is what our prior attorney said.
Okay, so that's very helpful. And the case law that was cited does apply to a structure, not to an accessory structure. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, and you had read one sentence in there in the first one that you cited about it not being able to be repaired. I think that was in the first one. I don't know if that's pertinent or relevant.
Upon destruction, though, I don't think we could say that this has been destroyed, right? I mean, I think staff's opinion was that it could be repaired and not replaced, didn't need to be replaced, right?
Correct.
Okay, I don't have any other questions, thank you.
All right. Questions, comments?
So I have a simple question. So at this point, the repairs have been made to the deck, am I correct?
I'm sorry, ma'am, can you repeat your question, please?
At this point, the repairs have been made to the deck.
Yes, the repair was done to the deck because by the requirements of the insurance company and mortgage company, we cannot take it any longer.
Okay, the other thing, you mentioned that you would be willing to pay the fine of $400?
Yes.
But where does that leave her if she even pays the fine? Does that change anything? Does it change the fact that it's still not in compliance?
Only speak on behalf, Barbara Grossman, I can only speak on behalf of the code enforcement. I have an order here that was signed in January, giving her 30 days to get a permit. The 30 days have passed. If she were going through the courts, through the code board, she would have appealed this to the appellate court. She elected to take a variance, from my understanding, through the planning board. So technically, I don't know where she's getting the $400, but if you were to look at this, there is no fine on it right now, but there is a fine running because it was a $50 fine until a permit was issued. So from the 20th of March to the 17th, that's $50 a day. At $90 a day, it's $4,500, and it continues to run.
So that's where the fine is now?
So that's where the fine is now. So again, there is an order here telling her to obtain a permit. I can only speak on the code side of it. Mr. Buckley spoke at the board meeting and said, the summary is intended to the code board case for the owner. Today, I inspected the dock at 10 Collingdale Court and made the determinations. The dock is in sufficient condition where it can be reconstructed using a combination of existing and new materials and is not necessary for the dock to be condemned and completely removed from the site. A permit is required for this reconstruction work, and reconstruction plans prepared by a Florida licensed professional engineer are necessary for application for the building. The owner indicated that she needs 30 calendar days, to obtain engineer plans to get her contractor to apply for the building permit. I feel this is a reasonable recommendation and continue the case in order for her to complete these items. And that was the day of code board.
So these items still have not been met?
They are met, but she has no permit, so they have not been inspected. There's
So
nothing.
still my question is, even if she paid the $4,500, the fine?
She still wouldn't be in compliance, you're correct.
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to be clear on. Is she going to be, or are you going to come back and say, you're still not in compliance?
The way the order reads is she needs a permit.
Exactly. Thank you.
So Councilor Vice Mayor wanted to hear from the neighbor. Where would the neighbor come in testimonially?
If there's no other questions for the applicant, then we'd move on to the neighbors.
Just my one question would be, to obtain a permit today, since the repairs have been completed, they would have to cut that 7x9 notch or whatever the dimensions were out of, and that would bring it into compliance? And then they would be able to get issued the permit, but the permit would almost be completed upon issuance, I guess, because they would have to actually. So would the permit be issued with them having to perform those modifications to the dock, or do they need to modify the dock before they can apply for a permit?
They would have to revise their construction plans to reflect how it's going to be constructed to the smaller.
And then submit those plans, and then permit would be issued based on those plans. Okay, I understand. Okay, that's the only question I had.
And it's impossible to reconstruct it because the deck connected to my neighbor's seawall. It's like a one piece. That's the way how it was built in the beginning.
I see.
So basically, if we're gonna cut it on both sides, it's not gonna be a stable structure anymore. And when I asked to make a plan, the architecture, he say, no, I'm not gonna do this, it's impossible.
And I think
to
I
make
saw
this
that
kind of plan, because it's not gonna be, it has to be totally removed and build a new one. That's what he said.
And I think I may have seen that highlighted on some slides that were included in our agenda where they laid out the dimensions of what it would look like.
Moreover, there is no any contractor, there is no any company who's willing to do this, like, not only in our county, in the surrounding counties as well, because they're...
Does staff have an opinion on that, whether or not the structure is capable of having those modifications performed and still be safe? Safe might not be the right word, up to code potentially?
That's entirely up to the engineer that designs it. Yes, it can be. It's going to take some significant modifications to the existing plan. It'll require some additional structural members, likely additional driven piling into the edge of the water to support it, and some structural changes.
It's multi-$1,000. It's like 50, 60, it's only $50,000 for the deck, plus whatever work in the water, it's like minimum $30,000.
Understood. So I think that answers my question. The answer is, I guess, with enough money, anybody can engineer something to make it work, I suppose is the answer. But okay, that was my question.
Okay. Enough questions for the moment?
It's not at this moment.
You good?
No, we can hear from the neighbor.
Councilwoman, for now? Okay, please, thank you. Have a seat for a moment. And Counselor, I can ask the Vice Mayor, you want to hear from the neighbor, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we're also going to have public comment following that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if the neighbor is willing to come forward, please. Yes, sir. And Vice Mayor, you have a question for the gentleman?
Well, I want to hear what he has to say. Obviously, he's
So
probably here to tell us his side of the story.
Well, he's not.
What?
Okay, you might want to ask the question to get it started. All right, go ahead.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself for us.
Ron Stevens, and I own the vacant lot next to 10 Collingdale. I'm not a public speaker like you guys, okay? I'm very nervous. The dock is right on the line. It's a vacant lot, does not have a seawall yet. It would be impossible to put a seawall on my lot because her pilings are right there. Okay? I don't know if any of you live on a saltwater lot or have one. It's got to be in so far. If a person's going to build a dock on the vacant lot, he couldn't get his boat in and out because it's right there. That's what and I built my dock a long time ago, and I had to be 10 feet in, and that was under the county. Everybody conformed to that. This particular dock got by somehow, and it's right up to the line. It's devalued my property tremendously, and it devalued the other property on the other side. Those people evidently are working today and couldn't be here.
So in other words, if you were to sell this property or you were to build on it, this would be...
You could not put a seawall in.
Right.
Just because of this violation.
It
doesn't conform.
Got it.
You've got to have this room.
Does staff agree with this assessment? Is that something we've looked into?
Can I ask?
Hold on 1 second. We'll get you. I'll get you.
Did you want to mention about seawall?
I think what has to be stressed here is there are setbacks and there are reasons for setbacks, okay? I can only speak for myself. I live on a saltwater canal, okay? And the lot next door to me has only 30 foot on the water. I was made to mandate to be 15 feet from my property line in order for that dock, for something to be usable and
Sure.
navigable.
Got it.
So that's why there are setbacks, and that's why there are 45-degree angles, and that's why there's differences between 60, 70, 80, and tip lots.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, the inability to install a seawall is if these setback changes were made or they currently exist?
Currently exists, but it should be, I guess now it's 6.5 feet from the line.
Okay, so.
On each side, I couldn't build a dock up to her.
So you've never been able to install a seawall?
No.
Okay, I just want, that's just a point of clarification for me on the timeline. Questions for the gentleman?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yep, hold on.
Yes.
Go ahead. Oh, come ask me the question. No, yeah, but ask me the question and I'll relay it. Thank you.
I would like to ask her,
Come over to the microphone.
Is your statement based on your personal opinion, or you have any kind of documentation from the professional company which told you that it's impossible? Because you have seawall on the other side, and it's not bother you. My deck is much closer than a seawall, and my neighbors got a seawall as well, and they don't have any problem to put a seawall when my deck already, piles already was there. Piles located much closer inside of my property. I don't have a dock, I have a deck, and it's inside of my property. It's not on your property, it's not on the line with your property. Do you have any professional
Okay,
opinion?
ma'am, go ahead, ask me the question, so I don't want to have back and forth. So
I would
the
like-
question you're asking, if I may, is whether or not there's a professional opinion on whether
Is
his
his
seawall
statement
can be installed, okay?
Is his
That's the
statement-
question?
Yes.
Very
Is his
good.
statement based on
Okay,
his personal
okay.
opinion
Understood.
or his professional
So,
opinion?
sir, have you had somebody else look at this, or what I could do is I could ask our code people, you've seen that, Barbara, can you help us with this answer?
Wait,
Oh.
Mr. Mayor, just so that
Yeah,
she does
go
that,
ahead.
she asked the question to him, so he does, it needs to be directed to him first. And then if the council members want to direct a question to staff, they
So
can
we're
do.
going to allow them to speak to each other?
No, it's kind of like a cross-examination. So
Okay.
she is just crossing him, asking a question. It's
As,
allowable.
as just a neighbor, as a witness? Okay, fine, sorry, go ahead.
I also have a question. How
Well,
long,
if you would talk into the microphone for us, though, so,
how
there we
long
go.
do you own the lot next to me? For how long?
Since 2002.
Why this problem never exists unless I start to have the issue with my deck?
was a-
Why you never complained? Why you never told me that I have to set back? Or why you decided to get a benefits from this situation when I got right now this situation? You never told me anything. I met with you many times. My husband cut your grass
Okay,
constantly.
ma'am,
and cleaned your
let's,
property.
so everybody can understand,
Yeah,
let's
I
ask,
just- Yeah.
let's,
why this-
okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's ask our questions kind of one at a time and let him respond if you're going to cross-examine. One question, one answer, one question, one answer.
Yes.
So go ahead, ask your question, one question, and then we'll go to the next one. So just ask it again.
My neighbor lived there, owned the lot, empty lot. It's nothing there for 22 years, and he never got any problem, any questions to me.
Okay, so what is your question to the gentleman?
Why he never raised this
Okay,
problem before.
okay. There's a question, sir. Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Please step up to the
Yeah,
mic,
you got to
sir.
come up to the mic for me. Thank you.
Yes, there was a problem at the beginning with the fence. The fence that was there, I always thought, when I put a fence in, at that time, under the even Flagler, you had to be 6 inches in on your property to put a fence. Now they've changed it. I had to go and pay a survey in 2008 to get a survey to prove the fence was right on the line and not 6 inches into the property. I took it to the city zoning at that time, and they said they couldn't do anything about it. So I said, okay. And the fence, the bad side was facing our lot, which devalued that property.
So your answer is that the
I did work
installation
on
of the fence triggered this?
Right.
Okay.
That's why I paid the money to a survey, which I have brought. It didn't do any good, and the city said, well, it's been there all this time, there's nothing we can do about it. And I'm saying, well, the dock is also there, I can't do anything about that.
Okay.
And
Ma'am.
that's where it stopped.
Thank you. Do you have another question? One question, another question?
I just want to comment.
Come to the microphone, please. Thank
that
you.
My neighbor complained several times about my fence as well, and the city just disregard his complaint because it was absolutely baseless.
Okay, so your question is, we're cross-examining now.
I just comment.
You're making a
his,
comment?
statement.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, she did have another question. She asked if the gentleman had any professional opinion on whether or not a seawall could go in, or if it was just his own.
I have not.
Okay,
None, okay.
okay,
There was no reason.
okay. Additional questions from city council members
I have none.
at this time? Okay, then, Councilor Don, go to public comment at this time. Please have a seat, and I would open this up for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this issue at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, and we will move to the appellant has a chance now to make a closing argument. So if you'd like to come up and briefly summarize your most important points for today.
Actually, I did not have any chance to go over each point of variance which was denied by the Department of Zoning and Planning, which they recommend actually for the city deny as well. I need to come back to my letter and go over each point because they're to argue their position. Because in order variance be approved, it has to be 5 points met. 4 of them was not met requirements. But in my understanding, all these points was met, the special circumstances and everything else. I described everything in my letter.
Okay.
You can take, again, for me, it's so uncomfortable to take your to take your valuable time because you guys discuss really important matters here. And if it's possible, you can get familiar, more detailed, each my argument, because like each argument take the whole page. And I don't really want to go because even read it, it's take the whole page, and plus I will do my comments. It will take a lot of time. So we maybe can either like reschedule it, or you guys can take a time and read it, my arguments, and make the fair decision.
Okay, all right, very good. Now, staff, you have a chance as a rebuttal now, or to speak your case again, according to the script that I'm following here.
Closing arguments.
Closing argument, if you would. Go ahead, you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Who wants to make the closing argument for city staff?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that city staff followed the land development code procedures and processes when we have done the variance process with the Planning and Land Development Board. The application did not meet all the criteria presented to the PLDRB, and staff recommends again to City Council that they uphold the decision of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board denying the variance.
Okay, does that represent, is that your closing argument? Very good. Ma'am, you have a chance for a rebuttal to what they just said?
I would like to ask City Council to approve my variance application based on the all arguments which I described in my letter in details, in my understanding, and they meet all requirements, the special circumstances, and et cetera, et cetera. I described everything. If it's not possible to approve the variance, just, I don't know, let me pay fine $400 for building without permit, and $4,500, $50 per day was created not by me. I applied for the application on the next day after the code enforcement meeting. I did whatever they asked me to do. It's not my fault. I mean, why they did not told me on the beginning, listen, you have to do this and that, you have to meet this and that, you have to meet the current code. Why the code enforcement people don't know what their zoning department requirements are? Why they make people go through the hell running between departments, call constantly, be on a total stress, and make me tell me do this and do that, and even variance, you know. I did not apply for variance. I didn't know what it is. I asked. I do not agree with the opinion. What I can do, and I was told, the only one way you can either cut here or apply for variance. So I didn't have any options. I did apply for variance because I was guided this direction. And then I asked, when during the variance, nobody even let me speak. I asked twice to let me speak. Nobody even let me do the presentation and everything. I was told that you don't have any chances to win variance, to get variance. I was told in the beginning, like, what kind of, fair hearing is this, if already the decision was told me before the hearing? So I asked, just let me pay the fine, and because I'm already was punished for that I did not repair my deck on time, and I apologize for this, and just let me pay the fine, because the other fees which was accumulated not because my fault, just because it's disagreement between different departments, because one department told me to do this, another department another thing, and third department denied to give me permit. That's what I asked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sit down and
Mayor,
take a
I
rest.
have one
Hold on,
final
hold on
question,
one
if I
second.
could
Let's,
ask.
okay. Oh,
I just have one final question.
Yes, sure.
In order to conform to what they are asking you to do on the setbacks, did you get an estimate for what that would cost?
I don't have nobody to repair it anymore. My husband living to Ukraine to do whatever he has to do because...
I'm sorry, say again?
I don't have nobody to do repair anymore because my husband who completed, he's living to Ukraine to do whatever he has to do.
But you could hire someone.
I cannot to hire nobody because nobody willing to do this work with existing materials. Because the rule of the company not allow them to use existing materials. You have to remove everything and rebuild everything. Nobody gonna give you a warranty, no one. Even I called to hundreds of people, you're not gonna believe it. I call everywhere and ask. I cannot to find any company, any handyman, no one who willing to do this because it's existing old materials. Even use the combination. To buy new materials, it's gonna be tens of thousands of dollars.
Well, right now you're facing like over $4,000 in fines, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I would like to ask to waive this $4,000 because it was accumulated, not because I did something wrong. I'm already paid fine for the not completing repair. I'm already paid for each hearing I'm here. I pay $200, I pay $500, I pay $5,000 to attorney. I pay for the repair, for everything. It's already $1,000 and $1,000. A little problem which basically should cost a few $100s for the normal people if my neighbors across the street didn't complain that they not happy about something.
I can say, I mean, I do construction defect, and it is very common. Contractors will not touch work that's already been worked on. It's pretty common because of warranty issues, safety issues, things like that. So I definitely understand. I have one question for
Oh,
legal.
I'm sorry.
No, not for.
Yeah,
not for
go ahead and
the-
sit down for a
Not for the
minute. Go ahead.
appellant. Whose burden is it?
It is the appellant's burden.
Okay. Thank you.
The rest of the council members understand how I answered that?
Say it again.
So it is the applicant who brings this application, it is that person's burden to say that they meet the variance.
So we've now reached a discussion by City Council of the evidence presented as it applies to the requirements of the City of Palm Coast Code of Ordinances and applicable law. So after we have our deliberation, it would be time to make a motion regarding the variance. So
I
time to have that discussion, I think.
I have concerns, sympathy for all parties here, to be honest with you. I do have concerns, though, for the property owner next door, and I don't know the answer as to whether or not a seawall could be put in there or not. And that would be a huge factor for me in deciding this, because I think that person has property rights that have to be respected. I would like to know if that property owner could get an opinion from people that do seawalls, saying, yes, I could put a seawall in there, or no, you cannot put a seawall in there. Because obviously that certainly would influence the value of that property.
So, Vice Mayor, and I don't disagree, but I do think it's been asked and answered. The appellant has said that she can't identify someone that would.
No, I'm talking about the seawall for the neighbor. All
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry.
The neighbor says that he does not believe that he can put a seawall in, and
okay.
it's going to devalue his property. I'm wondering if we need for him to get a professional opinion that says, no, you can't put a seawall in there, or yes, you can. That would help me decide this.
Councilwoman Pontieri, where are you with the, I'm really thinking about fair hearing, so I'm kind of trying to focus on that.
My stomach is in knots over this one, I gotta tell you, because I hate this situation that we're currently in. I think that a different analysis could have been done below. However, being that the burden does lie with the applicant, I don't think that it has been met. And that's why my stomach is in fits, because I feel for your situation. I don't think that you should have to alter this from a reasonableness standpoint. But unfortunately, our code doesn't provide for reasonableness. It just doesn't. There's 1.10.03 and 04, and there's 1.10.09. And unfortunately, accessory structures are exempted under 1.10.09 for this type of kind of exception or variance or non-conforming use that you've essentially kind of asked for an exception under. I'm looking at the 5 criteria that you've referenced for the variance. And it says a special condition or circumstance exists which peculiar to the land use or building. I would say that yes, that would be met if this did meet the non-conforming use exception, but it doesn't because accessory structures are exempted. If it did, I would agree with you. I would say, yes, 1 is met, and because 1 is met, 2 is met, because you didn't cause that condition when the deck was built. We didn't have a city at that point. But because it's exempted, because the accessory structure is exempted, neither 1 or 2 can be met. I do think that the literal interpretation of the LDC does deprive you, because you are going to have to spend money to alter your deck at this point, and that stinks. And like I said, I really hate this situation, but we have a code that we have to go by. It was your burden to meet these different criteria here today, and if it was the city's burden at this point, I would honestly say I don't really think they've met their burden either, but it's not their burden, it's yours. And so for that reason, I would have to make a motion to uphold the PLDRB opinion based on the applicant not meeting her burden here today.
So there's a motion on the dais. We can have discussion. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second for discussion or a second, yeah.
So Councilman Clufus has second.
Councilman. Did you say councilwoman?
No, I thought you said Councilman.
Oh, okay, I
Councilman.
said councilwoman.
Trying to catch me, huh? Councilman Clufus has made a second for the motion, so you wanted to have some discussion, now would be the time.
Yeah, this is a hard one. I think and I agree with Councilwoman Pontieri that this is a terrible situation. Is there anything that we can do to help alleviate as far as the fines and everything like that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we can, once we can get it into compliance, we can do a negotiated agreement.
okay, because I don't want to cause any hardship at all, but I feel like the burden was indeed on her to prove that any of those circumstances were being met, and it doesn't seem that any of that was reached, and I just feel terrible because of this situation that she's obviously in. There's a tremendous amount of hardship that's coming from external pressures, but in this situation, I hope that the city and our council can give guidance that we want to try to help as much as we can in this situation.
Absolutely.
So Barbara, when would be the earliest opportunity you have to begin this negotiation process?
Once she comes into compliance, so we won't put it into a Massey hearing. We'll go ahead and let the fine run, and then once she gets it into compliance, we'll do a
So
negotiation.
you'll let it run, so there's no, okay, I understand that.
I have to have compliance.
Would compliance be one of two things then? Make the repairs with a building permit that fit
Yes,
what we want, or remove the deck?
correct.
Right.
So I
That's
don't know,
up
I
to
don't
the
know what would be
owner.
more expensive or burdensome, but.
That's not a decision for
but-
staff to make. That would be
But we
her
could waive that
decision.
4,000 plus
Yes,
whatever.
we would go ahead
Once we
and-
are in compliance.
Okay.
If
Any further
Councilwoman
discussion?
Pontieri wants to rephrase her motion to include that.
I don't know that that's
Necessary.
appropriate at this,
That's
I can't make that motion.
That's another step that,
Another-
yeah, I think that would be inappropriate.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's hard. So may I just ask staff one more question? Do you feel as if they could make the deck smaller, not necessarily just the 7.5 by 9 little cutouts there, if they even made it even smaller, is there any chance that they might be able just to eliminate more of the deck to leave a middle section that wouldn't be as expensive to drive new pylons and things like that? No, just kind of, I'm just trying to feel it out. Yeah.
No, I
I
appreciate
don't know, how
that.
far spaced are those islands?
Stinks.
And ma'am, I will tell you, I read your whole letter, and I looked at everything that you submitted, and I appreciate the time that you've.
I'm sorry.
I read everything that you sent us. I read your letter. I looked at the pictures. I watched the hearing down below, and I am very sorry that you've gone through this.
So what I have to do, I didn't understand.
I would direct you to talk to staff afterwards.
Yeah.
They would be able to explain to you a little bit better.
Is it possible to keep the deck in a condition what is right now and pay the fine?
Is there a cap on the fines?
No, there is no cap on fines.
No.
No.
So as Councilwoman Pontieri said, so the council is going to vote on the variance motion in just a minute, and then the advice is that speak directly to the code enforcement people to create a plan going forward.
What I have to talk about?
Speak to them about the fine and what would be necessary to do away with the fine, I guess. How would you say it, Barbara?
We would set up a meeting with the zoning department, the building department, and code. Code
but
is
they still-
existing. I have an order. I'm pretty much out of it as far as the order. It went before the code board, and the appeal process to go to an appellate court is over. But she went before for a variance, so it came here. But she
Right.
still has to meet the LDC and also obtain a building permit. So we can explain to her what all needs
Right.
to be done in order to get back to the order that was issued in January.
Okay. So if you would, after we finish, if you would just explain that again.
Yes.
Carefully so that the steps are understood.
Yes.
I appreciate
So
that.
I understand I still have to cut my deck, right?
I will talk to her after this.
Yeah, staff will follow up with the details that are required. But the answer to your question is I believe is yes.
Yes, but if I'm not gonna rebuild it, what is gonna be the,
Repercussions?
after
So that's, again, that would be for staff to tell you what the process is going forward.
Does she not understand what we're?
I don't know.
I'll explain it to her. Once
Good.
we're done here, once you've made your decision as to what it's going to be, staff will meet with you, and then we'll set up a meeting so that you can come in and we can discuss it together as what needs to be done in order to get in compliance.
But I understand your position, that's why I'm here, because I disagree with your position. Your position, you want to cut my deck.
Again,
Is it
I
your
can only
pos-
tell
this
you,
is your
they're going to
position?
tell you what the code is, and that's what you're going to have to obtain in order to.
I'm already was told, I'm familiar with
I'm
this.
sorry.
That's why I'm here to,
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm just saying that
appeal
in
it.
order.
No, no, so I understand. So, yes, ma'am, so
Yes.
we're going to vote on the variance now, having heard
Thank
from
you.
everybody, and appreciate your sharing all of this information
appreciate your
and going
time.
through the process. But please take advantage of the offer to meet, okay? So with that, if there's no other discussion by city council, we do have a motion and a second, so you have to roll call it for me.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
I'm sorry, are we voting for the variance or to not allow the variance?
It's to uphold the decision.
To uphold the
down below.
decision, yes. Okay.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alford?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. So Barbara, you'll
Yes.
set that up. I
Yes.
appreciate that. Ma'am, thank you. So you'll meet with them. Very good. I think that now would be an appropriate time, if that's okay with everybody. So what is it, 1:30, 1:45? Does that give you enough, or you need some more?
20 minutes.
Okay, well, tell me what you need, I'll do what you need.
But carry on said it's sad, so I can come in.
Oh, do you want me to make it 2 o'clock?
I would appreciate that. I don't want to hold everybody else up.
2 o'clock is fine, all right?
I-
So, but
I
don't,
appreciate it.
I'll start at 2 if
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
don't worry about it.
Okay.
So 2 o'clock? So, folks, I'm sorry, we'll reconvene at 2 PM.
No, you're good.
we on? Yes. So, good afternoon and welcome back. We're going to reconvene now, and the next item on today's agenda is under the section of resolutions, and this will be a resolution approving the City Council Strategic Action Plan for 2024 through 2028, and Dr. Joe Saviak will lead us in the presentation today. So, Joe, you're welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. So the City of Palm Coast utilizes strategic planning, and for several well-documented reasons. I always like to say, fail to plan and plan to fail. Long-term success is never a coincidence or an accident. It's always the result of long-term planning. Planning enables us to identify threats which we can then prevent, avoid, or mitigate, as well as opportunities which we can then optimize. It also helps us achieve alignment, and that is make sure that our operations and our organization matches our objectives. Form follows function. It also enables us to create our own future, which is increasingly important in the dynamic 21st century. Strategic plans enable us to optimize our organizational performance, achieve greater efficiency in our allocation of resources. In the case of Palm Coast, you're leveraging and building on existing strategic action plans. It allows us to attract resources, just like going to the bank for a business loan. They want to see the business plan. A good way to bring down federal and state grant money is to show them that what you're trying to achieve and that you've got a winning plan to improve outcomes for residents. It is helpful in enhancing public confidence because the public can see and understand what the city is trying to accomplish and how you're going about it. And then, of course, you're reporting on metrics and actual outcomes. So there's transparency and accountability. And it allows organizations to lead positive change. It's a multi-stage, specifically sequenced process. We employed multiple methods of data collection and analysis. You always want to be drawing information from a diverse set of sources of data and making use of both quantitative and qualitative research tools. What did that mean? What does all that mean? We did extensive organizational and community research. We spent 2 days in interviews with our elected policymakers and with the administrative leadership team. There was an electronic survey of all of our city employees for their ideas. We also paid very close attention to, and I got to commend your city for doing this, more cities should. You do a biennial community survey where you ask extensive questions of citizens about what do they want, and in terms of policies, programs, services, capital projects, and what do they expect from their city government. We also reviewed the current and soon to be wrapping up strategic action plan because we want to make sure there's clear linkage between the prior SAP and the one that you're about to embark on. So at the April 23rd workshop, the City Council confirmed specific objectives for the strategic action plan, also tasking staff to develop summary implementation plans for each of those objectives to ensure that they succeed and would be achieved. Dr. Levy and I had the opportunity to work closely with your staff team and review those objectives and implementation plans that they generated as the subject matter experts and provide ideas and input. Of course, to achieve certain objectives that may require more detailed implementation plans in addition to the summary plan for each objective. But at least that summary plan allows everybody to see, here's what we're doing to get this done. Here's how we're going to make it happen. Of course, your staff team will be coming back to you throughout this process for two very good reasons. One, they're going to need your review and approval of key elements of implementation. So they're going to, be back in front of you when there's any, decisions that are rightly made by the city council in order to ensure the success of the strategic action plan. And they're also going to be providing progress reports. Where are we at on each of these objectives? In other words, each objective has a metric or multiple metrics. How do we know we got the football in the end zone, that we were successful? And you will be receiving those progress reports, and also the citizens will be too. Once again, keeping the community informed and ensuring, transparency and accountability. So these were the dozen objectives that you selected in April. Once again, I would note that the prior strategic action plan, if there were activities that related to specific objectives here and they have not yet been completed, they carried forward and were incorporated into the tactics section of the relevant related objective. I would note that your city manager added for your consideration objective number 13, prioritize Palm Coast infrastructure to address current needs and anticipate future growth. So briefly summarize each of the objectives, strategies, and tactics. And won't drill down too deep because I know you're already familiar with each of these. The first one involves conducting the analyses in order to fund a property tax rollback for the coming fiscal year, and that will involve, identifying, monetizing, cost-saving measures, the revenue analysis, the impact analysis, the fund analysis for objective 1 to be attained. Objective number 2, conducting a solar evaluation of all city assets to identify opportunities to utilize solar and achieve cost savings. This will involve comprehensive solar feasibility study, cost benefit and payback analyses, exploring grant opportunities as well as financial incentives for utilizing this source of energy. So you'll be researching all of your existing facilities and building plans, compiling the FPL, billing information, benchmarking your energy usage, looking for grants and financial incentives which reward cities for doing this. And then, of course, the presentation of all this information will come back to you as a city council. You'll notice a lot of objectives end with presentation of findings to city council. 3, a comprehensive citywide road repair and road safety on city-owned roadways is the strategy. That would involve tactics such as leveraging the existing pavement management program, the existing street lighting master plan, initiating a safety corridor study, incorporating the results of the residential speed study, and then also identifying any remaining sidewalks that should be addressed per the sidewalk master plan. So as you can see, you're really integrating a lot of your existing plans into your strategic action plan and making the most of everything that you're already doing and optimizing the impacts and the outcomes. Citywide, objective 4, citywide plan for better stormwater maintenance and performance with a specific focus on swales. Specific tactics involved would be improving existing operating procedures, identifying technological advancements that could help in prioritizing the swale maintenance schedule, identifying and employing performance metrics for the program, expanding online communications with citizens. 4.4 and 4.5, both addressing that so that citizens can go, I can go to the website, I can go to other communication tools and see What's the priority list? When is the timing of improvements? When and how is this being addressed by the city? The Saltwater Canal Dredging Initiative, objective number 5. You performed a study in fiscal year '23. And now these are the next steps involved in the direction of this objective. So that would involve, performing the canal dredging design and establish canal depths through permitting, creating a dredging management program, looking for grants, including the HMGP, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. It's a well-known federal program that is offered to increase resiliency and decrease losses, when there are extreme weather events, as well as implement a saltwater canal community survey. Objective number 6, optimizing citizen information and engagement. And in order to do that, Tactics, is making the most of all the available communication channels. Tactics would involve, targeted timeframes for responses to citizen inquiries by department, optimizing the Palm Coast Connect, right? Exploring other mobile applications which provide information to citizens, and employing all the tools to continuously ensure that citizens have accurate information, and where there is inaccurate information, making sure that a real-time factual response is provided so that citizens have a good, solid, accurate understanding of the issue. A technology improvement plan aimed at optimizing efficiency of city government operations. That would involve researching where technology could enhance efficiencies or achieve greater cost savings. Cost-benefit analysis would be one tool. Where technologies could facilitate data sharing with other organizations and with citizens. It would also involve, because your city workforce is very dependent on the use of their cell phones, ensuring that you've got the adequate cellular coverage throughout the city through your wireless master plan. Objective number 8, economic development, jobs focused. Increasing the city's prospects, opportunities for economic growth by developing sites, building inventory, workforce strategies, and that would involve specific tactics like ensuring strong partnerships with the regional economic development organizations, business retention and expansion program, targeted industry study, partnering with regional educational institutions for workforce development, creating a strategic marketing plan to market the sites that you have available within the city for specific industries that you would deem attractive. And also enhance your exposure as a premier destination for, as individuals look to perhaps relocate to Florida. In terms of transportation, objective number 9, enhancing transit options for citizens and then ensuring that they're fully aware of all these different options, partnering with the county public transportation, as well as the transportation planning organization, assessing community needs in terms of multimodal and transit options, ensuring that there's a comprehensive communications plan so citizens are knowledgeable and aware of what those options are to them. Building new partnerships for rideshare options, such as FDOT's Rethink Your Commute, and public-private partnerships, and identifying potential funding sources and/or public-private partnerships, another potential funding source for transit projects. Objective number 10, housing. This would involve assessing current housing stock in the city and then considering available public policy options to increase that supply. This will be integrated, in terms of tactics, a housing element would be integrated into the city's 2050 comprehensive plan. This is all good timing, by the way, that you all are having multiple major long-term plans that you're working on and implementing and evaluating. Creating a task force, a diverse set of stakeholders to consider different housing strategies and their implementation, foster public-private partnerships to increase supply, and providing annual reports to the City Council on, what is the status of workforce housing in the city. Objective number 11, identify a dedicated funding source for arts, cultural, historical activities and facilities. Specific tactics, peer city research to benchmark Palm Coast with its peers and looking at how they provide those opportunities for their citizens. Researching grant funding as well as partnerships that would enable these type of activities to expand, grow, and be more widely available to citizens. Rejuvenating the Art and Public Places Committee as well as the Beautification and Environmental Advisory Committee. Leveraging strategic community partnerships and also the partnership with county government to ensure funding activities and programs in these areas for citizens to enhance quality of life. Utilizing focus groups to gain valuable insights from the community about what they would like to see in arts, culture, and historical preservation. Implementing the Parks Master Plan, reviewing all the public feedback and data collected, and developing implementation strategies and prioritizing projects, ensuring the resources and staffing are, the requisite resources and staffing are there to achieve them. In terms of tactics, tracking, goals, objectives, action items, start dates, completion dates, keeping major stakeholders and residents well informed about the progress of the Parks Master Plan. Ensure that the larger projects are also in the capital improvement plan. And also ensuring that the city is constantly, continuously looking for grant opportunities which could help fund these type of activities, programs, and facilities in arts, culture, historical, parks, I apologize. I was thinking back to the prior objective. And lastly, I think it was said earlier today during the meeting, and that is it's a relatively young city, but with older bones, right? And so infrastructure is an important issue. And that means that the maintenance operations complex would remain a priority. A development of a utility strategic plan, looking at different options to repurpose Fire Station 22 to retain its historical value to the city. Initiating construction of Fire Station 26 and what would be, and the facility to replace Fire Station 22 to ensure the response times and level of public safety. I know this city prides itself on providing a high level of public safety, something that your residents appreciate and you can see in the results in the community survey. And developing a comprehensive communications plan to ensure that the public is well informed about capital projects and ongoing infrastructure improvements. Once again, you see citizen information engagement key to another, you see that throughout these objectives. Once again, as the team looks at different options for successful implementation, all of that comes back to you, right? And so you'll have opportunities to review, revise, make decisions, prioritize.
And Dr. Saviak, just
sir.
because you mentioned it does come back, of course, to City Council. So in its raw form, the numerical order of your presentation has no, it's not in any particular priority at this time. Is that correct?
That's an excellent observation, Mr. Mayor. Correct. That is not a, it's not, there's not a specific sequence about,
But City
technology
Council,
improvement plan being 7 versus the dedicated funding source for the arts, culture, and history being 11.
So city council can obviously prioritize these as it sees fit in its discussion and
You know,
deliberations.
These plans are always evolving, and, but, you know, you've selected a specific set of objectives that you'd like to see achieved, and certainly the timing of when each objective is, you know, successfully and fully implemented is certainly within the province of the elected policymakers.
And I guess that leads obviously to next steps and then obviously, you know, questions and all that.
Yeah,
So
I just
what are
close-
the natural next steps?
Yeah, I would just close out with this strategic action plan. Once again, your city has been employing strategic action plans successfully. It's your culture, it's the way you do business. And it is a best practice, right? And, but it enables you to build on past achievements. It enables you to enhance organizational performance, lead positive and measurable change. And really, what a strategic action plan is all about is your citizens and making sure they get, you know, the priorities, needs that they care most about in the city that they're being addressed, right? Like you pointed out with road safety and road repair and objective number 3, you know. So with that, kind of high-level summary, I know you all are very familiar, and this has been a 6-month process, and so let me also mention, too, it's been wonderful for Dr. Levy and I to work with your team. Everyone's been, you know, very helpful, and your acting city manager and the entire administrative leadership and their teams. They generated a lot of good ideas and sound strategies and proven tactics to make sure that there's implementation success. And with that, I will conclude.
Councilman Clufus, do you have some comments to help us roll this forward?
First, thank you very much for everything that you have done. You have been a tremendous asset to the city as far as collaborating and meeting with individual council members. It is with my absolute deepest sincerity that I believe our strategic action planning process is one of the most critical components to us acting as councilmen and councilwomen on this board. I think this is really where the rubber hits the pavement. It holds elected officials accountable, and it sets the framework up for each of us to be able to lobby our specific agenda items to be able to gain budgetary, you know, to have things budgeted for, is what I should say. So I really think that this is the opportunity for everybody to get all of our cards out on the table, and that's what you've been able to allow us the opportunity to do. You have facilitated that. I can see it reflected in your presentations here that I know all of my initiatives have been accounted for in here, and I thank you for that. But the strategic action planning process is really paramount to this entire city and the operation of our city, and you take that as seriously as we do up here, so thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you very much.
Anybody
I'll
want to share
just save
next?
a bunch of time here and say ditto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Very succinct.
Yes, thank you very much, and please extend my gratitude to Dr. Levy as well. Appreciate everything you guys have done. I would just encourage council members to keep the National Community Survey top of mind as we look at what we're going to fund. We don't have an unlimited funding source, unfortunately, and money doesn't grow on trees, so we're going to have to prioritize and drill down on what portions of each of these we're actually going to push forward over the next 5 years. And so I just encourage you all to keep the survey top of mind so that we make sure we're prioritizing our residents' desires and needs in conjunction with what we know the tools that staff needs to implement these.
Good suggestion. And City Manager, I don't know who should answer this. To my question again about next steps, and specifically, so there are strategic action priorities that exist still from the past. I'm not completely clear on when those get blended into what we will be considering going forward as we prioritize for financial reasons the must-haves versus the wants and, you know, those kind of considerations.
Many of those priorities have been already included in the tactics section of your strategic action plan. So those.
Many or all? In other words, I'm trying, when do we get to a point where it's all in front of us?
It is all in front of you.
It's all there now. Okay.
Those that
Yes.
were not completed have been rolled over into your new plan.
Okay.
And I apologize if I didn't make that clear earlier.
Very good. Questions for Dr. Saviak at this point in time?
Thank
So
you
does
for
this
sticking
conclude
around
you?
all day. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Does this
Well,
conclude?
I have a long history with the city of Palm Coast, and I've taught a number of your employees, and then been very rewarding to see all the success that they've had in their careers, and I've just always had an affection for the city of Palm Coast.
So that history became a little longer today. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay, Dr. Saviak, thank you very much for your presentation, and I assume council members can reach out to you directly and independently if they should have
Absolutely.
questions.
And just one of the procedural, do they need to make a motion and approve?
Yes, Mayor, you need to adopt your strategic
So what I
action
think
plan.
I'd like to do first is I'd like to open this up for public participation. Joe, if you don't mind.
Mr. Mayor, public
And I would
participation is a major theme in the plan.
Yes, well, that's my purpose.
Yeah.
I would open up this item, the strategic action plan, to the public for anyone that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time. Does anyone want to make a comment at this moment in time? Seeing no one come forward, then I would then request a motion.
I will make a motion to adopt.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko to adopt the strategic action plan as presented this morning. Is there a second?
Yep, I'll second that.
I have a second from Councilman Clufus. Additional discussion?
I have none.
So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Saviak.
It's been wonderful working with you, and then as I emphasized to your acting city manager, Mrs. Johnston, that Dr. Levy and I are only a phone call away. So you run into an implementation or program design issue, and you go, well, I wonder what the best practice or model policy is on that. Please pick up the phone.
Very good.
In other
We
words,
thank you for that.
We love nothing more than seeing all this successfully done.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, we move forward to, under Resolutions H, item number 6, which is a resolution establishing a procedure for consideration of entering into an agreement for implementing an electrical franchise fee with the jurisdictional limits of the city of Palm Coast. So is somebody going to lead this? Is that you?
Yes, Mayor. This is per your discussion from your workshop last week. A draft resolution is included in your packet, along with the minutes from that meeting and also the link to the video for your pleasure.
So does anybody need to have the resolution read, or do we want to comment on it?
I think what we need to do is we need to come to consensus to change the non-binding vote to binding.
So just procedurally, we have an ordinance to be voted on?
We do, and I'm requesting that we come to the consensus that we make non-binding binding.
So,
Because
okay.
what's the point of putting something on a ballot in front of our residents and then saying, oh, but it's
okay,
non-binding?
so are you making a motion?
I'm making well, do I need a motion, or can we just have a consensus to change that?
Well, it's a business
that one
meeting, so I
word?
think we're going to be voting on it.
I'm asking our
We
attorney.
need a motion.
So, yeah, I'd ask you for a motion.
I'm making a
then.
motion to change non-binding in the resolution to binding.
So can you, Kaylee, can you read it to us, just so, because we got people online, I don't want them to be confused, I want to be transparent. If you have it handy, or not. Or if you have it handy in your book.
Read the resolution?
Yeah.
Well, our attorney wrote it, I would think he would read it.
I can read it.
Would you mind, just so, for clarity, if you would?
Want the entire or just the title?
How long is it?
It's like a page.
Just the title, but you need to reference with the change
section
that
on
the
binding.
vice mayor is suggesting.
So, Resolution
Motion.
2024, electrical franchise fee, a resolution of the City Council of City of Palm Coast, Florida, establishing a procedure for consideration of entering into an agreement for implementing an electrical franchise fee within the jurisdiction limits of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for severability, conflicts, and effective date. And Vice Mayor Danko has made a motion to amend Section 2 procedure, third line, where it says the city council will schedule a non-binding referendum. He would like to change that to binding.
So that's your motion.
That's my motion.
So then the next question would be, is there a second?
I have a question for legal. Is that permissible? Because, and here's why I ask, I went back and watched the meeting because I had recalled that there was something that we were not sure of when we first discussed this. And when I went back in this, I know you had stated that, we had a forgetful moment. It wasn't forgetful. I knew that there was something that was kind of possibly putting an obstacle in front of us, and that was NASA, our previous council, was not sure whether or not having a binding referendum or a non-binding referendum would be legally enforceable. So she actually said she was going to come back to us with a workshop. We were going to workshop the issue and then make a decision going forward. So my question for legal is, because I don't want this to be a virtue signal. If it's non-binding, because legally that's the only choice we have, then that's one thing. But if we can make it binding, then it's not just a virtue signal, it's, actually doing something. So my question for legal, is it permissible?
In a short answer, yes, it is permissible. It's like writing any ordinance. If you add it to it where, hey, you cannot enter into a certain agreement because of you want a referendum that is binding against this council, yes, that is legal. However, I would say that it would be very hard to enter any agreement when the public votes against it. So you also have to think about that aspect as well. It's kind of a twofold. You won't get to an agreement if you say that the public vote prevents it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's the point.
Right, but this is about an FPL franchise fee only, correct? So this would be if this council or a future council was to come up and say, we want to consider an FPL franchise fee of whatever percent, we would be required that goes on a ballot and the public actually votes on it. So it really then becomes a matter of the public making that decision. That was the consensus we reached over 10 months ago. And doing it non-binding makes it, you might as well do a survey. What's the point? There is no point. Unless you want to tell voters, your vote doesn't count. And I don't think we want to.
So we have a motion that is a change from whatever we put into motion last time. And is there a second to the?
I'm sorry, I do have one more question for legal.
Go ahead.
So that we know the procedure going forward too, could a future council just come up and enter into a resolution that undoes this resolution?
Yes.
Yeah, they could. So we're not tying a future council's hands.
So I would say, I'm not trying to give personal opinion here, but legal perspective, yes. I do think that would be counterproductive because you're going down the hand and you're just playing right, left, and I don't think that would be productive.
So then let me ask you this. Would there be some more force if somehow, whether it's in our charter or there's another mechanism, to implement a supermajority vote? And I only ask because if our charter can be amended somehow, where we're already looking at a charter amendment as it is, so that's why I'm just throwing out this suggestion for discussion, to somehow say, in order for there to be, because that can't be undone. I mean, undoing the charter is much harder. So having in the charter a supermajority vote, is there anywhere in our charter that now requires a supermajority vote of any type?
No.
No? Okay. I guess I'm trying to do more than
Yeah.
make this a virtue signal, because that's what it is.
So if I can help, let's see if this helps at all. And I just want to make this comment that, and I'm not in disagreement. FPL made it very clear to us, actually in writing, that any form of referendum made the option, the opportunity, or the initiative unavailable. So we are prepared.
That's not correct,
No.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
That's incorrect. What FPL said to us is, what Ms. Pontieri suggested, is that every year we put, or every 2 years we put on a ballot what that percentage would be. They said, no, we're not going to live with a situation where voters every 2 years are deciding what percentage you want. They were like, you guys come up with the percentage and we'll add it to the bill and then you collect the money. So that is totally different from what we reached a consensus on 10 months
But
ago.
the referendum word they objected to and said it's a non-starter.
A non-starter for them.
Which gets you to the same place.
A non-starter for them
Right.
to put,
Right.
to face every 2 years. This is a different situation.
Well,
This is a
without them,
situation.
there's no opportunity.
This is a situation where a council decides, hey, we should look at this as a way of raising revenue, and the council would then have to say, but we've got to put it on a ballot first. It's not saying that we have to come back every 2 years and set percentages and put that on a ballot. That was the objection of
Just to
Florida
clarify our conversation, just help me with this. So FPL has been clear that this would not be available to us.
If we
If the
put it
word
on a
referendum-
ballot and set the percentages every
If we put it on the
election year.
ballot for any reason?
No, that's not what was said.
City manager, can you help us with this?
That's not what was said.
I don't have any correspondence from the
Okay.
previous city manager or previous city
So, I
attorney.
mean, for the sake of discussion, we both get to the same finish line here. I'm just saying that we're struggling to make this harder when there's no.
No way to make it
There's no option to even do it.
But what it does, though,
But
is
it's fine.
it says to our voters, we're
Yeah.
keeping our word from 10 months ago.
Mhm.
We're putting it on a ballot. Now, if a future council comes along and they want to fight that battle, political uphill battle, but that's up to them.
Okay.
They certainly are capable of
And my
doing
only
that.
point was that FPL is not offering, whether every 2 years or at any time, they will not consider a referendum
On a percentage.
on anything.
Well, we can put a referendum on the ballot that says before we bring up doing an FPL franchise fee, our public has to approve
Yeah.
it. That has nothing to do with
Okay,
FPL.
but you don't have FPL as a partner, is what I'm saying.
Right, but they have
Okay.
nothing to do with
All
the
right.
ballot.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, Vice Mayor Danko did ask if this was exclusive to FPL. I'm correcting it, it's not. It is exclusive to a utility. Because that's what was
fine.
asked.
Yeah,
and
that's
brought
fine.
up.
Okay, so we have a motion, and I'm now going to ask for a second.
I'll second.
So I have a motion from Vice Mayor Danko, a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. Discussion from City Council.
So just for posterity, I want to reiterate the fact that if we implemented a franchise fee in the city of Palm Coast and we kept our total collectible taxes the same, let's say we took a portion of our millage taxes that are collected today and we wanted to pass that onto a franchise fee, what the franchise fee does is it collects taxes at a higher propensity to high usage users of our electrical system. So the hospitals, the big churches, the ones that don't pay any tax in the city of Palm Coast, they have some of the most prime real estate in all of Palm Coast, but they don't pay any taxes. If we were to say as a governing body, we are not going to collect any more taxes in total, instead we are going to take a percentage of that and collect it through an FPL franchise fee, the end result for a normal average homeowner in the city of Palm Coast would be your taxes going down because that percentage gets passed on to higher consumption users. And I think that's something that we often miss. If we as a governing body could come together and say, hey, we're not going to raise the total amount of taxes collected, instead we're going to pass some of the dollars off that small individual households are paying today and we'll pass that through an FPL franchise fee, you would end up paying lower taxes today. And I think that gets misrepresented a lot. And that's also why I'm a bit hesitant to allow this to go out onto a ballot for whether or not the public wants this or that. I don't feel that they've really even understood from the beginning that this has the potential to not only offset the differential between residential and commercial taxes that are garnered by the city, that horrible 90-10 split that we oftentimes talk about, but that the reality is it could actually lower their tax bill if we as a governing body were responsible enough to say this is still the total amount of taxes we're going to collect. So that's why I'm a bit hesitant, because I don't trust the communication that happened and the educational moment that has occurred to be the most truthful, if that makes sense.
Well, you might also consider, Nick, that once you pass that along to businesses, to the hospital, to other businesses, they're going to pass it along to the consumers. They're not going to eat that out of the generosity of their house.
You
so
say
our
that.
public faces an increase in their electric bill by whatever percentage a council comes up with, all the way up to possibly, I think, 6% or higher. And then, of course, the businesses who get taxed, yes, we'll collect a lot more from the businesses, but they will collect it from consumers. Sure. There's no free ride here for consumers just because we have a business.
But at the largest scale there is, we're the only community that doesn't collect a franchise fee.
Well,
Now,
that's a good thing.
That's
a
fine.
good
So
thing.
what you're telling me, though, is if I go down to Ormond Beach, if I go to the Walmart down there and I buy a Bic razor to shave my face, that it's going to cost me proportionally more because they collect a franchise fee, because they have to pay higher
to our
taxes at
Walmart.
Walmart. Yeah,
Local.
it'll be the same price because price normalization occurs at the franchise level.
I think the most important thing here is a while back there was a 0.5% sales tax increase for schools, and it had to be sold to the public, and the public voted for it. I think in this case, any raising of a a utility franchise fee would need to be sold to the public. And if it's a good argument, the public has shown they will go for it.
And just to clarify, just so it's clear, that the initiative that was discussed prior was between 0.5%, maximizing at 6. So 6 was not a number. It was from a half, just so we're clear, so we're putting the information out there correctly. So y'all have varying views and well discussed and well said. Do you have a comment before I take it out to the public?
Yes, when this first came up, I made a motion to put the amount of the franchise fee on the referendum because I did feel like our residents should have a say in what they would like to pay, because this was specifically going to be dedicated to our roads. This was a dedicated funding source that was going to go into a separate pot just for our pavement management program. I agree that I think a marketing campaign done the right way could result in the residents saying, yes, I agree, and I think that we need XYZ dollars to fund this source. I think the same thing for public safety, and we had a public comment today that said, I'm willing to pay more taxes for the sheriff's office. I'm willing to fund this, to pay more out of my pocket so that we have a safe community. I do have faith in the residents that way, and I did say that I would enter into this referendum. I'm going to uphold that word. What I will say is I don't think that it would be a pass-through from businesses. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. But we just went through our SAP that had 13 priorities. We are going to have to fund them. So we need to be very mindful of the fact that, yes, while we are entering into this agreement, again, money doesn't grow on trees. So we are going to have to figure out a way to fund our priorities to provide infrastructure, public safety, build fire stations, make sure our first responders are getting the right salaries and pay that they need so that they don't use us as a training ground and go elsewhere to other counties, as the sheriff alluded to. So I'm in favor of this. But I do think that we need to be very mindful as we move forward that we have a limited amount of funds to choose from.
Great, thank you. And I would, if you all agree, I'd like to hear from the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this issue at this time, I would welcome them to the podium. Yes, ma'am.
Miss Michael, W section. I'm not sure, but we already have a franchise fee on our cable bill. It's labeled as airway tax. Because I remember I called Spectrum back in the day and I said, what's this fee? And they said it's from the city of Palm Coast. So if we have that fee, where is that money going to already?
I can't, I'm not aware of,
We have the telecommunication tax. Elena's shaking her head back there, if I recall correctly. It's a telecommunication tax, which has been dwindling over the last 8 years that I've been on here. But that goes to the state and then gets passed back down to us. Is that true? It gets funneled through the state. So anything that's delivered to you via satellite or, like you're saying, your cable bill, that is taxed at the state level, but then it does get passed back down to the city of Palm Coast.
And, all right, so the city of Palm Coast gets that, it's like a tax, it's a tax.
On all
And-
telecommunications, yeah.
All right, and so that money you have available. I'm just saying, you're going to put a franchise tax onto the electric bill now. What do you expect seniors to do? You live in like a different dimension. You may have all this money, all this whatever with your businesses, but regular people, we can't do this. We're being taxed to death. I mean, I know people, I mean, it's a shame. The city of Palm Coast residents have to go to food banks, okay? We have so many food banks in the city of Palm Coast. Do you realize that they count Flagler County a rich county? I called up my insurance company and they says, well, if you lived in Volusia County, you can get help, but Flagler County, they don't have that. Do you know how much benefits and other things Flagler County is losing because of your expansion and the water, right? The water is horrific. You had to lower our pressure. I mean, Palm Coast is not all that you advertise up north about. Maybe you want a higher class of people here. You don't want people who actually built Palm Coast. I don't know, but you got to start thinking about the seniors, the longtime residents. I've been here a long time. I've watched families through the bubble where they left everything in their homes, packed up the cars and left. All their houses went to foreclosure. City of Palm Coast was giving people $40,000 home down payment just to fill these houses. Keep it up, and we're going to be a ghost town again. It's going to happen again.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else want to address me, public comment? Yes, sir.
Alan Lowe. You know, Palm Coast is a beautiful city, and I've lived here a long time and I've watched it change. Our city held a promise as a haven for affordable retirement and a safe and quiet community for raising our children. But this non-binding FPL franchise fee exemplifies a decline. You propose a non-binding referendum, which in reality, as mentioned, is nothing more than a public survey, the results of which you are not obligated to follow. Even if the people say no, you can proceed anyway. And the fee can be any percentage you want. It was mentioned a little while ago, 0.5% to 6%, but then it was also said, or more. This charade masks the reality that the budget has been mismanaged, and your ambitious dreams are costing residents millions of tax dollars. You believe a few extra dollars on the electric bill won't hurt anyone, but then you add a couple more to the utility bill, a small hike to the garbage bill, a tweak to property taxes, and suddenly the retirees who came here for peace are being driven out. Our children are forced to find work and homes elsewhere, and our city's reputation is crumbling. The FPL money pass-through is a sneaky, underhanded way to pad the city's coffers. It lacks transparency, disrespects the community, and further erodes trust. End this now and stop the destruction of our city. End the continuous taxes. End this now, and together let's begin to rebuild the transparency, respect, and trust, and make Palm Coast a place we are proud to call home. And I am a small business owner. And if my electric bill goes up, I have to pass it through. This isn't something that everybody will absorb. $6, $10, whatever it may be. And yes, the higher level users will pay more. But I have never seen taxes go down. So when you say it'll reflect in reduced taxes because we'll increase from the franchise fee, let's be honest, government has never given back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me on this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment for final discussion by City Council.
Again, I think that, keeping our word to the public that we made 10 months ago and allowing voters to make that decision, which would force our council or a future council to have to sell that decision to the public. And if it was something that everyone agreed was good, then there would be no problem. But I think, again, making it non-binding just basically insults our voters, and I'm not prepared to do that. And I wanted to mention something that Ms. Pontieri mentioned on the county's 0.5% sales tax that they've tried a few times and have failed. What bothers me about that is they tend to come to us looking for us to get behind the tough political decision that they actually need to make.
But they need to make it because it's helping to
Oh, I
fund
understand why they
public
need to make
safety.
it, but
Let's reel it into
I just wanted to address, though, what
the motion we have on the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say
Appreciate
that
it.
I think the county, when they have to make a tough decision, I
Okay.
mean, we don't go running to them, and that's always been my
That's
problem.
a little bit outside of the
We
discussion.
make our own tough
Okay.
decisions.
Councilman Pontieri, any final discussion?
Just for
Please.
transparency, can we please confirm that the cap on this by law was 6%? It could not surpass 6%.
I don't know how to,
That's fine.
Thank you.
yeah. That's what my recollection.
I just
don't
don't
know if I
want
have it
there
right.
to be the
No.
connotation that we're
Yes.
misrepresenting something.
Understood, I appreciate that. Final comment or discussion before I call the vote?
Yep, I would just say that we were able to accomplish a rollback rate this past tax season. We quickly forget about that. I would also say that if we had a situation like this, say maybe the city of Palm Coast wanted to build a city hall and they put it on a ballot and then, but that didn't go through, and then for some whatever reason they found a way to build a city hall, and here we are today, benefiting from that because we would have paid more than the city hall cost in rent. I'm just putting this out there as a for instance. But it is my opinion that this is a perfect example on why we have to make the tough decisions up here, because no matter what, we hear franchise fee, people think raise taxes, but that's not the case. This could lower the total amount that a resident pays in the city of Palm Coast. And if it gets passed through, that still is a one-to-one pass-through. So at the very least, you are accepting the fact that you would have the highest level of consumers passing something that's a non-100% pass-through. So you would lower your tax bill if we could keep the total taxes collected the same. That's all I'm going to say.
So, and my only final comment is that this will, assuming that we approve the motion, this will put additional pressure or responsibility on each of us to identify alternative revenue sources, because we're going to have to identify some to keep up, and avoiding the taxpayers, great, but each of us is going to have to get creative and come forward with ideas in addition to making sure that we are operating as efficiently and effectively as we possibly can, which was the reason for the rollback last year. But I think in addition to that, we're going to have to think through, are there additional revenue streams that we might identify for the future that we haven't thought of before? That's
Sure,
all.
absolutely. And again, I think also this doesn't prevent a franchise fee. This just puts the burden on us to convince the public that it is necessary. And to me, that is just so important. I mean, votes must count. Non-binding votes mean nothing.
Understood.
And that to me is why this is so important.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Danko, his motion was to amend this ordinance. I just want to make sure you guys understand, it looks like you guys are talking about passing, so it might be two different
I
things.
used it wrong. Thank you. Thank you for correcting that.
Can we modify the motion to amend and pass?
Wait, let's do one at a time.
No, I'm just
How about-
asking.
Let's do it one at a time.
Yeah, one
So
motion at a
the motion that has been seconded, that's before City Council at the moment, is to amend the ordinance.
The resolution, because it is a
I'm
resolution.
sorry, the resolution. So if there's no further discussion, do a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Nay.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes 3-1.
Now I would ask for a motion to move the resolution forward.
Approve the resolution as rewritten.
So you're making,
I'm making
you're
that
making
motion.
a motion. So Vice Mayor Danko has made a motion to approve the resolution as amended. And is there a second?
I'll second, and for discussion, I did have a question for our acting city manager.
So we have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. Please go forward with your discussion.
Thank you. Do we know what the staff time, resources, and/or cost would be every time we do put something like this on the ballot?
We did get a preliminary estimate as far as cost was around $14,000. That's just cost to put it on the ballot if it requires an additional page, but we don't have staff time or any of that.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilor, I think it would be appropriate that I open this up to the public since we've moved on to a motion for approval now. So I will open up the item for public comment. So anyone, please.
It's weird, you're staring at me while I'm walking up. Kathy Ostrino. Please excuse me, I'm just chewing this thought, and I'm just thinking out loud up here. But what Nick said was, you lower the tax bill, the electric goes up, right? Okay.
Less than the tax bill.
Okay. The rental owner pays less taxes, same rent, the renter pays more. electricity. I just want to chew on that thought. I'm not done thinking this issue out. And I did recall that FP&L, they were kind of flat about they're out if it goes to a referendum. Just to clarify that. I'll go back and think on my own now. Thanks.
No. Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me on this issue at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll come back to the dais for any final and new comments.
Yeah, I think we just need to clarify the FPL position, was that when Ms. Pontieri made her recommendation, it would be that whatever increase we had for that year or 2-year period would have to go on a ballot. So if we decided it was going to be 0.5% or 1% or 6%, but FPL says, no, we don't want to be involved with something that goes on a ballot every time you have a rate increase. But if this council was to decide tomorrow we'd like a 3% FPL franchise fee, all we're saying is that goes out to the public. It has nothing to do with FPL. Once we tell FPL, yes, we have decided that our franchise fee will be 3%, that's the end of it, and then they just add it on. So I think it's been a little...
Hold on, I think you made a giant leap over the concept. Counselor, can you help us with this? I know you weren't involved at the time, but are we legally allowed to represent something like this to the public without the utility being agreeable or on board?
Yes, you can do that because you're not asking to be contracted with the utility.
Okay.
However, I will tell you, as a former utility attorney,
Yes.
that I would not agree with the statement Vice Mayor Danko said, because it is not easy just to go out and change the price every year. Usually when they make these rate increases, they're every 3 years, and it has to be approved by the Florida, what are they called, Administrative on Utilities.
No, we're not talking about every year. That's where the confusion came in from the last time. We're talking about, we decide we want to have a franchise fee, on our electric bills. We present it to the public says yes. That's it, we're locked in. We're not talking about going back and forth every election on this. And that's where FPL had the objection the last time.
And just to keep it specific.
Yes.
Referendum, if they approve, then we would need to go have a negotiation with FPL.
Right.
Those would be the two
Exactly,
steps.
yeah. So that's where there's been some confusion on this. And we weren't even aware that they would object to that when Ms. Pontieri first brought it up. But
Yeah, they essentially didn't want to be a part of the political,
thing.
yeah.
Where this is us being the part of the political thing and our voters making that determination, then we deal with FPL. So I want to make sure we all understand.
That's fair. What happens in the case, though, where it passes, we want this, we come back to FPL and they say we're no longer...
Well, if we had just passed a franchise fee without going to the voters, the same thing could happen.
But
What difference would it make?
If it's binding, does that create any issues?
Well,
If
it's
we-
binding on us. It's
To-
binding on us as a council.
But
We can't bind a third party, I
No,
mean.
we can't bind a third party.
But what does that mean, just best efforts?
No, so, and please correct me if I'm interpreting wrong. The way I interpret binding is the vote yes or no. So if the voters come back and say, no, we're not interested in having a franchise fee, it stops there.
Right.
If they say yes, then that gives you pretty much negotiation powers to negotiate with FP&O.
Okay.
Anyone else? Roll call.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
No.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes 3-1.
All right, we now move to resolution number 7, which is approving of a change order with Gilbane Building Company and approval of a grant agreement with the United States Tennis Association for the Southern Recreation Project. So, Carl, who's going to lead the...
Yes, good afternoon. Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering Department.
Be able to do that?
Good afternoon, Council.
Yes. Oh.
Sometimes it matches my tinnitus, and I can't tell if it's me or not.
We are here today to present, make a presentation on the Southern Recreation Center, various items that were just read before you. Eric Gibo, our city architect, has gone ahead and make the presentation, and we're here for additional questions. We do have a representative from USTA here as well, so they're available in case you have questions for them.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council. Mayor Elfin, thank you for your time. As previously presented to Council in March of 2021, the Southern Recreation Center Master Plan calls for the addition of 9 clay tennis courts, 1 tennis stadium court, 1 tennis playback court, 18 hard pickleball courts, 1 stadium pickleball court. Additionally, there will be expanded parking and the construction of a maintenance building and the restroom at the east end of the complex. Phase 2, presented to Council in December of last year, is the continuation of that master plan, which is the construction of 5 new clay courts highlighted in this image. It consists of 1 stadium court and 4 standard courts, suitable for tournament play. The entire master plan is currently in St. Johns River Water Management District permitting, and upon receiving the permit and approval from FPL, additional parking is planned in the FPL easement and along the extension of the drive at the north side of the facility. The intent is to provide additional temporary overflow parking until permanent parking can be constructed as part of a future project in the 5-year capital plan. The stadium court is strategically located adjacent to an expansion of the existing observation deck with access directly to the food and beverage concession operation. 2 rows of stadium seating will be provided with wheelchair spaces at court level, accessed by ramps from the observation deck. Documents have been completed and the construction will commence upon council approval in July with completion of the project in December as required by the agreement with the USDA. The project will be funded through the Recreation Impact Fee Fund and $700,000 coming from the USDA grant. In an effort to reduce costs, roughly half of the project scope of the work that is required to be completed by the city per the USDA agreement will be performed and managed by city staff. This exercise will result in cost savings of roughly $600,000. Staff is requesting approval of the change order with Gilbane Building Company for construction of the stadium seating and associated infrastructure in the amount of $660,205. City expenditures for the site work associated with the new courts in the amount of $539,795,000. $120,000 in project contingency, and the acceptance of the $700,000 in USDA grant funding. Thank you for your time. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so City Council questions.
I don't have any questions this time. I think it's tremendous that we're going to be able to potentially have a USDA grant come in and we can give back to the Friends of Tennis, who I know are such an advocacy group. I wish they could be here today, but a little bit later in the afternoon, but I'm excited about this.
So I don't, if I missed it, this is a one-time offer from USDA. It's now or never, basically. Is that my understanding is correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I have no questions on it.
All right, so I'm going to be the devil's advocate here.
I knew she did.
One follow-up question.
I know.
after.
This, from a cursory view, seems great, awesome, excited. I'm with you. I think it could be a really exciting thing. Here's my issue. It is going to deplete our Parks and Rec impact fees for the year, for the fiscal year, as I understand it. And it will take away from other projects that we had planned. I'm not so much concerned with that. What I am concerned with is the financial component, because it will bring our impact fee fund for parks down so low, dangerously low, in my opinion. I'm nervous about this one, I got to tell you. Specifically, I know the contingency that we've worked in of $200,000 or $120,000, whatever it is, that's not even a true contingency. That 10%, so 120,000. That's actually already earmarked, right, for parking improvement for the.
Well, that's the intent. You know, our intent is we need a contingency in the project for unforeseen things that we may run into, but if it's not utilized, our goal is the next big push at the site is to create some additional parking. We hear comments all the time, so our goal is to put in some additional stormwater structure so we can potentially use some millings from our street resurfacing program, put something down so we have some overflow temporary parking for those larger events or when there's, you know, some extra need for parking.
Yeah, so I mean, we're stating it's a contingency, but we already kind of have it earmarked for something. So if something else does come up, and we know in construction it so often does, where are we going to get those monies to cover that? Is it presumably from the general fund, because that's how we fund Parks and Rec otherwise? So I'm with you, Councilman Clufus. I think this would be really exciting, and I know it's a one-time offer. I guess I just need to feel better about staff's estimate as to what this would cost us, how. We hear change orders coming back to us often for construction because materials have gone up. There's unforeseen circumstances that come up during the construction process. How confident are we that these are the dollars it's going to cost? There's not going to be any movement on it. We're not going to, I know that you don't have a crystal ball. You can't absolutely guarantee it, but I need to feel better about this because of how close we're counting pennies on this project.
So we were expecting to bring this to you sooner, but we spent a lot of time actually going out and getting estimates. Gilbane was heavily involved, so a lot of their costs are fixed. I think they have one allowance item in their bid to deal with the bleacher seating, which we already have some preliminary numbers on, and for adjusting the handrail around the outdoor seating area for the new ramp. So the big ticket items are hard numbers. They're fixed. And we actually obtained quotes for the city perform work of the stormwater piping and structures. We obtained quotes already for those items. So all the big ticket items have already been vetted, and those are known fixed, costs. So, and a lot of the infrastructure is in place, so we're not like going to be digging and running into something on the site. So our expectation of needing to use that contingency should be minimal, because we're not opening things up or digging into things where we may run into problems. The utilities out there are new. We already know what we're going to hit and what needs to be adjusted, or we need to modify a stormwater structure. So it's not like there's existing stuff we're unaware of. So we're fairly certain. And in terms of the finance, we did have several meetings with our finance department and really brought down a conservative revenue projection over the remainder of this fiscal year. So in case permits drop in half, we're still going to be safe from, going into, a negative in this fund, that we have the dollars there to proceed with this project.
Okay, so this is also on a very ambitious timeline. So I was looking at the timelines in the USDA letter and contract with us. And it's my understanding that if we don't meet these timelines, deadlines, whatever it may be, we lose that grant money. So we're also confident that we have staff resources that are not going to take away from other projects that we've already approved or told the public, hey, this is what we're working on and this is when it will be done, in order to meet this ambitious deadline.
Yeah, we've met internally with the various groups or entities or staff that's going to be working on this project, as well as with Gilbane and with Welch Hennis, had several meetings, conversations about schedule, timing, and moving the path forward, and everyone's on board with the preliminary schedule that's been laid out.
Okay, and then the last question, just for public's edification, are any of the monies that we're spending on this project coming from anything other than impact fees?
There'll be some coming from the town center, just as before, because the impact fees can only pay a portion of the project of the new capacity, because existing residents also benefit. So I think we're slating impact fees, I think it's at 69%, and then roughly 30% comes from town center. We do have some coming from the capital projects fund, but that's just as our safety net if there's no impact fees, and the impact fees will put the money back into the capital projects fund it's pretty much for the lighting, because we already have a PO for the existing lighting with Musco, and so we're just utilizing those same funds for the project, but in the end, the impact fees are paying for it.
Okay, when you say coming from town center, what do you mean by that?
CRA.
The CRA.
The town center SRA, Special Assessment District,
Okay.
the CDD.
All right, thank you.
If I can say one more thing. Another reason that I think this is an exciting project is this is truly one of the only facilities that I think in our city that we can perform these type of improvements, and now all of a sudden we become eligible for much larger opportunities as far as tourism. With the USDA has been a tremendous partner with their futures tournaments, and with these additional courts, I don't want to make any obligations or promises to anyone, but it does, provide the path forward to having even more substantial events in our community, which could drive a bed tax, which would help bring money into our community. So I think that's another point of emphasis, is that this is one of the only facilities that if we improve it this level, that will be eligible for another tier of events.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I just want to make sure that the pennies are there. And yeah, and the timeline is set up. I also I would encourage us to, after this is done, and I understand this is kind of staff's direction anyways, we need to move on from the Southern Rec Center and look at other amenities that we are improving in our community, because we've spent a lot of time, energy, money on pickleball and tennis, and we have a lot of other needs in this community. The pool comes to mind. I know that's been quite a need, and we're not getting our YMCA now. So really want to just make sure that we're kind of spreading the wealth, so to speak, and looking at, let's do this, let's improve this facility exponentially, and then make sure we're putting efforts and monies elsewhere from there.
So without any other discussion, I would open this item up, this agenda item, to the public. If anyone from the public would like to address me on this item at this time, please come forward. And seeing no one come forward, I'll come back for any final discussion.
No.
So I would ask for a motion.
I'll move for approval.
I have a motion from Councilman Clufus to approve. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Councilman Danko. Any further discussion? Give me a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Yes.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to pass the gavel briefly to Vice Mayor. I have to excuse myself for a minute.
Oh, you're leaving?
I'll be back.
Oh,
But
okay.
I need to do it temporarily. So please proceed with the agenda.
Okay. Number 8, thank you. Approving Hammock at Palm Harbor subdivision final plat.
All right.
I understand the applicant here? Oh, okay, good. I
We're
just wanted
here,
to know if you were here or not.
Let me get the presentation.
So I take it you have a presentation first?
Yes,
All
let
right,
me
let's
find
proceed.
it. Okay, so this is the final plat for the Hammock at Palm Harbor. This project is a 15.023 acre site. It's located on the south side of Clubhouse Drive, approximately 200 feet west of Palm Harbor Parkway. And I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself, Estelle, planner with the city, and good afternoon. The
I've already done it once today, right?
Sorry?
You did it once today, so
Yeah.
I'm good.
The project is zoned MFR1, which is multifamily residential 1. The future land use map designation is residential. The little history for this site: the Hammock at Palm Harbor was originally approved as a multifamily condominium project. It was approved in 2005 for 112 three-bedroom condos. All the initial infrastructure was constructed and inspected. Only one building consisting of 7 units with garages was constructed, as well as a separate garage building providing 4 spaces, and the amenity center and the pool were constructed. The remainder of the project was never completed. So the remainder of the project came back and was submitted as a townhouse plat now instead of the multifamily condominiums for 51 townhouse lots. The subdivision master plan was approved in June of 2022, and I apologize, this was administrative approval because it was less than 100 lots. It did not have to go to the planning board. The preliminary plat was approved in August of 2023, and a site development permit was issued in September of 2023 to retrofit the utility connections. And these are just some photographs of the project. On the upper left is the entrance, lower left is a pond, upper right is the road that goes through the project, and the lower right is the amenity center. This is the layout of the plat. It is 51 townhouse lots. A performance bond for the infrastructure was not required since all the infrastructure improvements have already been completed. And the recommendation is that council adopt a resolution approving the final plat for the Hammock at Palm Harbor and authorizing the mayor to execute the plat and staff to issue a final plat development order for application number 5679.
Okay. Any questions? Ms. Pontieri?
Just for the public's benefit, this was changed from multifamily to townhomes. We're not adding the townhomes, correct?
Correct. It's not a multifamily project. It's now single platted lots. They're townhouse lots.
Okay, and that resulted in a reduction in the dwelling units?
Correct, from 112 down to 51.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clufus?
I have nothing.
Okay, I have nothing either. I don't know if the applicant wishes to speak or not. Do you have any questions of the applicant? I will put this out then for public comment, if there's anyone in the public who would like to comment on this. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. I think we're safe to proceed without the mayor.
Vice Mayor Danko, this is quasi judicial, so you just need to do your ex parte notifications.
All right, anyone have any ex parte conversations on this? Neither have I. That case, let's bring it back for a vote. Let's just,
Motion.
let's get a motion first. I'm sorry,
I'll
thank
make
you.
a motion to approve the resolution.
I will second Councilwoman Pontieri's motion.
Okay, so now I will bring it to a vote. Roll call will be fine.
Councilmember Clufus?
Yes.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, we will move on then to the next item on the agenda, item number 9, approving designating surplus real property located west of US 1 to enable the sale of said property.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Virginia Smith, your Land Management Administrator, joined by Carl Cody, Director of Engineering and Stormwater. Today we're going to be presenting to you 2 items. This one and your next one is what the PowerPoint will cover. And it regards surplus land out west, as well as the right of first refusal, litigation, and purchase and sale contract. So the timeline of events, if you do recall, in November of 2023, City Council was presented with an agreement between the city and 4-Star Real Estate Group for 4-Star to purchase this parcel of land. In addition, the city has a right of first refusal on this piece of land from previous years where we bought multiple parcels of land from Burn Dog PCP LLC. So we did enter into a right of first refusal. Therefore, if we were to sell the land, we have to give them the option of purchasing it first. So in completing the due diligence with regards to the right of first refusal, Mr. DiLorenzo and Mr. Douglas, which is the owner of Burn Dog, had a conversation, and there was a verbal agreement to have him waive his right to the first refusal. I had contacted Mr. Douglas to ask him where the waiver was, and that's when the city was informed that they did not wish to waive their right to first refusal and wanted to purchase the land from the city under the same terms and conditions given and offered to 4-Star. The city then decided not to sell this land, and Burn Dog initiated litigation against the city in February for breach of contract under the right of first refusal. Staff and the city attorneys continued to speak with Burn Dog representatives to settle the issue. In April 2024, Burn Dog agreed to voluntarily cooperate with the city for an amendment to purchase and sale contract, which included a dismissal of the litigation and for the city to have a temporary construction easement. The TCE was not part of the purchase and sale agreement when offered to 4-Star, so this is an additional voluntary agreement that Burn Dog agreed to. This is the location map of the parcel of land we are referring to. It's outlined in blue. This is west of Matanzas Woods Parkway and behind that gas station that's located on US 1. This is the area that the city has the Mock Center on. And it's the spine road for the development that's out there. So, in order for the city to move forward with this project in a timely fashion, which we are on a very tight, critical schedule now, City Council must adopt a resolution declaring this land as surplus in order for the city to sell it, even under the right of first refusal agreement. The right of first refusal agreement was entered into between the city and Burn Dog in 2021 when all those parcels of lands were purchased. The right of first refusal, purchase, and sale is being conditioned upon the withdrawal of the pending litigation. Burn Dog has agreed to dismiss the lawsuit under the amendment to the contract, which is attached in your agenda item. Purchase and sale contract. Staff is presenting for council's consideration to sell the property to Burn Dog for $39,500, which is under the same terms and conditions that the city presented it to Four Star to purchase. As previously mentioned, the purchases and sale contract is conditioned upon the withdrawal of the pending litigation.
Which they've agreed to do, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And we do, that's attached in your agenda item. He signed it.
No strings, there's no, this is all
Right.
pretty simple. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So staff does recommend to adopt Resolution 2024 designating surplus real property located west of US 1, a portion of parcel 281030 4290 0000000B0 to enable the sale of the property. And also to adopt the resolution, which is the next agenda item, approving the purchase and sale contract for the city to sell the property to Burn Dog in accordance with the right of first refusal agreement, including the amendment. And as mentioned previously, both are conditioned upon the litigation being dismissed. Does council have any questions?
Ms. Pontieri?
Yes. Can you go over the timeline one more time for me? So we offered to sell the property to Burn Dog, and they verbally said no, correct?
They originally verbally said they would waive their right to the first of refusal, and we could sell the property to Four Star.
Okay, and then we entered into a contract with Four Star at that point?
We already had a signed contract from Four Star. It was presented at your workshop in November, and in between the workshop and the business meeting, that's when further due diligence was being completed. Like, we don't have this waiver yet, we need this waiver, and that's when then he informed me that he's not entertaining the waiver. He wants to purchase the property from the city.
And who is he?
Mr. Douglas.
Okay, so Douglas of Burn Dog then said, I want to come back and actually purchase this property. What did we do at that point?
We met internally, and we said, well, we're not going to sell the property because we really need this area for the road.
Yeah, it was kind of
project.
contingent. With the Four Star contract, we were purchasing land from Four Star, and this abutted this surplus land that wasn't being utilized for the extension of the roadway was adjacent to their property. So to reduce our cost on the land purchase, we were going to do, you could call it a land transfer. We were going to give them some of our city land. We reduce our cost of the purchase of the property from them as part of a whole package.
Gotcha. Okay, so it was more beneficial to the city to go forward with Four Star than to, I guess, accept Burn Dog's request to come back or to go back on their right of first refusal.
Correct.
Okay. And how much have we expended in attorney's fees and costs in defending a lawsuit that was filed against us because they went back on their first right of refusal waiver?
So I checked with the firm Garganese, Weiss, Salzman, and Diagresta, and currently to date, $20,878 has been expended.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, how much, Virginia?
$20,878.
So they've cost us $20,000, and we're going to pay them $39,500 for the property.
They're paying us $39,500 for the property.
Sorry, they're paying us $39,500, but we're not reducing our attorney's fees by that amount in the purchase price, right?
Correct. That was not negotiated in the dismissal conversations from attorney to attorney. Because the city was on a critical path, we really needed to make sure we could obtain the land that we needed with the temporary construction easement as well that they're voluntarily giving us for funding purposes for the entire project so that we can continue to move that forward. So a lot of the research is what is the bulk of the bill from the city attorney. She was really trying to make the lawsuit a moot point so that we could move forward.
Okay, thank you.
And I would assume if this lawsuit wasn't dropped, we'd spend more money on legal fees.
Correct.
Must be great to be a lawyer.
Yeah, we feel you're wrong.
I'm not speaking to anyone indirectly here, but I get it. Mr. Kalufas, any comments?
No, not really. It's all
been explained.
We should have went to law school.
I feel you.
Yeah,
No.
really.
Coulda, coulda, shoulda.
It's not an easy life, I'll
All
tell you
right,
that.
I will bring this out to public comment. If there are anyone from the public that wishes to comment, seeing none, I will bring this back to the dais, and I guess we need a motion approving this.
I do have a quick question. I know that the next agenda item is part of the consent agenda. Vice Mayor, I would like to pull that.
Oh, we will when we get there. Let's
Okay,
get
I
through
just
this
want to make
first.
sure
Yep.
that we're not voting both at the same
No,
time,
no,
right?
we're voting
Okay.
just one here, so I need a motion.
A move of approval?
I need a second.
I'll second.
All right, I think we can do a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No
Motion
one's
passes
opposed?
unanimously.
We pass. All right, so now we're at the consent agenda, and Ms. Pontieri, you would like to pull an item. Which item is that?
Yes, I would like to pull number 10 and vote on it separately, please.
Okay. So let's discuss this first, I guess, if you'd like, and then we can do the rest of the consent agenda. You have the floor.
Sure, so I'm not in agreement to sell this property to Burn Dog based on the purchase price. I think that the purchase price should be reduced by the amount of fees that they have cost us by going back on their first right of refusal and changing their mind. We gave them the first right of refusal. They said no, they wouldn't sign the waiver, and then said they want to exercise their first right of refusal, and then turned around and sued us because they waived it. And I just find it inappropriate to now sell the property to them without doing a set-off for the fees that they've cost our taxpayers.
Mr. Cluvis?
My only question would be, are we bound by any type of ordinance or policy that only allows us to ask for appraisable value of the property?
Yeah, I can, well, go ahead.
No, you can.
In this specific purpose, this, on other, I guess to speak generally, on other projects, specifically when DOT money's involved, a lot of times we have paid above appraised value. In this particular case, the price was established based on the value that was done on the 4-star land, which came in higher, but we negotiated it down to the $39.5 based on what we previously paid when we purchased this land from the multiple parcels from Bird Dog in the past. So that's where how the fee was established. Now, this particular parcel has lots of wetlands in it, so it's probably undervalued. It's probably worth less than what they're paying. We would have to do a separate updated appraisal to confirm that. However, the construction easement isn't being charged, and typically on DOT jobs, when they know there's DOT money involved, again, you pay for all the easements that you get. When it's a permanent easement, we found in the past, we paid up to 90% of the appraised value. A construction easement could have some costs as well, so we're getting that for free. So there is some offset from the legal fees for him granting the construction easement, at no cost.
Getting that from 4-star, though?
We got one from a construction easement from them, but it's mainly because we have to modify their pond because we're filling in part of their pond. So they got a modified permit, so we have to do those construction improvements as part of that. One thing that, in terms of time, time's everything on this particular project. We're at 100% design, or it's under review now, awaiting comments from DOT, trying to wrap up the end of this month. So our goal is next step is to move it into construction. And without having all the right-of-way items squared away, will restrict DOT allowing us to go to the construction phase.
And I guess I would ask our attorney, if we were not to approve this, what would happen next? Be back in a legal situation, spending money?
We'd go back to negotiate. So like he said, I think it would put a hold.
Does that change anything, Councilwoman Pontieri?
No.
No.
Not for me.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll put them out to the public if there's anyone who wishes to comment. Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to this council. And I guess I guess we can do a motion to approve or a motion not to approve. Since you brought it up, Ms. Pontieri, do you want to make that motion?
I would make a motion to approve the contract at the amount minus the attorney's fees that we've had to spend. So that's my motion.
Can you do that? Can we do that?
You can do whatever you want.
You can?
Do we have a second?
I think that's the only chance of right now, right?
I don't know, is it?
Is the motion at the, yeah, that's so, as Councilwoman Pontieri, she made a motion, so that's the only motion that's before
So the motion is to approve this, but minus
attorney's fees.
attorney fees, which could get us back in court if we don't accept it.
Correct.
It's better.
I feel like and they potentially slow down FDOT projects?
All correct.
What is the timeline on the FDA?
As I indicated, our plan to, once we close on the 4-star land, the closing occurs, we will have all our right-of-way needs squared away so we can go out to bid for construction in July was our timetable. But DOT has to concur us to go out to bid and approve our bid package. So
And what is this specifically, the FDOT project, what is that for?
it's the first phase in the Matanzas West project, the $25 million appropriation from last year. It also recreates the entrance into the muck at the north end of the site, so it's providing that connection to the muck site.
Just one clarification. When we originally had an agreement with the party, was that agreement in writing or was it?
It was an agreement between Mr. Rizzo and Mr. Douglas, the owner of Burn Dog. And then when we sent the waiver to them, I still had not received it back. So I had reached out and spoke with Mr. Douglas, and that's for me.
Okay, so, okay, make sure of that.
All right.
Do you wish to proceed?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
I'm not happy about this. I'm not
I get
happy
it.
about the way it was handled. I'm not happy about the way Burn Dog has handled itself in this situation. If in fact they did agree to waive their first right and sue, specifically with regards to how much business Burn Dog does in this city. So for the sake of getting this going and not things up, but I would encourage some more diligence, and perhaps we treat Burn Dog like any other developer and not rely on a verbal representation in the future.
The lesson here is get it in writing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's to the consent. Oh, I'm sorry, Nick.
On our consent agenda, so we can just move forward
Oh,
with the consent agenda as read.
I think we can
Did
just.
She rescinded it.
So what I need now is a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I will move to
We need to
approve.
take that out to public.
Oh,
I
you're
will.
right.
Well,
Yeah.
I need a motion
Yep.
first, and then I'll.
I will
take it.
move to approve the consent as read.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so I will take this out to public comment. Anybody in the public wish to comment on the, I see Pat.
Afternoon. All right, so Patrick Giuliano, Vice President, Palm Coast Professional Firefighters, here to talk about agenda number day for the Palm Coast Professional Firefighters. Approved, we will have a remark future firefighters by creating a pension for career firefighters. The journey today officially began 3 years and 9 days. Initially, Mr. conducted research pandemic. We presented all 21. Agreement collaborative effort by the union, city administration, and city council. Then all of us can be proud of. So express our appreciation and acknowledge those who have been a part of this process. First, Ms. Renina Fuller, our HR director. She was our first initial point of contact, fielding all of our questions. Not patient had space. The manager crucial. First as chief of staff, and then as assisting city manager, and then later as city manager. Ms. Johnson was a great ombudsman who ensured that all the details were meticulously addressed. And Ms. Johnson, thank you for your leadership and determination in bringing this to fruition. Finally, it was the mayor and all the members of council that were part of this, that the union had opportunities to address council, share and educate each of them on a Chapter 75. For making answering our questions and demonstrating visionary leadership. discussions, navigating labor laws, conducting actuarial assessments, and understanding the complexities and challenges of implementing such a pension. Elevates our department and city and makes it more competitive and that we can recruit and retain the best firefighters. The job of a firefighter does and prayer challenges. Firefighters during the most difficult times of the lives of our family, friends, and neighbors. Sick, injured,
You can continue,
Thank
Patrick.
So he's often sleep deprived and at an next overtime shift to ensure the next alarm is answered. The brave women of the Palm Coast we face precedent challenges on treating in those who are concerned, minister all our risk in our health and risk of bringing virus to our family. Firefighting is an incredibly important career. It's to us, and we pride in making our public CPR battery. These actions contribute to a greater quality for everyone. Today, recognizable provide security and gives us and half of those fire and heart we have done great.
Just want to form volunteer. How I know it is. Well, Mr.